It was understandable that people would be envious or jealous of you once you became successful. Hi Grandpa Jiang. Gu Ning stood up to greet Jiang Zhongyu again. Zhilguam. Jiang Zhongyu smiled. Nice to meet you, Master Jiang, Leng Xiaoting said with respect. Jiang Zhongyu then looked to Master Leng and Master Su and pretended to be annoyed. Why didn't you tell me that you would come so early? You're not late either. Master Su argued. Jiang Zhongyu was struck dumb for a second, then thought that Master Su was right, so he stopped arguing with them. Once they were all seated, they began to order dishes. They enjoyed dinner in harmony. After dinner, they stood up and walked out together. When they left, Gu Ning gave a glance to the private room where the cultivators stayed, but it was already empty. She didn't mind because they would find her of their own accord anyway. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't leave until those masters were gone. However, shortly after Gu Ning got in the car, she noticed a familiar car behind them, which belonged to Tang Bingsen. She told Leng Xiaoting to stop the car at once. Following Gu Ning's gaze, Leng Xiaoting's sight fell on the car behind them as well. Although he didn't know whose car it was, he knew that Gu Ning disliked its owner. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to search for surveillance cameras around them. She did that in the car instead of while walking outside because she didn't want to attract too much attention. After checking, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her in the car before she got out alone. Gu Ning said nothing, but Leng Xiaoting understood that she was going to do some bad things. However, no matter what Gu Ning wanted to do, he wouldn't stop her. On the contrary, he would be supportive. He knew that Gu Ning wouldn't hurt innocent people, but only her enemies. Once Gu Ning got out of the car, she walked towards Tang Bingsen's car. Nevertheless, she didn't stop when she walked by it, and continued to walk to the nearby garden. She picked a flower then walked back. Leng Xiaoting was confused while looking at her from the car. When Gu Ning walked back and passed by Tang Bingsen's car, her left hand moved a little, and the next second 2 nails accurately pierced 2 tires. One was at the front while the other was at the back. Leng Xiaoting witnessed Gu Ning's movement, but couldn't believe his eyes, because it happened too fast to be true. He was sure that Gu Ning was well prepared for it. The surveillance cameras failed to catch the scene. The second the 2 nails pierced the 2 tires, they began to slowly leak air. Within 10 minutes, the 2 tires were both flat. Gu Ning got back in Leng Xiaoting's car and told him not to start it right away. They needed to wait for a while longer. Leng Xiaoting understood that Gu Ning wanted to see the result, so he listened to her. What did you do? Leng Xiaoting asked curiously. In fact, even he failed to catch Gu Ning's quick movement. I pierced 2 nails into the tires of the car, Gu Ning said. Whose car is it? Leng Xiaoting asked again. Tang Bingsen, Gu Ning said with hatred. Leng Xiaoting was aware of Gu Ning's grudge against the Tang family in the capital, so he understood why Gu Ning did it. And if Gu Ning needed his help, he wouldn't hesitate to help her. At this time, Zi Beiying arrived at her destination. She turned her phone on once she got off the plane. When she read Su Jinshan's message, she was cheered up a little. After that, she sent the same message to Su Jinshan, Su Qining and Gu Ning to tell them that she had arrived. Before long, she received their replies. Zi Beiying was a little disappointed when Su Jinshan sent her a very simple message back, but she didn't think further because they were only friends now. About 10 minutes later, Tang Bingsen, Ji Yijing and a group of people walked out of a private room together. Gu Ning's eyes lit up at once when they showed up in her sight. The host of today's meal was Tang Bingsen and Ji Yijing, so they walked the other people to their cars before they went back to their own car. However, when they walked to the front of their car, they found 2 punctured tires. What happened? Ji Yijing was mad. The car was fine not long ago, but its tires were ruined after 2 hours. Tang Bingsen stayed calm and checked the 2 tires at once. Then he found the 2 nails in them. Damn it! Who did that? Tang Bingsen was also furious. Phoenix Villa was under tight security, and there were security guards on duty around the yard in this parking lot. It was impossible for a person to deliberately damage his car without being caught. Several security guards heard their angry voices and ran over in a hurry. Gu Ning at this time told Lung shouting to drive away. It was enough for her to see their angry faces. Sir, madam, may I help? A security guard asked. Without hesitation, Ji Yijing criticized him in anger. What's wrong with Phoenix Villa? Our car was fine when we arrived here, but 2 of its tires are out of air now because of nails. How can we go home now? The security guard saw the 2 broken tires too, and apologized to them at once. I'm so sorry. I'll report it to our leader right now. Do it now. Ji Yijing shouted at him. The security guard felt uncomfortable when Ji Yijing shouted at him, but he didn't dare say a word. Their car was indeed damaged here, so Phoenix Villa should be responsible for it. What was worse, he was the security guard on duty tonight, and he might be punished for this mistake. Even if Phoenix Villa promised to investigate it, Tang Bingsen couldn't drive this car back home now, so he had to call his secretary to pick them up. Before long, the manager and the leader of the security department came in a hurry. They had to check the surveillance cameras first. During the time when Tang Bingsen's car was parked here, there were another 2 people except for Gu Ning who had walked by it. The 2 people soon got in their cars and left. Gu Ning only walked past it twice, and had done nothing strange. Besides, they couldn't clearly see what had happened to the tires from the surveillance cameras, because it took a while for the tires to leak all the air out. Even though they couldn't find out who had done it, Tang Bingsen and Ji Yijing still believed that their car was damaged in Phoenix Villa. If it wasn't caused by a person, it must be an accident. Therefore, Tang Bingsen said, I think there must have been nails on the ground because my car was fine when I arrived here. Tang Bingsen didn't care about the compensation, but he had to make sure that Phoenix Villa would take responsibility. He was fighting for his face. Mr. Tang, we can promise that we won't abdicate responsibility for it, and we're terribly sorry for this unpleasant accident. The manager apologized with sincerity. Although they had no clear evidence to prove whether the damage was caused by a person or an accident, Phoenix Villa still had to bear the result. If they refused to take responsibility, the reputation of Phoenix Villa would be affected. Fine, since it's an accident, I can pay for the 2 tires myself, Tang Bingsen said with impatience. He only wanted a good attitude from Phoenix Villa, and now he got it, so he was satisfied. Since Tang Bingsen was willing to stop accusing them, the manager felt relieved. The manager then asked Tang Bingsen whether he needed their help to drive him home, but Tang Bingsen rejected it. His secretary would come and pick him up. Half an hour later, Tang Bingsen's secretary arrived and they left without delay. As for the car with the 2 flat tires, Tang Bingsen left it to his secretary. Once Tang Bingsen and Ji Yijing left Phoenix Villa, they went to visit Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin at the hospital. Bingsen, have you found the criminal who injured Ziyue and Yashin? Ji Yijing asked. Not yet, Tang Bingsen said. He didn't tell Ji Yijing anything about Tang Aining, so Ji Yijing wasn't aware of the existence of Tang Aining. Because Tang Aining was involved in too many complicated things, it was better if fewer people had heard of her. Ji Yijing was impulsive, so Tang Bingsen simply told her that it was done by one of his business enemies. Ji Yijing understood that the competition in business was very cruel. How come we still can't find the criminal given our family's influence? Ji Yijing was displeased. In her eyes, the Tang family could do anything. Most importantly, her own daughter and future son-in-law were injured this time. Tang Bingsen was in a bad mood because they failed to find Tang Aining, and he felt worse now that Ji Yijing questioned his ability. All the surveillance cameras were hacked. The criminal isn't dumb. Since the woman dared hurt Ziyue and Yashin, it proves that she isn't afraid of us. Don't you understand that? Hearing that, Ji Yijing closed her mouth. Afterwards, she ran to Tang Yashin, who was still lying on the hospital bed. Yashin, how do you feel now? I feel so uncomfortable, Tang Yashin said. Then she turned to look at Tang Bingsen. Dad, have you found her yet? No, Tang Bingsen said, feeling upset. Because Tang Yashin knew how violent Tang Aining was, she didn't question her father like her mother had done. Once I find the woman, I promise I'll torture her to death, Ji Yijing said in great anger. However, Ji Yijing didn't have the ability to do that, Although Ji Yijing wanted to torture the criminal to death, the others preferred to directly kill Tang Aining, because they clearly knew that they would be killed if Tang Aining was left alive. Chairman Tang, there is something I need to tell you, Qi Ziyue said to Tang Bingsen. Tang Bingsen understood it at once and said to Ji Yijing, you can go out for a while. Ziyue and I need to talk about something. Why can't I stay? Ji Yijing asked in annoyance. It's business. Why do you need to know so much about it? Do you think that you can keep it secret? Tang Bingsen snapped at her. In the past, Tang Bingsen didn't mind telling Ji Yijing what he planned to do with his company, and Qi Ziyue would also talk with him about business when Ji Yijing was present. Nevertheless, Tang Bingsen had talked with Qi Ziyue about a bid once and they decided to bribe an official. Ji Yijing left her home later to gather together with her friends, who were also super rich ladies, but she accidentally told them that Tang Bingsen was going to bribe an official. It almost caused the Tang family big trouble. Therefore, Tang Bingsen wouldn't talk business in front of Ji Yijing again. Ji Yijing was mad, but didn't dare argue with Tang Bingsen, so she walked out in silence. Once Ji Yijing left, Tang Bingsen said, you can tell me now. What is it? One of my friends has met the woman, who disguised herself as Tang Aining, about a month ago at the He family's casino in HK. He told me that the woman was a very important guest invited by the He family, and she's talented at gambling, Qi Ziyue said. Although he hated this woman deeply, he had to admit that she was very brilliant. Not only was she excellent at stone gambling and was called the Jade Queen, but she was also talented at other forms of gambling. If this woman had no relationship with Tang Aining, he would make friends with her. Unfortunately, she was his enemy. Tang Bingsen was surprised to know that and felt threatened. The Tang family had the support from influential gangs too, but it wasn't easy for them to deal with this woman. Tang Yexin, on the other hand, was jealous of the woman who disguised herself as Tang Aining. She thought of Tang Aining every time she saw the woman. Nevertheless, no matter how eager Tang Bingsen was to kill Tang Aining, he had to find her first. You should have a good recovery now, and I think it's better for you to deal with this mess because you're familiar with her. As for the business in City B, I'm afraid Tang Qingyang has run it very well, so we can't chase him out of the Tang family's corporation, Tang Bingsen said. In fact, he sent Tang Qingyang to City B in order to make him a mere figurehead and scapegoat, but Tang Qingyang wasn't weak at all. Tang Qingyang was able to manage the business very well, which surprised them. In addition, Gu Ning was willing to help Tang Qingyang, so it wasn't difficult for him to become successful in the future. The branch of the Tang organization in City B had some finance problems, which was designed for Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang wasn't dumb, and he knew the sudden promotion couldn't be simple, so he was very careful. He soon found out about those finance problems, but nobody wanted to help him because the staff was only loyal to Tang Bingsen. Tang Qingyang then turned to Gu Ning for help, and Gu Ning told Kay to solve those problems. What? How is it possible? Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin were shocked. Frankly speaking, even Qi Ziyue wasn't confident that he could solve those finance problems within such a short time. Accordingly, he was astonished and jealous of Tang Qingyang's ability. Tang Bingsen would retire one day, and Tang Yexin would be the heiress of the Tang organization. Even though Tang Yexin had some experience in business, she wasn't capable of running such a large business group. Besides, she was more interested in shopping and having fun all day. In that case, Qi Ziyue would be the executive to manage the Tang organization. He and Tang Yexin would be married soon, so Tang Bingsen trusted him. However, Tang Qingyang was also a member of the Tang family. Although he was only a shareholder, it was still possible for him to become the executive president of the Tang organization. Even if Tang Yexin was the chairman of the Tang organization, nobody would listen to her if she had no ability or control of the company. As time went by, Tang Qingyang might take over the Tang organization. Actually, it was Tang Qingyang's plan too. Tang Bingsen continued. I also heard that he has a lot of connections in both business and politics in City B. He has been invited to many important events as well. I think I need to call him back to stop him from becoming more powerful. Because of Gu Ning, Tang Qingyang managed to become friends with some important people of the second generation in politics and business, and Gu Ning introduced him to Pan Zhiwei first. When Pan Zhiwei heard that Gu Ning had the intention to help Tang Qingyang gain connections in City B, he often invited Tang Qingyang to hang out together with his friends. Pan Zhiwei already quit playing around all day and began to focus on his own business, so he needed to expand his connections too. Tang Bingsen didn't know that Tang Qingyang already found out that he was related to the death of Tang Bingchao, but Tang Qingyang had 15% of the Tang organization's shares, so he believed that Tang Qingyang must have the ambition to steal the Tang organization. Tang Bingsen was ambitious to own the whole Tang organization, so he thought that other members of the Tang family would have the same idea. Even Qi Ziyue was a threat to him. He knew that Qi Ziyue always wanted to replace his position in the Tang organization. However, he didn't mind it right now because he could use Qi Ziyue's ambition to work for him and the Tang organization. Besides, they were on the same boat, so he couldn't chase Qi Ziyue away, because it would hurt his own benefits. Tang Bingsen actually planned to pass his seat to his own son, a love child who wasn't exposed yet, but his son was too young right now, so he had to wait. Qi Ziyue understood that it was impossible for Tang Bingsen to fully trust him, but it didn't matter in his eyes. As long as Tang Yexin could marry him, the Tang organization would be his sooner or later. He hadn't done anything that hurt Tang Bingsen's benefits after all. On the contrary, he had done a lot of things for Tang Bingsen, including Tang Aining's death. Qi Ziyue was confident that the Tang organization would be his in the future, because he didn't know that Tang Bingsen actually had a love child. Moreover, Tang Bingsen spoiled Tang Yexin, so he believed that Tang Yexin would get everything from Tang Bingsen. Tang Qingyang is a man to be reckoned with, Qi Ziyue said in the end. Even though Tang Qingyang was from a super-rich family, it was still unbelievable that he could make friends with so many important figures in City B within such a short time. The more successful Tang Qingyang was, the more dangerous the situation would be for Qi Ziyue. If so, is Tang Qingyang also a threat to us? Tang Yexin felt nervous. She thought that she was the only child of the Tang family, so the Tang organization should be hers. She never thought that Tang Qingyang was threatening until now. Tang Qingyang still lacks experience and I can easily control him, Tang Bingsen said with arrogance. He took Tang Qingyang very lightly. Tang Qingyang was no match for Tang Bingsen for the time being. However, he had Gu Ning's support, and it wouldn't be very hard for him to unseat Tang Bingsen. Tang Qingyang was very smart, but wasn't good at fighting, so Tang Bingsen thought that he could easily control him with violence. Tang Qingyang had been chased last time. If Gu Ning hadn't been there, he could have been seriously injured. Therefore he now hired some bodyguards to protect him, so he felt much safer. Normal bodyguards couldn't stop Tang Bingsen from hurting Tang Qingyang. But Tang Qingyang wouldn't be as vulnerable. Tang Bingsen didn't dare to kill Tang Qingyang, because he knew that Tang Qingyang already had a will. If Tang Qingyang was dead, his 15% shares of the Tang organization would be donated to a charity foundation. Therefore he couldn't kill Tang Qingyang. All he could do now was to control Tang Qingyang. Why couldn't we directly kill him? Tang Yexin asked all of a sudden. He already made a will. If he's dead, his 15% shares will be donated to a charity foundation, Qi Ziyue said. How could he do that? He's so cunning. Tang Yexin was mad. She was a very selfish and self-centered person. Outside of the ward, Ji Yijing was busy chatting with her friends in a WeChat group, so she didn't feel bored at all. She indeed couldn't keep important things secret from other people, because at that moment she was complaining that Tang Bingsen just chased her out because he wanted to talk business with Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin. Her friends all comforted her, and they soon began to gossip. In fact, many of those rich ladies disliked Ji Yijing, because Ji Yijing had been a mistress before. However, none of them dared to bring this topic up because of Tang Bingsen's influence. When Tang Bingsen finished talking with Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin, Ji Yijing went back to the ward. Before Tang Bingsen and Ji Yijing left the hospital, Tang Bingsen said, "The famous Paris designer Jason agreed to design a wedding gown for Yexin, and he'll come here next Saturday." Jason was a famous international designer, and Tang Yashin liked his designs, so she designated him to design a wedding gown for her. After Tang Aining's death, Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin would be married soon, but Jason was too busy, so Tang Yashin had to wait. It would only take about a week to make the wedding gown, and their wedding would be 2 months later. If Guning knew that they were going to be married, she wouldn't let them enjoy it. She wouldn't stop them from getting married, but would give them an unforgettable gift. Really? That's wonderful. Tang Yashin got excited at once. Although she hadn't married Qi Ziyue yet, they already lived together like a couple, and every girl dreamed of having a romantic wedding. Qi Ziyue was also excited, but he was looking forward to it only because he could make great progress by marrying Tang Yashin. After that, Tang Bingsun and Ji Yijing left. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin, however, had to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Luckily, they could chat with each other in the ward, so they didn't feel bored. The next day, before Guning left the capital, she went to the factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry with some jade raw materials. The branches of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the capital, City B and City G, all needed more jade raw materials, so she had kept a lot in her telepathic eye space. With the help of the telepathic eye space, she could easily move it anywhere she wanted to go. The jade raw materials occupied the whole telepathic eye space, so Guning had to take some of it out to leave some space for other stuff in the jiao. In the early morning, Guning asked Leng Xiaoting to help her find a small truck, and she took out 1/3 of the jade raw materials before she left for the factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the capital. The main factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry was set in the capital, with another 2 factories in City B and City G. As a result, the factory in the capital was very big, but there were only 3 stores of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the capital, so they didn't hire many workers. When they opened more stores of Jade Beauty Jewelry, they would hire more workers to work in the factory. The factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't far away from the headquarters of her business corporation, so she soon arrived there. Afterwards, Guning went to have a look at Colane. Once Guning took over Colane, it was becoming increasingly popular and profitable, so Ning Changkai was in a good mood every day. Cozy also gained a lot of fame as time went by, because it was famous for its unbelievable effects and comparatively low price. More and more female customers became its loyal fans. Colane's medicines weren't as profitable as Cozy skincare products, but they were necessities. Many households had a medicine box at home, so Colane's sales weren't worse than Cozy's. All in all, both Cozy and Colane became popular brands in the industry. Ning Changkai beamed with happiness the second he saw Guning. He told Guning that their products were in short supply now because of the increasing demand, and that they needed to hire more people. Guning was very confident in Cozy and Colane, and she was happy to know that both of them were popular now. She and Leng Xiaoting stayed in the factory for a while longer, then dined with Ning Changkai outside. After lunch, Guning had to leave for the airport. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to leave her, but he had to watch her leaving in the plane. Guning arrived at City G an hour later, and took a taxi to the city center. After that, she moved some of the jade raw materials to a rented truck. The factory in City G lacked jade raw materials, so she came this time to send jade raw materials. Guning then called Zhou Zhenghong. When Zhou Zhenghong heard that Guning came with many jade raw materials, he was very happy. He didn't ask further, and they decided that they would directly meet at the factory. The moment Guning showed up, Zhou Zhenghong walked over to welcome her with a broad smile. "Hi boss, did you get a lot of jade raw materials from Burma this time?" Although it was a question, he actually already had the answer. He knew how talented Guning was at stone gambling. "Yeah, I got all of them from Burma, but these are just a small part of what I've got," Guning said with pride. Knowing that, Zhou Zhenghong was surprised. "Wow boss, you're indeed incredible," Zhou Zhenghong said. Guning smiled in silence and didn't explain further. "Oh boss, I've arranged for someone to take my place here, and my son will transfer to the capital this semester," Zhou Zhenghong said. The headquarters of Guning's corporation was in the capital after all, and he, as a shareholder of Jade Beauty Jewelry, definitely had to work in the headquarters. Zhou Zhenghong had no parents and his relatives all kept their distance from him when he was out of money, So now he only had his son, and his son would go with him. In addition, there were better education resources in the capital, so his son could receive better education there. Gu Ning was a very generous boss. Since Zhou Zhenghong was a shareholder and the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she gave him a house and a car under his own name. The house was very large and not far from the Shengning organization, while the car was a Maserati which cost 2 million yuan. A Maserati was enough for Zhou Zhenghong. Actually, not every rich person would drive a luxurious car. For example, Gu Ning seldom drove the Lamborghini that the Tang family gave her. She drove a Land Rover more often, which cost much less than 1 million yuan. Sometimes the richer a person was, the more he wanted to keep a low profile. However, Zhou Zhenghong was the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry after all, so it was necessary for him to have a good car for the sake of his face. In fact, even if Gu Ning didn't buy it for him, Zhou Zhenghong could afford it himself. He would have his share of the dividend of Jade Beauty Jewelry at the end of the year. Other than that, Jade Beauty Jewelry had made a lot of profit during the past months, and Zhou Zhenghong had earned over 10 million yuan now. As Jade Beauty Jewelry became more and more famous, its sales would be higher and higher too. In that case, Zhou Zhenghong's annual dividend wouldn't be less than 50 million yuan. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Zhou Zhenghong to buy a house in the capital. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhenghong disliked a large house, because only him and his son were in their home. He had no intention to marry again, because he was afraid that a stepmother wouldn't treat his son well. Great we. When Gu Ning was about to say something again, Zhou Zhenghong's phone rang. Gu Ning had to close her mouth. I'm so sorry, boss. I need to answer the call. Zhou Zhenghong apologized to Gu Ning and took out his phone at once. He was worried that it might be work. However, when he saw the caller's name, he was displeased, but he still picked up after thinking for a short while. Hi Zhenghong. This is your older brother, a man said. You know Mingkong is going to be married. When? I'll see whether I'm free that day, Zhou Zhenghong said. Although he already kept a distance from his brother and sister, he wouldn't mind showing up at his nephew's wedding. Well? The man hesitated for a second, then continued. The girl's family wants a downtown house which can't be smaller than 100 square meters, and a car which must be around 500,000 yuan. That's your family's affairs. Why are you telling me this? Zhou Zhenghong pretended to be confused, but he actually understood it very well. His eldest brother simply wanted his money. We don't have that much money, Zhou Zhengtang said. Don't buy it then, Zhou Zhenghong said. Zhou Zhengtang knew that Zhou Zhenghong was pretending to be dumb. Even though he was annoyed, he didn't dare to blame Zhou Zhenghong. If we don't buy a house and a car, the girl won't marry into my family, Zhou Zhengtang said. Why do you have to choose a girl who wants a big house and an expensive car? In addition, you already have a house and a car. Although the house isn't very big and the car isn't expensive, they're enough for a family, Zhou Zhenghong said. Actually, Zhou Zhengtang's family's house and car were both paid for by Zhou Zhenghong. Although their house was a little far from the city center, it was large enough to accommodate 5 people. And while their car was a little old, it was still useful. Zhou Zhengtang's family didn't lack a house or a car, but were simply greedy. When Zhou Zhenghong's company was still profitable, he had bought a house and a car for his brother and sister, which cost him nearly 6 million yuan. However, once his company went bankrupt, they avoided seeing him. Zhou Zhenghong just wanted them to take care of his son for a short time, but they refused to do that and even refused to answer his calls. They had broken Zhou Zhenghong's heart. Not long ago, they heard that Zhou Zhenghong became the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so they began to call him again. Zhou Zhengtang didn't know what to say because Zhou Zhenghong was right. His family wasn't poor at all. Zhou Zhengtang and his wife worked in a state-owned enterprise, and each of them earned nearly 10,000 yuan a month. Zhou Mingkong, who was Zhou Zhengtang's son, was also working in a public institution, and he earned a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, which could increase in the future. Moreover, Zhou Mingkong's girlfriend was in the same public institution as him, so their salaries were almost the same. As a result, it wasn't hard for them to buy a house on their own, but the house wouldn't be big. They could only afford a good car with their savings. In the past, even though Zhou Zhenghong wouldn't pay the full price, he would still pay the down payment for them. However, it was impossible for them to get a cent out of his pocket now. Zhou Zhengtang said, "Zhenghong, to be honest with you, I know you're much richer than us. Mingkong is your nephew anyway, and you can give him a house and a car as his uncle since he's going to be married." Zhou Zhengtang was shameless. Zhou Mingkong was indeed Zhou Zhenghong's nephew, but he wasn't his son. Why did Zhou Zhenghong have to buy a house and car for his nephew? Zhou Zhenghong was surprised by his older brother's shamelessness again. Gu Ning wasn't standing far from Zhou Zhenghong, and she had a good hearing, so she was able to hear their conversation. She couldn't help but think that shameless relatives were everywhere in this world. "Do you mean I must buy a house and a car for your son?" Zhou Zhenghong sneered. "Mingkong is my nephew but not my son. I don't have the duty to buy a house and a car for him." "Zhenghong, how can you say that? We're a family after all, and you're the richest among us. Shouldn't you help us when we need your help?" Zhou Zhengtang argued. Selfish people would never care about others' feelings, and Gu Ning was annoyed hearing that. "My money has nothing to do with you, and I've given you enough. None of you helped me when I needed your help," Zhou Zhenghong said. Although Zhou Zhenghong already had no hope for his older brother and younger sister, he still felt hurt when he thought of what they had done to him. Luckily, Zhou Zhenghong had his principles, and he wouldn't give in this time. Zhou Zhengtang, however, started to criticize Zhou Zhenghong. "Zhenghong, why are you so mean? Aren't you rich again now? You're too shameless to realize your faults. I won't buy a house or a car for your son. If you stop bothering me, we can still be brothers. However, if you continue to affect my life, I'll end my relationship with you," Zhou Zhenghong said. After that, he directly hung up on Zhou Zhengtang. Zhou Zhengtang was mad and called Zhou Zhenghong back, but Zhou Zhenghong refused to answer his calls. Zhou Zhengtang's wife, who stood beside him, asked, "How is it? He just hung up on me and refused to buy a house and a car for Mingkong." Zhou Zhengtang complained in anger. He never helped Zhou Zhenghong when Zhou Zhenghong needed him the most, but he always turned to Zhou Zhenghong for money once Zhou Zhenghong was rich. What? How could he be so cold-blooded? Several million yuan is nothing for him. Why can't he pay the bills for us? Zhou Zhengtang's wife said, making it sound as if Zhou Zhenghong owed them a lot of money. She was as shameless as her husband. "What should we do now?" she asked again. "I don't know. Zhou Zhenghong just told me that he would directly cut off his relationship with us if we continued to bother him," Zhou Zhengtang said. "If he's unwilling to help us, he isn't qualified to be your younger brother," Zhou Zhengtang's wife said in annoyance. She took it for granted that Zhou Zhenghong should help them whenever they needed his help. Actually, if they were sick and needed medical treatment, Zhou Zhengtang wouldn't hesitate to help them. "I'll see whether I can stop him at his jewelry store," Zhou Zhengtang said. He was unwilling to give up. At the same time, Zhou Zhenghong took a long breath in to calm himself down. "I'm terribly sorry, boss," Zhou Zhenghong walked back and said to Gu Ning. "It's fine," Gu Ning said. She didn't ask further about Zhou Zhenghong's family affairs, but simply said, "If you need my help, feel free to tell me." "Thanks, boss," Zhou Zhenghong said. Although he didn't know why Gu Ning suddenly said that. Gu Ning stayed in the factory for a while longer, then left. It was time to have dinner and Zhou Zhenghong invited Gu Ning to dine together. But she declined because she needed to pick up Gao Yi and Xiao Ye at the airport. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye didn't go to Burma with her last time, and had left to have a short vacation. Coincidentally, Gu Ning ran into Siti Yi and Chu Xianfeng before she could see Gao Yi and Xiao Ye at the airport. She hadn't seen nor contacted Siti Yi for a long time, and she felt that he looked haggard. Something terrible had happened in the Qing gang recently. 2 of Situ Ye's henchmen were assassinated within days. One was killed while the other was handicapped, so he was investigating it these days. He got the result today and found out that it was caused by the competition within the gang, and many other members were involved in it. It wasn't an easy thing to deal with, and Siti Yi felt exhausted. In fact, Siti Yi didn't see Gu Ning in the beginning, But Chu Xianfeng noticed Gu Ning and told him afterwards. When Sitayi saw Gu Ning, he was excited and seemed to be refreshed. Hi Gu Ning, what are you doing here? Did you know that I'd come to City G today, so you're here to pick me up?
Si tu y évoquais.
He only joked with Gu Ning. Not really, but I can welcome you to City G. You must be working really hard these days, Gu Ning said. Sitayi was her friend, so she cared about him. Yeah, I'm exhausted, but I feel much better now that I've seen you, Sitayi said. Gu Ning understood that he still liked her. Haha, I didn't know I had that great effect. Well, I have a bottle of my magical pills with me, and I can give each of you a pill to help you get your energy back, Gu Ning said and took out a porcelain bottle. Since she treated Sitayi as her friend, she was very generous to him. In addition, Sitayi had helped her a lot. Gu Ning had put different amounts of power crystals into the porcelain bottles, but she was running out of porcelain bottles now. This porcelain bottle was produced by the factory of Shangyun Antique Store, and it was very cheap. Sitayi knew that Gu Ning's medicine was very effective and he had bought some from her before, but he only had 3 pills left now. He let the injured henchman take all 3 pills to save his life. Thanks, Sitayi said. He was too weak and vulnerable now. Sitayi took the bottle and poured 2 pills out. He had one and gave the other to Chu Xianfeng. Chu Xianfeng also needed to get his energy back. After taking the power crystal, both of them became energetic again. Wow, it's so unbelievable, Chu Xianfeng said. Although Sitayi and Chu Xianfeng were curious to know more about Gu Ning's magical pills, they knew that they shouldn't ask too much about it. Gu Ning, can you sell more pills to me? I need more pills, Sitayi said. He was in urgent need of Gu Ning's medicine now. Sure, the same rule, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning set a rule for the sale of her medicine. Each person could only buy 10 pills at a time, and a pill cost 1,000,000 yuan. Gu Ning wouldn't sell the pills too often. No problem, Sitayi said. He felt lucky that Gu Ning was willing to sell those pills to him, and he didn't mind how many he could get. Gu Ning then took out a porcelain bottle with 10 power crystals inside, and gave it to Sitayi. Sitayi made a call to transfer money to Gu Ning's bank account at once. Are you free tonight? Why don't we share dinner together? Sitayi asked Gu Ning. Sure, but I need to pick up my bodyguards first. You can go to book a room and I'll meet you later, Gu Ning said. Having Gu Ning's affirmative answer, Sitayi was excited. Great, see you then. Because of his special identity, he shouldn't stay there for too long and had to leave as soon as possible. After that, Sitayi and Chu Xianfeng left. About 20 minutes later, the flight Gao Yi and Xiao Yatuk finally landed at the airport of City G. During this time, Gu Ning attracted a lot of attention from other people in the arrival bay. Gu Ning was too beautiful to be ignored. At the beginning, many people just thought she was stunning, so they kept glancing at her. A while later, some of them recognized Gu Ning. They didn't walk over to greet Gu Ning, but stayed a distance away and took several pictures of her. Gu Ning sensed it but didn't mind. She lowered her head, playing on her phone to read the latest news. The Mu family in City B was amid trouble these days, and many people believed that they would go bankrupt soon. There were also many pieces of positive news about Charm and Cozy. Moreover, the first TV series of Fenghua Entertainment was going to be aired, and its name was An Empress of Military Blood. It was a palace drama and had a lot of fans. In the original novel written by Duan Lisen, there were many scenes of struggles in the palace, which might bore the audience. After discussing with Lu Zhan, Duan Lisen highlighted the stories on the battlefield. The leading actress of An Empress of Military Blood was Tang Xiaoxiao, and its leading actor hadn't settled yet. By Lin Hanlingxuan, Su Tongnua also played important roles in the show. Once the news was out, many people were interested in it. Although it was the first TV series produced by Fenghua Entertainment, its director was Lu Zhan, who was very famous. The leading actress was also one of the most popular actresses, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was famous for her excellent acting skills. Bai Lin, Hanlingxuan, and Su Tongnua became popular because of Infinite Horror, and they had left a good impression on the audience. Duan Lisen was also a writer of some fame, and her novels were popular among young readers. As a result, the show was definitely going to be a success. While some people disapproved of it as well, most of them were haters. Bai Lin and Su Tongnua's roles also caused some arguments among their fans on social media. Some people even mentioned at the official Weibo account of Fenghua Entertainment and Gu Ning to ask them for the reason. Before Gu Ning could read the post, Lu Zhan and Su Tongnua already made a reply. Lu Zhan: "We only choose the most suitable actresses for the roles." After that, he also posted some cast photos of Tang Xiaoxiao, Bai Lin, Su Tongnua and Han Lingshuan. Su Tongnua: "I love my role." She also posted an official photo of her in the TV series. She was wearing a set of military uniform and looked very handsome in it. Because this novel had been serialized on the internet before, many of Duan Lisan's fans had read it. In the cast photos, every actor suited their role well, and people were impressed by their new images. In that case, no one continued to argue over Bai Lin and Su Tongnua's roles. They all couldn't wait to see the show. Haters, however, still kept attacking the show, saying that they weren't interested in it at all. Some of them also criticized Fenghua Entertainment because they didn't think that a newly established company was able to produce a TV series on its own. They thought that it was unnecessary to publicize the new show before it was aired on TV. They simply disliked Fenghua and seized every chance to attack it. Some also criticized Gu Ning, saying that she was still a student and that she should focus on her studies instead of the business. They were purely jealous of Gu Ning. Other entertainment companies in the industry hired some internet water army to attack Fenghua Entertainment too. Gu Ning wasn't annoyed when reading these comments, because she was confident about the quality of the new show. In addition, Gu Ning had many loyal fans, and her fans along with countless fans of other actors teamed up together to argue against the haters on the internet. After this drama, the first show of Fenghua Entertainment became the hottest topic on Weibo, which was free advertisement for Fenghua. About 20 minutes later, Gaoyi and Xiaoya got off the plane, and Xiaoya sent a message to Gu Ning at once. "Xiaoya boss, we just noticed that someone is stalking us, and the person seems to be a killer too. What should we do now?" Gu Ning read Xiaoya's message and subconsciously thought that the person might want to murder Gao Yi and Xiaoya. Although Gao Yi's and Xiaoya's names were already removed from the wanted list in the killer's world, it didn't mean that the killer organization that they had worked for before wouldn't take action. In other words, their lives were still in danger. Those who joined all kinds of killer organizations normally didn't do it voluntarily, but were forced to receive the training. Some of them ached to leave, but only few of them were lucky enough to get rid of those killer organizations. Anyway, Gu Ning should meet them right away. "Gu Ning, we can talk about it later when we meet." Gu Ning understood that they were worried about her reputation, or they could have killed the person in a secret place. Gao Yi and Xiaoya used to be professional killers after all, and it wasn't difficult for them to do that. Around 10 minutes later, Gao Yi and Xiaoya appeared in Gu Ning's sight, and Gu Ning also noticed a man about 30 years old, not too far behind them. The man indeed had the air of a killer. Killers grew up in a very different environment from ordinary people, so they had a different air too. They were trained as killing machines ever since they were very young, so most of them were cold-blooded. Even though Gao Yi and Xiaoya had stayed beside Gu Ning for a long time, they normally still looked very cold. Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, so she could easily tell the difference between a killer and a normal man. Gao Yi and Xiaoya sped up and walked towards Gu Ning once they saw her. Gu Ning, however, saw an unkind expression on the man behind them, so she was even more sure that the man aimed to hurt Gao Yi and Xiaoya. Without hesitation, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to scan the man's body to see whether he was carrying any guns. Although it was forbidden to take guns aboard planes, people who had a firearms license could do it. In most cases, soldiers could have the firearms license, but it didn't mean that other people couldn't. For example, Gu Ning had a firearms license herself. If a person who wasn't a soldier had a firearms license, he had to have powerful connections to help him get it. Fortunately, the man didn't have guns. In fact, even if he had guns, Gu Ning wasn't afraid of it, because she would be well prepared since she already found out. Gao Yi, Xiaoya, and Gu Ning then left together and they seemed to be calm. They got in a car and left the airport at once, followed by the man. Gu-ning definitely noticed that, but she had no intention to get rid of him right now. They planned to drive to a place where nobody was around to deal with him. When did you notice that the man was stalking you? Gu-ning asked. Gao said. We didn't find out until we were in the plane, but I think he must have begun to stalk us from City B. Actually, Gao and Xiaoya felt a little embarrassed because they didn't notice it until they were in the plane. The man must have followed them for a long time. The man sat several rows behind them in the plane and kept glancing at them during the flight. Gao and Xiaoya felt it was very strange and decided to tell Gu-ning first once they got off the plane. Gu-ning understood that Gao and Xiaoya were feeling a little awkward, but she didn't think it was a big deal. Although they used to be professional killers, they had left the killer organization for a long time after all. They didn't need to live their life in fear any longer. Moreover, if they failed to notice the man back in City B, it meant that the man was very excellent at following. Well, let's go to a place where nobody is around to see what he wants, Gu-ning said. Gao nodded and drove ahead. Gu-ning, at the same time, used her jade eyes again to check whether there were guns in the man's car. Even though the man didn't have guns on him, there might be guns in his car. Besides, it was highly likely that the man came here to kill Gao and Xiaoya, and he could have guns with him. However, Gu-ning found no gun, nor a knife. It seemed that the man had absolute confidence in himself without any weapons. Gao drove a long distance from the airport and finally found a remote place. It was an industrial district with many factories there. Because the sign by the road indicated that the industrial district was 8 kilometers away, the man who followed Gao and Xiaoya didn't think too much about it. He thought that the industrial district was Gao and Xiaoya's destination. When Gu-ning's car stopped halfway, the man suddenly realized that it was a trap. However, he didn't retreat and still drove closer. He didn't have a gun with him, so he had to attack them face to face. Once his car approached Gu-ning's car, Gu-ning, Xiaoya, and Gao got out. The man stepped out of his car afterwards. Who are you? Why are you following us? Gu-ning asked. She had told Gao and Xiaoya to remain silent and let her do the talking. I need to talk to them, the man coldly said. They're my bodyguards, so you should gain my agreement first if you want to talk to them, Gu-ning said. What do you want? In the man's eyes, Gu-ning was simply a spoiled rich girl, so he didn't take her seriously. I don't have time to waste on you, the man said and moved to attack them without delay. There were few cars that passed by there, but they had to finish the fight as soon as possible. Gao and Xiaoya went forward at once to fight against the man, and Gu-ning wasn't involved in it. She didn't believe that the man was able to defeat both Gao and Xiaoya at the same time. Nevertheless, she was soon surprised by the man's ability and unbelievable strength. Although Gao and Xiaoya didn't lose, they failed to control the man too. They were ace killers but couldn't beat one man together. It was obvious that this man must be a top killer. Gu-ning got interested. Move away. Let me do it, Gu-ning said to them. Hearing that, Gao and Xiaoya stepped backwards and let Gu-ning in. Gao and Xiaoya felt utterly embarrassed when they had to turn to Gu-ning for help, but they knew that Gu-ning didn't mind. Instead, Gu-ning was very excited to have a try. The man was also surprised by Gu-ning's skills and strength, because he thought that she was just a weak young girl. Gu-ning didn't use her magical power to help her, so they were at the same level of fighting at the beginning. Even though Gu-ning wasn't able to defeat him for now, the man was still astonished. This young girl wasn't weak at all. You better not stop me, or you'll be in big trouble, the man threatened Gu-ning. If the person who paid him to kill Gao and Xiaoya knew that she interfered, she really would be in trouble. Gu-ning pulled her lips. She wasn't afraid at all, or she wouldn't have helped Gao and Xiaoya out. Since she was already involved, she made up her mind to fight back till the end. No matter how powerful a killer organization was, it still was reluctant to mess with someone who was more powerful than it. As long as Gu-ning was powerful enough, she could protect Gao and Xiaoya from being chased by the killer organization. A killer organization was founded to make money, so it would stop once it couldn't get any benefits. After a short while, they were still in a tie, and Gu-ning enjoyed fighting against a top killer. During this time, several cars drove past and the drivers were all scared by the fierce fight, But they could see that Gu Ning and the man were both professional. They also noticed Gao Yi and Xiaoya standing aside watching the fight, so they thought that it was just a competition for fun. Therefore, they stopped for a while and watched the fight for a few minutes before they drove away, which wasn't a bad thing for Gu Ning. When Gu Ning was fighting against the man, Sitiyi already booked a room at a restaurant and called her, but Gu Ning put her phone into the telepathic eye space, so Sitiyi failed to get through to her. After that, Sitiyi sent a message and told her the address. As time went by, the man ran out of energy. Gu Ning, however, used her magical power to help her become energetic again. Because of this, the man soon lost the fight. Although he was a killer and was mentally prepared to be killed at any moment, it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of death. When he realized that it was impossible for him to kill Gao Yi and Xiaoya right now, he wanted to escape. However, Gu Ning didn't give him any chances. Within the next minute, Gu Ning directly beat him up till he had no strength to struggle. He was completely shocked by Gu Ning's power. After all, he was a top killer and ranked 7th in the killer's world. Gao Yi and Xiaoya were also impressed by Gu Ning's fighting skills and strength. "Tell me, why do you stalk us? Who told you to do that?" Gu Ning questioned the man in anger. The man was frightened. He felt like he wasn't facing a young girl, but the most powerful woman in this world. Although Gu Ning was aware that the man simply aimed to kill Gao Yi and Xiaoya, she needed to find out more details. The man was scared by Gu Ning's anger, but refused to say a word. "What? You would rather die than say a word?" Gu Ning squinted at him. "Can you let me go if I tell you?" the man asked. He was worried that Gu Ning might kill him. "Sure, I can let you go if you tell me," Gu Ning said. She agreed not to kill him, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't injure him. Actually, if this man was injured or disabled, he would be vulnerable and would be easily abandoned or killed by the killer organization he had joined. There was no need for Gu Ning to kill him with her own hands. "Do you think I'll trust you?" the man said. He was tired of this trick. "I don't care whether you trust me or not, because I already know the answer," Gu Ning said. "Did the leader of the killer organization they used to work for send you here?" Nevertheless, a touch of disdain flashed by the man's eyes when Gu Ning said that. Gu Ning didn't miss it and cocked her eyebrow. It clearly wasn't right. Another idea dawned on Gu Ning. She thought that the man might have been hired by the relatives of the people Gao Yi and Xiaoya had killed before. It was possible that the man came here to avenge their death. Thinking that, Gu Ning asked, "Were you hired by the relatives of the people they killed before to avenge their death?" This time the man panicked a little, but he soon composed himself. However, Gu Ning still caught his reaction. Gao Yi and Xiaoya noticed it too. Both of them were surprised when the answer came out because they also thought that this man was hired by the killer organization they had worked for. When they saw the man's reaction, they realized that he might have been hired by someone who hated them with a passion. Although normally Gao Yi and Xiaoya killed bad people, it was undeniable that even bad people all had a family and relatives. Seeing as they had killed them, their families or relatives would obviously hate them. In the killer's world, there was an intranet with all kinds of killing tasks on it, and killers could take on tasks as they wanted. Xiaoya and Gao Yi weren't completely cold-blooded or ruthless, so they preferred to kill bad people when they took tasks. Killers who wanted to see the tasks needed to gain permission from the manager of the intranet. Previously, when Kay wanted to hack this intranet, he had to use Gao Yi's account to log in first. Without an approved account, it was impossible for anyone to get access to it. Kay was a very famous international hacker, but he wasn't the best. There were many hackers who were better than him in the world. All kinds of killer organizations were quite mysterious, so only the top hackers were able to manage the website. Therefore, once Kay logged into the website, he was found and followed. Luckily, Kay realized it quickly and logged out to stop the hacker from following him. After Kay removed Gao Yi, Xiaoya, and Ba Qianyang's names from the wanted list on the website, he figured out a way to prevent other people from putting their names on it again. In addition, Kay developed a virus. If anyone put Gao Yi's, Xiaoya's, or Ba Qianyang's name back on the list, the website would be attacked by the virus. In order to not damage the whole system, the manager of the website gave up. However, The manager was also mad at the fact that another hacker could remove killers' names from the wanted list as he wanted. In normal cases, no one would know which killer had killed the targets advertised on the website. In addition, killers all kept a distance from each other, so it wasn't likely that one killer would leak the information about the other killer's tasks to other people. It wasn't likely, but it still could happen. As long as the hirer paid enough money and there was a killer who was willing to take the task, the secret information could be leaked, but killers in the same organization were forbidden to kill each other. Therefore, this man must be a killer from another killer organization. It was a very dangerous move because it wasn't acceptable in the killer's world to kill one another. Well, I guess I'm right this time, Guning said with a smile on her lips. So what? You still don't know who the person is, the man said. It's easy. I can check the tasks they've fulfilled one by one, Guning said with confidence. If so, why did you bother to ask me? The man said. He knew that Guning was very smart and he sensed that she wasn't simple at all. She must have done a lot to help Gao Yi and Xiaoya safely quit the killer organization. Fine, I don't want to waste time on you any longer. Since the man was unwilling to tell Guning, she stopped asking him questions. He failed to fulfill this task anyway, so his reputation was already ruined in the killer's world. Gao Yi, disable his legs, Guning said to Gao Yi. Sure, Gao Yi said and walked to the man at once. Gao Yi and Xiaoya understood that Guning had no intention to kill the man, even though he came to kill them. They didn't blame Guning for it because it wasn't good for Guning to be involved in a murder, because it might affect her life and business. Moreover, they were also aware that this man had no future in the killer's world from now on. Even if they didn't kill him today, he wouldn't end up living a good life. Without delay, Gao Yi disabled the man's legs, making it impossible for him to get them back to normal. After that, they drove away and left the man behind. Although it was a remote place, some vehicles still passed there every day. Guning didn't kill the man and wasn't worried that he would sue them either. Once he sued them, his real identity would be exposed and he would be arrested by the police. As for the surveillance cameras along the road, Kay could handle them. The second Guning got in the car, she took out her phone and found Sitiye's missed calls and message. She called Sitiye back at once, and gave the excuse that her phone was out of power earlier. Luckily, Sitiye didn't mind. Afterwards, Guning went to the restaurant. Will you blame me for letting him go? Guning asked Gao Yi and Xiaoya all of a sudden. Although she knew they wouldn't, she still needed to ask for their opinions. Of course we won't, Gao Yi and Xiaoya said with sincerity. Lady Ning, we understand that you did that for our good, and we're no longer killers, so we can't deal with it in a killer's way, Gao Yi said. Xiaoya added. Right? And we also know that he won't end up living a good life with a pair of broken legs. Hearing that, Guning was relieved. Shortly after Guning left, someone found the seriously injured man and called the police and hospital at once. Everything happened as Guning thought. The man didn't tell them Guning's name, but simply said that his enemy had broken his legs. He didn't give the polite any other details. When the police went to check the surveillance cameras, they found that the surveillance cameras were hacked. As a result, there were no clues left. The police understood that only a powerful person was able to do that, so they decided not to investigate it. In addition, the killer wanted to leave as well. Guning wasn't someone he could mess with, so he felt that it was better to stay away from her. When Guning arrived at the appointed restaurant, it was already 6:30 p.m. She was a little late, but it wasn't too late for dinner. On the phone, Guning had told Sitiye to order some dishes so long, in order to save time. She wasn't picky at all. Sitiye had dined with Guning several times, and he paid special attention to her, so he remembered what she ate more of and what she didn't eat at all. Therefore, he ordered many dishes that Guning liked. Chu Xianfeng witnessed everything, but he only had deep sympathy for Sitiye because Guning already had a boyfriend. Anyway, Sitiye enjoyed it, and as Situye's subordinate he could say nothing about it. Situ, I'm so sorry that I'm late, Guning said and apologized to Sitiye once she arrived. It's fine. You're not very late after all, Sitiye said. He actually disliked it when Guning was too polite to him because it made him feel like they weren't close. He hoped that Gu Ning could see him as a close friend. However, although they weren't strangers, they weren't very familiar with each other either. After that, they were all seated. "Oh, I heard that the first film produced by your company was a great success. Congratulations," Sitiyi said. Even though he was very busy these days, he still read a lot of news about Gu Ning on the internet. "Thanks," Gu Ning politely said. Pei-han always wanted to join the entertainment industry, and her performance in the movie has helped her get many fans, Chu Xianfeng said. Although Chu Pei-han didn't have as many fans as the leading actors, it was a success for her to be remembered by many people because of the film. No matter what Chu Pei-han wanted to do, Chu Xianfeng would support her as long as she didn't join the Qing gang or fought all day. In addition, the Qinghua organization owned an entertainment company too, so Chu Xianfeng could protect Chu Pei-han from being hurt by unspoken rules. As for what chances or roles Chu Pei-han could get, that depended on her. Pei-han really is suitable for this industry, because she's beautiful, smart and talented, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning didn't know much about acting, but Lu Zhan had made positive comments about Chu Pei-han's talent. Lu Zhan had even asked Gu Ning whether this was the first time Chu Pei-han had acted in a film, because she had done a very good job. At the beginning, Chu Pei-han made some mistakes, but she soon corrected them under Lu Zhan's guidance. Because of Gu Ning, Lu Zhan had added more time to Chu Pei-han's part in the movie. Hearing Gu Ning's approval of his younger sister, Chu Xianfeng was satisfied. They chatted for a short while, before the dishes were placed on the table. They didn't care much about manners, so they ate while talking with each other. "Gu Ning, I heard from Adam that you went to the public jade bid in Burma. How was it? Did you get a lot of good jade raw materials?" Sitiyi asked. "Yeah, it's not bad, and I indeed bought many high-quality jade raw materials," Gu Ning said. When Gu Ning met Adam and Amy at the public jade bid, she did nothing to punish Amy because she was busy back then. She didn't see Amy afterwards, so she gave it up. However, if she ran into Amy next time, she wouldn't promise that she would let her go again. It was impossible that Gu Ning would forgive her, but she couldn't kill her either. After the meal they separated. Sitiyi was still occupied with his work, so he had to go back as soon as he finished the meal with Gu Ning. It was still early, but Gu Ning wasn't interested in entertaining herself outside so late at night. Therefore, Gu Ning told Gao Yi to drive her back to clean water blue sky, and Gao Yi along with Xiao Ye went to stay in a hotel. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye didn't have an apartment there after all. The car they drove today was a rented car. Gu Ning already told Zhou Zhenghong to prepare a car for her the next day. Since Gu Ning was in City G now, she definitely had to invite Master Bai and Master Fu to share a meal together, so she decided to call them tomorrow morning. Once she was back in her apartment, she sent Leng Shouting a message. About 5 minutes later, Gu Ning's phone rang, and the caller was Leng Shouting. "Hi Shouting, what are you doing now?" Gu Ning picked it up without hesitation. "I'm missing you," Leng Shouting said. Even though they had seen each other that morning, he had already begun to miss her.
Kunings miiled happili.
"I miss you too." After that, Gu Ning told Leng Shouting that she had dined with Sitiyi today. She knew that Leng Shouting would feel a little displeased when he heard that she dined with Sitiyi, but it was unavoidable to meet Sitiyi in City G. Leng Shouting understood it as well, so he wasn't annoyed. He clearly knew that Gu Ning only loved him, and that Sitiyi was only her friend. Even though they were a loving couple, they still needed their own private space. Gu Ning was a businesswoman after all, so it was very normal for her to expand her connections. Leng Shouting wasn't small-minded, and he didn't want to lose Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't tell Leng Shouting that she had encountered a killer, because she was afraid that he might get too worried. They chatted for about an hour on the phone. After hanging up the call with Leng Shouting, Gu Ning opened the WeChat group. She hadn't chatted with her friends for a long time. Because Gu Ning seldom used WeChat, she often forgot about it. The moment she opened it, she found thousands of messages in the WeChat group. Many of her friends asked her whether she would come back to City F now that the National College entrance examination was around the corner. Gu Ning was free now, so she began to chat with them. The next morning, Gu Ning got up early and went to run for a while. When she came back home, She took a bath and changed her clothes before she had breakfast t 9 p.m. Gaoi and Xiaoya arrived at clean water blue sky, and Guning left her apartment as well. They took a taxi to the factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and drove the car that Zhou Zhenghong prepared for them from there. They were going to Zhongyang Street today. Although Shanghua Real Estate was in charge of this project, Guning needed to inspect it since she was the boss and was in City G at the moment. After Shanghua won the project at Zhongyang Street, it gave the local citizens 2 months to find a new apartment and move. The demolition began in March and it was mid-May now. After 2.5 months, Zhongyang Street was ready for construction. Guning had an exit entry permit issued by Shanghua Real Estate, so she was able to enter and leave any construction sites under the name of Shanghua. The exit entry permit Guning held belonged to the leaders, so the security guard let her in without delay and called the general supervisor at once. Knowing that a leader from the company was here, the general supervisor walked out of his office in a hurry. However, before he arrived, Guning saw several people arguing with each other, and it seemed like they were about to fight. Zhang Shun, I've tolerated you for a long time. Even if you don't work hard, you shouldn't judge us. Who do you think you are? Are you a supervisor? A young man around 20 years old shouted at a man who was about 27 angrily. I'm not a supervisor, but the supervisor is my uncle. My uncle told me to keep a close eye on you. The man named Zhang Shun was quite arrogant. Do you think that you're a professional? You know nothing about construction, so you should stop giving orders, the young man said. Besides, you never take responsibility for your mistakes at work. Do you think that you can get away with it forever? Right. Several people beside the young man supported him. Zhang Shun panicked a little and argued at once. Don't blame me for it. You didn't listen to me, so you deserved the punishment. You? Other people were mad because Zhang Shun was playing the blame game. It was your fault. So what? What can you do to me? If you don't want to work with me, you can quit. Zhang Shun raised his voice. You. The others were all furious, but they indeed could not do anything about it, because Zhang Shun was the supervisor's nephew. They couldn't stand his behavior, but they needed a job, especially when Shanghua paid them a high salary. The young man was actually in 12th grade this year, but his family was caught by a terrible tragedy 2 months ago. His father, who was the breadwinner in their family, broke a leg at the construction site, and his family couldn't afford his education in university, so he had to quit school and started to work right away. While they didn't know what to do to Zhang Shun, a girl's voice sounded close to them. He can do nothing to punish you, but I can. Hearing that, they all turned to look at Guning and were impressed by her beauty. Who are you? Zhang Shun asked. You don't need to know who I am, but I have the right to fire you because you've disobeyed the rules of this construction site, Guning coldly said. Zhang Shun was scared. This girl in front of him could be a person of power. However, it was hard for him to believe it. I'm the supervisor's nephew, Zhang Shun said. He still tried to put pressure on Guning with his identity. In his eyes, a supervisor was very powerful, but it was nothing in Guning's eyes. Guning wouldn't take grassroots lightly, but she wouldn't accept any black sheep. If she didn't witness it, she might ignore it, but she had to do something since she already found out about it. Guning didn't bother to argue with Zhang Shun, because she saw the general supervisor coming. Seeing the general supervisor, they fell into silence. The general supervisor was a man about 34 years old, and he was assigned here by the Shengning organization, so he knew Guning. Although he didn't know that Guning was the founder of the Shengning organization, he was aware that Guning had a close relationship with Nguangyao. No matter who she was, he knew that she was an important figure. Moreover, he also knew that Guning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. However, that was all he knew about Guning. Even though he seldom read the news and didn't know more of her achievements, he already admired Guning deeply. Therefore, when he saw Guning in real life, he was excited. It's so nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Zhang Shun got nervous when the general supervisor was so polite to Guning. General Supervisor Chun. Where is the supervisor of this construction site? Guning asked. The general supervisor was responsible for the whole construction site. while the supervisor was the head of construction workers. General Supervisor Chun frowned and looked around, but he didn't see Supervisor Zhang. "Where is Supervisor Zhang?" he asked a worker. "I just heard Supervisor Zhang tell Zhang Shun that he was going to play mahjong, so he left Zhang Shun to supervise us," the young man said. In fact, they all knew that Supervisor Zhang was very lazy and often absent, but they didn't dare to complain about it. However, Gu Ning's appearance and attitude changed everything. It was obvious that this girl sided with the construction workers and she had the power to make the decisions here. "He went to play mahjong during working hours? That's insane." General Supervisor Chun was mad at once. Supervisor Zhang always did a good job in front of him, so he didn't pay much attention to him, but it turned out that Supervisor Zhang was negligent in supervising this construction project. General Supervisor Chun blamed himself for this mistake. Zhang Shun was scared when General Supervisor Chun was mad, and he didn't dare to side with his uncle now. "Does it often happen?" Gu Ning asked the young man. "Yeah, we rarely see the supervisor these days," the young man said. Hearing that, General Supervisor Chun was even angrier. A supervisor should keep a close eye on the construction project. Otherwise, he didn't deserve such a high salary. "We can't keep him. General Supervisor Chun, please directly fire Supervisor Zhang and Zhang Shun, and I'll talk to Chairman and later," Gu Ning said. "Sure," General Supervisor Chun said. Even if Gu Ning didn't give that order, he would still fire Supervisor Zhang. He didn't understand why Gu Ning wanted to fire Zhang Shun as well, but he knew that Gu Ning had to be doing it for a reason. The other people were all delighted when they heard that both Supervisor Zhang and Zhang Shun were fired, because nobody liked them. "Miss Gu, please give me another chance. I promise I won't do it again," Zhang Shun begged Gu Ning in a hurry. He got paid a higher salary here, so he was unwilling to leave. Besides, he wasn't well educated, and it wasn't easy for him to find another good job. Gu Ning, however, ignored him and turned to look at the young man. "You can stay, and the others should go back to work." The young man then stayed and the other people all walked away. "General Supervisor Chun, please take Zhang Shun to finish the legal procedures for his dismissal," Gu Ning said to General Supervisor Chun. "No problem. Miss Gu, please feel free to tell me if you need me to do anything for you," General Supervisor Chun said before he left with Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun was reluctant to leave, but he was left no choice. "Miss Gu, may I help?" the young man asked, feeling nervous when he was alone with Gu Ning. "What's your name?" Gu Ning asked. She had a good impression of this young man. He should be studying in a school at his age, but he was doing physical work here. There had to be a reason for it. Gu Ning told him to stay in order to find out more about him. She had a strong feeling that this young man was very promising, and Gu Ning believed in her feelings. If she didn't have that feeling, she wouldn't waste much time on a stranger. "My name's Yuan Mao," Yuan Mao answered. "How old are you?" Gu Ning asked again.
I'm 19.
Yuan Mao didn't understand why Gu Ning asked that, but he still answered her questions. "You're 19? You're supposed to study in a school at this age. Why are you already making a living?" Gu Ning asked. Yuan Mao instantly looked upset, but soon composed himself. He didn't want other people to think that he was weak. Gu Ning knew that he ached to study from his expression, but he couldn't do that because of some difficulties. She was right. "I'm in 12th grade this year and I should be attending the National College Entrance Examination, but my father was caught in an accident 2 months ago. He was the only breadwinner in my family, so I had to quit school and support my family by working here," Yuan Mao said. Although he wanted to keep on studying, his family mattered more in his eyes. "How's your performance in your grades?" Gu Ning asked. "I'm always among the top 20 in my grade," Yuan Mao said with pride, then wore a resigned look. He was proud of himself because he was very academic. However, no matter how good he was at studying, he had to give it up. Knowing that, Gu Ning was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Yuan Mao was an excellent student in his school. In that case, it would be a shame for him not to finish his education. "Well, have you ever thought about what major you will choose if you can get into a university?" Gu Ning asked. Yuan Mao was confused when Gu Ning kept asking him questions about his studies. He was unwilling to talk much about it because he felt sad every time he thought of it. Nevertheless, Gu Ning was the boss, so he had to answer her questions. Building design, I think, he said. Can you tell me why? Gu Ning asked. Yuan Mao stopped for a second, then continued. My father used to be an architect and I learned a lot from him, but a man stole a design from my father several years ago and even slandered my father. Because the man has a powerful family as support while my family is very ordinary, my father failed to get his design back and his reputation was also ruined in the industry. My father couldn't work as an architect any longer, so he had to earn some money at construction sites. Saying that, Yuan Mao felt like crying. Gu Ning nodded after hearing the story. No matter what level Yuan Mao's father was at as an architect, his father must be outstanding since his father could become an architect. Yuan Mao had also learned a lot from his father, which meant that he was better than his peers in this industry. His father had to quit this industry, but he still chose to join it, which proved his determination. Well, if you can keep studying, do you still want to major in building design? Gu Ning asked. Of course. Yuan Mao blurted it out, but soon lowered his head. I don't think it's possible though. It is possible as long as you agree to one condition I lay down, Gu Ning said. I can support you to finish your education and cure your father's leg. Gu Ning thought that it wasn't a bad idea if Yuan Mao could work for her in the future. He could be very loyal to her since she was willing to support him. Yuan Mao rounded his eyes in shock and couldn't believe his ears. Miss Gu, are you sure? Yuan Mao asked.
Gu Ning smiled.
Of course, I'm willing to solve these problems for you and help you out. Really? I can't believe it. Yuan Mao was thrilled and astonished. He indeed ached to go back to his school, but he wanted his father to get good treatment first. Although his father only broke one leg, his father couldn't work as usual to make enough money. And because his family wasn't rich, and they could barely afford the medical fee. Yes, Gu Ning said with certainty. Well, what's the condition? Yuan Mao asked. He wanted this chance, but he was afraid that Gu Ning might tell him to do something illegal. He was very cautious and wouldn't easily be tempted. Although he was young and lacked social experience, he remained calm. You must sign a labor contract of 10 years with Shanghua Real Estate after your graduation, which means that you must work for Shanghua for at least 10 years in the future. You'll get a decent pay and you can choose to stay or leave after 10 years, Gu Ning said. 10 years weren't short, nor was it too long. If Yuan Mao thought that Shanghua Real Estate was a great platform to put his skills into practice, he would stay. If he wanted to leave for a better company, Gu Ning wouldn't force him to stay either. Gu Ning appreciated talented people, but she hoped that they would work for her voluntarily. She wasn't sure whether Yuan Mao would agree with it because it was a little strict. Yuan Mao was surprised again after hearing the condition. What? I must sign a labor contract of 10 years with Shanghua Real Estate? Yuan Mao didn't think that it was an unreasonable condition, but thought it was to his advantage. After all, it was difficult for graduates to find a good job nowadays. Exactly because of this situation, Yuan Mao couldn't figure out why Gu Ning was willing to wait for him. Even if he was successfully accepted by a university, it didn't mean that he would be an outstanding architect. Yuan Mao asked, Miss Gu, this condition is totally to my own advantage, so I don't understand why you're willing to do that. There are plenty of skilled architects in the world. Why don't you hire them? If I can't become an outstanding architect in the future, I'll be useless for Shanghua.
Gu Ning smiled.
She liked smart people who valued personal loyalty above money, and she believed that Yuan Mao was one of them. She also understood that it took time to test one's loyalty, and she was patient. You're right. It probably won't do my company any good in the future, but I have confidence in my decision and you, Gu Ning said. You can think of me as a kind person who's willing to give you a helping hand. Yuan Mao was struck dumb for a second. He didn't expect that a stranger would be so kind to him when he had nothing to offer. After all, there were more good people than bad people in this world. Since Gu Ning was willing to help him, Yuan Mao didn't ask further about it. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. I accept the condition you lay down, Yuan Mao said. Yuan Mao was grateful to Gu Ning, and he realized that he met a generous benefactor. Yuan Mao never doubted whether Gu Ning was able to make the decision to let him sign the contract with Shanghua Real Estate, because he could see that Gu Ning was a very important figure in the company. Although Gu Ning looked young, she wasn't ordinary at all. Afterwards, Gu Ning went to General Supervisor Chen's office together with Yuan Mao. Once they were gone, the others began to discuss it. Who's that girl? She seems to be an important figure. She must be, since she could easily fire Supervisor Zhang and Zhang Shun. Right, but what did she say to Yuan Mao just then? Will Yuan Mao be fired too? I don't think so, because Yuan Mao looked very excited. He must have heard some good news. Did the girl decide to help Yuan Mao? They talked about it for a long while, but nobody knew the answer. Gu Ning told General Supervisor Chun to pay Yuan Mao his salary before she left with him. Although Gu Ning didn't explain it at all, General Supervisor Chun understood that Yuan Mao was super lucky today, and was picked by Gu Ning. He actually also had a good impression of Yuan Mao. Zhang Shun was already fired, but he didn't leave yet, because he was waiting for Supervisor Zhang. Therefore, he saw Gu Ning walking out with Yuan Mao. However, Zhang Shun wasn't as smart as General Supervisor Chun, and he didn't understand why Gu Ning did that. He thought that Yuan Mao had been fired too, but it didn't seem to be true. However, then why did Yuan Mao walk out with Gu Ning? Zhang Shun was curious but didn't dare to ask them. He could only stand still watching them leave. At this moment, Supervisor Zhang arrived in a hurry, and Gu Ning stopped to look at him. Supervisor Zhang was a man who was about 40 years old, and he argued once he walked into General Supervisor Chen's office. Why did you fire me? I just left for a short while to play mahjong. I won't do it again. It's not a big deal. He made it sound as if it wasn't his fault at all. You just left for a short while? General Supervisor Chun glared at Supervisor Zhang. It's not the first time that you've been absent from work for too long. You're the supervisor, and you're supposed to be at the construction site all day. We don't pay you so that you can play mahjong as you like. Hearing that, Supervisor Zhang panicked a little. He realized that it was a very serious problem. You can't fire me just because of that, and I won't do it again, Supervisor Zhang said. He was unwilling to leave here. It's not up to you, and Chairman An is already aware of it now, so you have to be fired, General Supervisor Chun said. What? How is it possible? Supervisor Zhang was shocked. General Supervisor Chun just called An Guangyao a while before Supervisor Zhang arrived, and An Guangyao was furious after knowing about it. An Guangyao told General Supervisor Chun to obey Gu Ning's order, and it was obvious that An Guangyao respected Gu Ning very much. General Supervisor Chun was more curious about Gu Ning's title now, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask about it at this time. He had worked for Shanghua Real Estate for many years, and he knew that it almost went bankrupt last time, so An Guangyao wasn't its owner now. He began to think that the person who took over Shanghua Real Estate could be a member of Gu Ning's family. He didn't think that Gu Ning was the person because she was too young. I can make the decision to fire you, Gu Ning said all of a sudden and walked back into the office. She didn't want General Supervisor Chun to bear the blame for her. Hearing that, Supervisor Zhang turned around to look at Gu Ning, and he was stunned by her beauty at a glance. Not only was he addicted to gambling, but he was also lecherous. Who is this beautiful girl? Thinking of that, he asked, Who are you? I'm a shareholder of Shanghua Real Estate, and I made the decision to fire you and your nephew, Gu Ning said. What? You're a shareholder of Shanghua Real Estate? Both Supervisor Zhang and Zhang Shun were shocked. Yuan Mao was surprised too. He thought that Gu Ning might have a special relationship with Shanghua, but he didn't expect that she was a shareholder. General Supervisor Chun wasn't as surprised, because he knew that Gu Ning was an important figure in the company. In fact, except for An Guangyao, Gu Ning was the only shareholder of Shanghua Real Estate. Stop bragging. You're too young to be a shareholder of Shanghua, Supervisor Zhang said. Who says that a young girl can't be a shareholder of Shanghua Real Estate? I have enough money to invest in it, Gu Ning said with pride. She normally kept a low profile, but it was time for her to show her ability now. Supervisor Zhang closed his mouth and didn't know what to say. Although he still didn't believe it, he noticed that General Supervisor Chun said nothing, and it meant that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl. However, he was still reluctant to leave. Even though you're a shareholder, you can't fire me. I'm an experienced worker here and I didn't make any big mistakes. He still didn't think that it was his fault. It's up to me whether you should be fired, and now I'm telling you that you too are fired, Gu Ning said with a serious expression. Leave right now with your salary, or my bodyguards will throw you out. They're very strong, and I won't pay the medical fee if you're injured. You? Supervisor Zhang was mad, but was more scared of Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. Since they were bodyguards, they had to be good at fighting. He was just an ordinary man, and it was impossible for him to beat them. In the end, he had to leave with his salary. Gu Ning also left with Yuan Mao, and they went to Yuan Mao's home together. She planned to talk with Yuan Mao's parents first before she treated Yuan Mao's father's broken leg. On the way, Gu Ning called Nguangyao and told him her plan. Nguangyao agreed without doubt, and sent a labor contract to Gu Ning's email account. Yuan Mao still felt like it was too good to be true, but he was also very excited about it. Before long, Gu Ning had 2 copies of the labor contract. Yuan Mao's father used to be an architect, and they had a beautiful apartment on a good block. However, after being framed, Yuan Mao's father lost his job and had to pay 2 million yuan as compensation. So they sold the apartment and their car. So now they lived in a rented apartment. The rent and utilities added up to nearly 2,000 yuan a month. Before Yuan Mao's father broke his leg, he could make at least 5,000 yuan monthly, and with Yuan Mao's mother's salary, their family had an income of 10,000 yuan every month. It was enough for Yuan Mao's family to pay their household expenses and his tuition. Unfortunately, Yuan Mao's father was injured afterwards, and they spent all their savings to treat his father. It was very hard for Yuan Mao's mother to support their family alone. What was worse was that none of their relatives was willing to help them. As a result, Yuan Mao had to quit school to help his mother to support their family. When Gu Ning arrived at Yuan Mao's home, she told Yuan Mao's parents why she came. But Yuan Mao's parents didn't believe her at the beginning. Yuan Mao's parents were both simple, and they didn't believe that there was something like free lunch in this world. Even though Gu Ning only wanted Yuan Mao to work for Shanghua for 10 years with a decent pay, they still couldn't believe it. It was too good to be true after all. Gu Ning explained that she really appreciated Yuan Mao's character and skills, and that she also had deep sympathy for what he had been through. She wanted to help him out since he was excellent at studying. In order to set Yuan Mao's parents' mind at rest, Gu Ning told them that she was the owner of Shanghua Real Estate and Jade Beauty Jewelry. However, it wasn't persuasive enough to just tell them, so Gu Ning showed them many pieces of news about her on the internet. She also played a video of the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry, which was solid proof to prove her identity. They had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry because it was quite famous recently, but they didn't know who its boss was. They didn't surf on the internet, so they missed a lot of news about it. To their surprise, the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry was a young girl, who was less than 20 years old. After the great shock, Yuan Mao's parents chose to trust Gu Ning. Gu Ning then signed the labor contract with Yuan Mao. Yuan Mao's father repeatedly thanked Gu Ning, and told Yuan Mao to study hard to return Gu Ning's favor. Without delay, Gu Ning transferred 20,000 yuan to Yuan Mao's father's bank card to help them live a better life. Gu Ning would pay for Yuan Mao's tuition and living expenses in school as well, but it didn't mean that she would support his family. Anyway, Yuan Mao's father could fully recover in a few days and go back to work. Gu Ning understood that Yuan Mao's father used to be a good architect, so she had the idea to give Yuan Mao's father a chance. Although his father wasn't able to be in charge of a major project, he was capable of managing a small project. Knowing that Gu Ning could help him get a construction project, Yuan Mao's father was thrilled. However, he was worried that he might cause Gu Ning trouble since his leg was broken now. His kindness impressed Gu Ning, so Gu Ning said that she could cure his leg. Yuan Mao's father wasn't seriously injured, so it was easy for Gu Ning to cure him. Yuan Mao's family instead declined Gu Ning's offer because they thought that Gu Ning wanted to take them to a hospital. They were unwilling to spend Gu Ning's money, no matter how rich she was. Gu Ning smiled, then took out a porcelain bottle. "We don't need to go to the hospital. This medicine is effective enough to cure your leg. You can apply it to your broken leg 3 times a day, and it'll go back to normal within several days." Within several days? Yuan Mao's father was shocked and couldn't believe it, but he thought that there was no reason for Gu Ning to lie to them. So, even though he didn't believe it, he still decided to try it. He trusted Gu Ning and thanked her again. After that, Gu Ning stood up and was about to leave. Before she walked out, she told Yuan Mao to go back to school tomorrow. She would handle everything for him, so he didn't need to worry about anything. He could just focus on his studies. It was time for lunch, so Yuan Mao's parents politely invited Gu Ning to stay and share the meal with them. They weren't rich, but they would do their best to treat their guest well. Gu Ning declined because she needed to deal with something else later, but she promised that she would visit them again when she was free. Since Gu Ning said that, Yuan Mao's parents didn't insist and walked her out. Once Gu Ning was gone, some neighbors walked over and asked Yuan Mao's parents what happened. Yuan Mao's parents were very kind and generous, so the neighbors cared about them. Yuan Mao's mother thanked them for their kindness, then told them that Gu Ning was a kind benefactor helping with Yuan Mao's education. She said nothing about the contract. Other people felt happy for Yuan Mao's family, because it really was a shame that Yuan Mao had to quit school. Some were also jealous of Yuan Mao but didn't say it aloud. Yuan Mao and his parents went back home at once, then applied the medicine to his father's broken leg. Yuan Mao's father soon felt that his injured leg felt comfortable, and the pain was relieved a little. It would take time for Yuan Mao's father to make a full recovery, but he was still amazed by the obvious effect of Gu Ning's medicine. Yuan Mao and his parents finally saw hope, and they believed that their family was going to live a better life in the future. Gu Ning called Yin Zhenglin in her car on the way to a restaurant. She briefly explained the situation Yuan Mao was in to him, and asked him whether he could help. Yin Zhenglin agreed since Gu Ning needed his help. He also had sympathy for Yuan Mao after knowing what Yuan Mao had been through. Yin Zhenglin called the principal of the No. 2 high school without hesitation. Although there was no need for him to do that in person, he wanted to do that personally for Gu Ning's sake. The principal of the No. 2 high school had Yin Zhenglin's phone number, but they had never talked with each other on the phone before. Even though they knew each other, they weren't familiar with one another. Therefore, the principal was surprised when he saw the caller's name. He picked it up at once. After hearing the reason why Yin Zhenglin called him, the principal was surprised again. Since Yin Zhenglin called him in person, it meant that it was very important, so he agreed without doubt. He was also willing to accept an excellent student. It would be a great shame if such an excellent student like Yuan Mao had to quit school just because of money. Because Yuan Mao was an excellent student, he always had a scholarship in high school. The principal was willing to continue to offer Yuan Mao the scholarship as long as he performed well at his studies as usual. After having the call with Yin Zhenglin, the principal called the head teacher of Yuan Mao's class at once, and the head teacher was happy to have Yuan Mao back too. Yin Zhenglin gave Gu Ning a reply later. He also asked Gu Ning whether she was in City G at the moment. Gu Ning told him that she was in City G, so he invited her to dine with them at the Yin family's house. Gu Ning already had a plan to dine with them that afternoon, so she wouldn't visit the Yin family's home. Yin Zhenglin agreed. When Gu Ning arrived at the restaurant, she called Master Bai, Master Fu and Master Yan and asked them whether they were free for a meal that afternoon. They were all happy to know that Gu Ning was in City G, and even complained that Gu Ning hadn't visited them in a long time. Gu Ning smiled and explained that she had been very busy recently. They obviously knew that Gu Ning was busy dealing with her business empire, and she was also a student. It wasn't easy for a young girl to manage both her work and study well at the same time. Because they were free that afternoon, they agreed to dine with Gu Ning with alacrity. Zhou Zhengtang got up at 9 a.m. that morning and went to wait outside Jade Beauty Jewelry to see whether he could meet Zhou Zhenghong. Although he knew Zhou Zhenghong spent most of the time in the factory, he didn't know where the factory was, so he had to wait outside the store. Zhou Zhengtang knew the address of Zhou Zhenghong's new house, but he wasn't allowed to go inside. When it was almost 1 p.m., Zhou Zhenghong finally came, and Zhou Zhengtang walked to him at once. "Hi, Zhenghong," he called him. Zhou Zhenghong stopped, but he was obviously displeased the second he saw Zhou Zhengtang. Zhou Zhenghong understood why Zhou Zhengtang showed up here, but he was still unwilling to help. Zhou Zhengtang wasn't dumb either, and he was annoyed facing Zhou Zhenghong's cold expression. "Zhenghong, you should know why I'm here. I already told you that it's impossible. Why did you still come here?" Zhou Zhenghong frowned. "You?" Zhou Zhengtang was angry. "Zhenghong, do you have to be so cold-blooded? If you're not willing to pay the bill, you can lend some money to me." Zhou Zhenghong sneered. "Do you want me to lend you some money? When can you pay it back?" He knew his older brother too well, and he understood that it was impossible for him to get the money back once he lent it to his older brother. Zhou Zhengtang indeed had no intention to pay the millions of yuan back to Zhou Zhenghong. In his eyes, Zhou Zhenghong was rich enough to give him several million yuan without asking for it back. "Well, I'll pay you back once I have enough money," Zhou Zhengtang said. Obviously, it was a lie. "You'll pay me back once you have enough money?" Zhou Zhenghong laughed a little. "Stop lying to my face. I've paid for your house and car before, but you've never mentioned it. I'm not dumb, and I know that your family can't make that much money in your life. It's impossible that you can pay millions of yuan back to me." Zhou Zhenghong wasn't making fun of Zhou Zhengtang because it was the truth. Given Zhou Zhengtang's family's income, it indeed was impossible for them to pay Zhou Zhenghong back. Although it was the truth, Zhou Zhengtang thought that Zhou Zhenghong was laughing at him. "Zhou Zhenghong, who do you think you are? Do you think you're superior to us only because you're rich? Don't forget that I'm your biological older brother." Zhou Zhengtang shouted. He raised his voice on purpose, trying to make use of the public opinion to put pressure on Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong was the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry after all, so he believed that Zhou Zhenghong would give in under the pressure. Many people immediately walked over to watch the drama, and they began to discuss it. Because of the popularity of Jade Beauty Jewelry, most of them recognized Zhou Zhenghong. Did the man just say that he's the older brother of General Manager Zhou? Yeah, I heard it too. He said that General Manager Zhou refused to help him. Why did General Manager Zhou do that? No idea. Hearing onlookers' discussion, Zhou Zhenghong wasn't mad, but he was angry at Zhou Zhengtang's slander. Zhou Zhengtang made a stupid decision, because it wasn't easy to scheme against Zhou Zhenghong. Since Zhou Zhengtang played a dirty trick, there was no need for Zhou Zhenghong to be kind to him anymore. Zhou Zhenghong had his own principles. If people treated him nicely, he would be gentle to them as well, and vice versa. He had tolerated Zhou Zhengtang's behavior for a long time, and he had enough of it. Besides, he was the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and his reputation would affect the reputation of Guning and Jade Beauty Jewelry, so he wouldn't allow anyone to defame him. "Zhengtang, do you really think millions of yuan is nothing for me? I'm working for another person's company now, and I'm not the boss here. By the way, I've already bought a house and a car for your family before," Zhou Zhenghong said in anger. Not many people knew that Zhou Zhenghong was a shareholder of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Outsiders only knew that Guning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Zhou Zhenghong was the general manager of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so his salary couldn't be too high. It was difficult for him to pay a bill of several million yuan with his salary. In fact, his salary wasn't very high, but he could make a lot of money from the dividend at the end of the year. Even though Zhou Zhenghong was rich, it wasn't his duty to buy a house and a car for Zhou Zhengtang's son. Onlookers started to look at Zhou Zhengtang with disdain and hatred. It was totally unreasonable for Zhou Zhengtang to force Zhou Zhenghong to buy a house and a car for his son. The man is so shameless. How can he force General Manager Zhou to buy a hour and a car for his son? General Manager Zhou has already bought a house and a car for his family. General Manager Zhou is so generous. I think his older brother simply wants his money. There are all kinds of fish in the sea. Why can't he earn money to buy a house and a car for his son? I agree. The onlookers all criticized Zhou Zhengtang. Zhou Zhengtang was surprised that Zhou Zhenghong said that aloud in public, so he gave him a glare before he left. Once Zhou Zhengtang left, the others walked away too, and Zhou Zhenghong went into the store. The staff inside the store witnessed everything, and everyone was mad at Zhou Zhengtang. They had seen many shameless relatives before, but Zhou Zhengtang's behavior was still beyond their imagination. They worked for Jade Beauty Jewelry, so they were aware that Zhou Zhenghong was an important shareholder of it, but they wouldn't say it aloud. When Zhou Zhengtang went back home in anger, his wife understood that they failed again, but she still asked, "How is it? He refused to buy a house and a car for us. He even embarrassed me in public by saying that he has already paid a lot for us before. Why does he have to be so mean? He's rich enough to afford it after all," Zhou Zhengtang said. He still believed that he had done nothing wrong, and it was all Zhou Zhenghong's fault. How could he do that? Does he think he's better than us just because he's rich? Zhou Zhengtang's wife said. She made it sound as if Zhou Zhenghong had taken advantage of them. Zhou Zhengtang and her wife were the same kind of people. Both of them were extremely selfish and greedy. However, they didn't notice that their son, Zhou Mingkong, and their son's fiancée Li Fei, heard their conversation at this moment. Li Fei was struck dumb for a second, and it took a long while for her to digest it. She was surprised by her future parents-in-law's shamelessness. She was going to marry Zhou Mingkong, but Zhou Mingkong's parents asked his uncle for a free house and car. In fact, Li Fei never asked for a house and a car before they got married, because she knew that they weren't rich, and she also decided to fight for it along with Zhou Mingkong. After all, they worked in a public institution with decent pay and good social welfare. Therefore, as long as they could afford the down payment, it wasn't difficult for them to buy a house by getting a mortgage. They had only joined the workforce for a year, so their salaries weren't very high, but their salaries could increase over time. Li Fei was scared by Zhou Zhengtang and his wife. She didn't think that she could live a happy life with them if she married into such a family. Although Zhou Mingkong's parents did it for them, she disliked their way of thinking. Even Zhou Mingkong was shocked by his parents' conversation. He disliked his parents' values and behavior too, but he wouldn't blame them because they were his parents. Li Fei, however, was different. She hadn't married into the family yet, and she found that she couldn't accept their values. "Mingkong, I can't stand this. I think we should end our relationship," she said to Zhou Mingkong with a serious expression. After that, she turned around and walked away without hesitation. Li Fei was determined, because it wasn't the first time that she had been disgusted by the words or behavior of Zhou Mingkong's parents. Although Zhou Mingkong's parents already accepted her as their future daughter-in-law, she sensed that there was something wrong with his parents' values when they spent some time together. Li Fei wasn't satisfied, but she thought she was going to marry Zhou Mingkong, not his parents, so she tolerated it. In addition, people all had shortcomings. Nevertheless, what Zhou Mingkong's parents had said and done today was totally unacceptable in her eyes. She still loved Zhou Mingkong, but she had to make a choice now. She couldn't be happy if she married into such a family. They couldn't afford a house right now, so she would have to live with Zhou Mingkong's parents for years. In that case, she would have endless conflict with his parents. It wasn't the marriage or life she wanted. Zhou Zhengtang and his wife were surprised when they heard Li Fei's voice, and they turned to look at the door. They didn't think that they were wrong, and they were annoyed by Li Fei's attitude. "Fei Fei." Zhou Mingkong stopped Li Fei at once by pulling her hand. He also loved Li Fei very much, and was unwilling to lose her. "What did you just say?" Zhou Mingkong's mother questioned her. She accepted Li Fei as her future daughter-in-law, but it didn't mean that she would treat Li Fei very well as a member of her family. In her eyes, a daughter-in-law was always an outsider. Besides, she believed that she was more important than her daughter-in-law. "Mom, stop it now," Zhou Mingkong said and frowned. "What? Did I say anything wrong? She hasn't married into our family yet, and she already dares to criticize me," Zhou Mingkong's mother said. "Mom, don't say that." Zhou Mingkong tried to stop his mother. He was displeased because of his mother's words, and he didn't want his girlfriend to dump him right before their wedding. Zhou Mingkong thought that it was nothing personal, and it was obviously his parents' fault. You don't need to worry about that, because I'm not going to marry into your family, Li Fei said with determination and struggled to get rid of Zhou Mingkong's hand. Fei, don't. Zhou Mingkong held Li Fei's hand tight. Mingkong, let her go. You can find someone better than her, Zhou Mingkong's mother said with arrogance. In her eyes, Li Fei didn't deserve her son. Mom! Zhou Mingkong was mad. He didn't understand why his mother became so unreasonable all of a sudden. Actually, it only proved that Zhou Mingkong didn't know his parents well. The truth was that Zhou Zhenghong had helped his parents a lot before, so Zhou Mingkong wasn't aware of how greedy his parents were. Once Zhou Zhenghong lost everything, his parents kept a distance from Zhou Zhenghong. And when Zhou Zhenghong got rich again, their parents finally showed their real colors. Zhou Mingkong knew nothing about what his parents had done before, or he would feel utterly embarrassed. Enough, let her go. We don't welcome her here, Zhou Zhongtang said in anger. He was in a terrible mood now, and Li Fei's attitude irritated him. Dad! Zhou Mingkong felt helpless. Zhou Mingkong, let me go. Li Fei was furious. Mingkong, let her go. Zhou Zhongtang and his wife gave an order. I'll go with you and we can have a talk in private, Zhou Mingkong said. He knew that they couldn't stay at his home any longer. However, his mother stopped him. You should stay and let her go. If you dare to leave with her, you're forbidden from coming back again. Mom! Zhou Mingkong raised his voice. Mingkong, stay home today and don't go anywhere, Zhou Zhongtang said and pulled Zhou Mingkong over with great force. Dad! Zhou Mingkong almost had a breakdown at this time. He even blamed himself for going back home today. Li Fei seized this chance and got rid of his hand, then left without turning around at all. Zhou Mingkong could only watch her leaving. Mom, Dad, how could you ask my uncle for a house and a car? Fei didn't ask for that, and my uncle already bought this apartment for us. He's very nice to us, Zhou Mingkong said when Li Fei was gone. Hearing that, Zhou Zhongtang shouted. He's my younger brother and he has enough money to buy an apartment for me. Zhou Mingkong thought that it was ridiculous. It wasn't a younger brother's duty to support his older brother even if he was rich. However, his father took it for granted. Zhou Mingkong didn't know what to say, because his father was too old to change his way of thinking. We want a house for your own good. Don't you know the housing price is incredibly high right now? We can't afford a house ourselves. Zhou Mingkong's mother argued. Although they had an apartment, they still wanted a house. Enough! Why don't you simply admit that you're greedy? Do you think your behavior is reasonable? It's amoral. I don't want my colleagues or friends to know I have such parents. They'll despise me. Zhou Mingkong lost his temper. He didn't want his parents' behavior to affect his job. He could tolerate his parents, but other people wouldn't. Zhou Zhongtang and his wife closed their mouths at once, because they knew how powerful rumors were. Actually, Zhou Mingkong's mother loved gossiping, and she always talked about other people's private lives with her friends. If other people knew what they had done, their family's reputation would be damaged. What was worse, it would affect her son's career in the public institution as well. Therefore, Zhou Mingkong's mother stopped arguing. Zhou Mingkong was full of anger. Since Zhou Zhongtang forbade him to leave home, he could only lock himself in his room and called Li Fei at once, but Li Fei refused to answer his calls. Zhou Mingkong had to give up calling in the end, then threw his phone on his bed. Because his bed was soft, his phone wasn't damaged at all. He didn't blame Li Fei for breaking up with him, because he couldn't tolerate his parents' behavior either. He only felt like he probably wasn't that important in Li Fei's eyes. He thought that it was enough that they loved each other, but Li Fei had a different opinion. They had to live with Zhou Mingkong's parents after getting married, and it was unavoidable to have conflict. Li Fei went straight back to her own home, and talked about it with her parents. Although her family weren't as rich as Zhou Mingkong's family, her parents had principles. Li Fei didn't want to marry Zhou Mingkong, and her parents supported her. At 2 p.m., Gu Ning received a call from an acquaintance. Miss Gu, this is Han Wenling. We met each other at your parents' wedding last time. A woman said once Gu Ning picked up the call. Han Wenling was very polite to Gu Ning, and she didn't take Gu Ning lightly just because she was very young, because she knew that Gu Ning was too outstanding to be despised.
Han Wenling.
Gu Ning was a little surprised that she would call her. She was curious to know why Han Wenling suddenly called her, because it was very easy for Han Wenling to get her phone number. Gu Ning didn't feel like it was strange. Hi Miss Han, may I help? Gu Ning asked nicely. She thought that Han Wenling wasn't a bad person. Although Han Wenling had mocked Gu Man and annoyed Gu Ning before, it wasn't unforgivable. Gu Ning actually didn't mind because Han Wenling was a smart woman. Well, I tried the ointment you sent me last time and it's quite effective. I found out that Colleen is yours afterwards, and I have an idea to cooperate with you, Han Wenling said. In fact, when she found out that Gu Ning was the owner of Colleen, she was really surprised. Colleen was a very successful medical brand on the market after all. Its customers all left positive comments about it. It was the right way to make a fortune. Han Wenling knew the competition to cooperate must be fierce, but she still wanted to try. Miss Han, can you tell me your plan? Gu Ning asked. She was willing to sell Han Wenling some products if Han Wenling wanted to open a store, but she wouldn't allow Han Wenling to produce the products. I plan to establish a factory in City Q to produce the medical and skincare products of this brand, Han Wenling said.
Gu Ning frowned.
She actually had the feeling that Han Wenling would say that, so she wasn't surprised. Han Wenling was a successful entrepreneur herself, and a small pharmacy couldn't satisfy her need of making a fortune.
I'm sorry, Miss Han.
If you want to open a pharmacy and purchase products from my company, we'd love to cooperate with you, but I can't agree with you wanting to establish a factory, Gu Ning said. Why? It's a win-win for both of us. It wasn't a surprising answer because Han Wenling had called Ning Chongkai before, and Ning Chongkai turned her down too. Ning Chongkai didn't tell her the specific reason, but just told her that cooperating with another company to produce their products was not allowed. Gu Ning had set the rule for Ning Chongkai, so Ning Chongkai worked according to it. Han Wenling called Gu Ning afterwards only hoping that Gu Ning might change her mind. Even though she wasn't familiar with Gu Ning, they had met each other once before. She wasn't confident that Gu Ning would agree, but she was unwilling to give up. I don't want other people to share the brand founded by me, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning's attitude was quite obvious, so Han Wenling didn't insist. Fine, I understand. Since Gu Ning disagreed, Han Wenling didn't say anything further about it. Miss Gu, I do admire your skills of running a business, and I hope that you can forgive me for my previous behavior. If you don't mind, we can stay in touch, Han Wenling said. Han Wenling indeed wanted to make friends with Gu Ning. She wasn't annoyed at Gu Ning just because Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's daughter. Miss Han, I don't mind it at all, and it's my honor to be your friend, Gu Ning said. Han Wenling was a woman of high social status, and it wasn't a bad thing for Gu Ning to have a good relationship with her. Although she didn't know much about Han Wenling, she was willing to get familiar with her. Han Wenling was cheered up. Great, Miss Gu. Please do call me if you visit City Q next time. We must meet up sometime. Sure, no problem, Gu Ning said. After that, they hung up the call. A short while later, Gu Ning received Bai Shuiyan's call. Bai Shuiyan called Gu Ning because she had obviously heard that Gu Ning was in City G. It was a Sunday and Bai Shuiyan was free from school, so she hung out with her friends that morning. When she came home, she found her grandfather, Master Bai, in a very good mood, so she asked for the reason. Master Bai then told her that Gu Ning was in City G now, and Bai Shuiyan went to call Gu Ning at once. The moment Gu Ning answered her call, she complained in annoyance. Gu Ning, why didn't you tell me that you're in City G now? Aren't we friends? I called Grandpa Bai this morning, but you weren't home. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I didn't call you. We can see each other later, Gu Ning said. All right, Bai Shuiyan said, and her anger was relieved. Where are you right now? She asked. I'm in a cafe. Do you want to meet me earlier? Gu Ning asked. It was only 3:30 p.m., and their appointed time was 6 p.m. Gu Ning had nothing else to deal with, so she went to have a seat with Gao Yi and Xiaoya in a cafe. Sure. Tell me the address. I'm coming. Bai Shuiyan's eyes lit up. Gu Ning then told Bai Shuiyan the location of the cafe. And Bai Shuiyan arrived in 20 minutes. Gu Ning, who are they? Bai Shuiyan didn't know Gao Yi and Xiaoya, so she asked Gu Ning. They're both my secretaries and bodyguards, Gao Yi and Xiaoya, Gu Ning said. Hi, nice to meet you. Bai Shuiyan greeted them. Although they were just secretaries and bodyguards, Bai Shuiyan still showed her respect. Nice to meet you too, Miss Bai, Gao Yi and Xiaoyan politely said. After that, Gu Ning began to chat with Bai Shuiyan. Bai Shuiyan mentioned Alan in their conversation, and that she hadn't seen him for a long time. Gu Ning thought that Alan must be busy dealing with his business, because he was the president of technology company G of Country Y after all. Bai Shuiyan didn't know that Alan was running a large company. She thought that he was only an ordinary businessman. Gu Ning smiled and said nothing further about Alan. In Alan's eyes, Bai Shuiyan was simply a naughty child. When it was almost the appointed time, they went to the restaurant together. As the host, Gu Ning was supposed to arrive earlier than her guests, so she arrived at 5:20 p.m. Master Bai and his friends came at 5:30 p.m. They greeted each other the second they met one another. Girl Gu, I heard your business is growing increasingly big. And the famous clothing brand Charm is also yours, right? Master Fu asked. They had learned about it from the news conference.
Haha, Girl Gu is a talented businesswoman.
I'm not surprised that her business could be so successful, Master Bai said with great pride. It sounded as if Gu Ning was his granddaughter. After talking for a while, Gu Ning told Gao Yi to present the gift she prepared for Master Bai and the other masters. You already invite us to share this meal together. Why did you still bring gifts for us? Master Bai said.
Gu Ning smiled.
Well, these are bottles of nutritious liquid for aged people produced by Colane, and they are good for your health. Gu Ning bought them from the Colane store in City G. There is nutritious liquid for different people of different ages as well, so you can let your family members try it if you think it's effective, Gu Ning said. It wasn't an advertisement, Gu Ning said that for the sake of their health. I've heard of Colane, and many people say its medical and skincare products are really good, Bai Shuiyan said. Bai Shuiyan often surfed on the internet, so she read a lot of news about Colane, but she didn't know that Gu Ning was its boss. Yeah, they're indeed very good, and you can tell your mother to try Cozy, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning had everything in the telepathic eye space, but she couldn't take out a set of skincare products from it right now. Anyway, Cozy wasn't expensive, and Mrs. Bai could afford it. Although Cozy was going to be an international high-end brand, its current prices were still acceptable for most consumers. Sure, Bai Shuiyan said. Since it was Gu Ning's recommendation, Bai Shuiyan easily accepted it. Girl Gu, does Colane belong to you too? Master Yin suddenly asked. Hearing that, the others turned to look at Gu Ning with surprise. Gu Ning smiled and said, Right, Colane belongs to me, but I didn't come here today to do an ad for it. It really is very effective, so I recommended it to you all. She sincerely hoped that her friends could be healthy and beautiful at the same time. The others were surprised, not because Colane belonged to Gu Ning, but because Gu Ning owned another company within such a short time. Her business empire grew too fast. Wow, you own another company so quickly, Master Bai said in surprise. Right, and it seems quite profitable, Master Fu said. You're indeed a talented businesswoman, Master Yin said. Since it was Gu Ning's company, they believed that this product had to be very effective. During the meal, they enjoyed talking with each other in a relaxed atmosphere. At the beginning, Bai Shuiyan could join their conversation, but she was gradually ignored, so she turned to enjoy the food by herself. When they were about to separate, Bai Shuiyan asked Gu Ning, when will you leave City G? Tomorrow. I'll go to City B and stay there for a few days before I go back to my school for the National College Entrance Examination, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Master Bai and the others realized that Gu Ning was still a student, and that she was about to attend the National College Entrance Examination. They wished Gu Ning all the best before they left. Gu Ning then told Gao Yi to drive her to clean water blue sky before they went back to the hotel. She got out of the car at the gate of clean water blue sky, but she didn't want to go back to her apartment right away. Instead, she took a taxi and headed to a river. The Jiao hadn't touched water for a long time, and Gu Ning thought that she should let it out to have some fresh air. It was May, and it was still a little hot, so there were many people wandering by the river to cool themselves down. Gu Ning planned to set the Jiao into the river, and she had to do that in a place where there were no other people around her. Therefore, she walked downstream. All of a sudden, a woman stopped her. "Hey, young girl, stop there. Are you walking downstream? If so, you better give it up. It's not safe there." A girl did the same thing not long ago after being dumped by her boyfriend, but she was raped by a man and her body was thrown into the river. Nobody knows where the criminal is right now. Knowing that, Gu Ning put on a serious face. She hated rapists and had sympathy for the victim. "Thank you so much for your kindness. I won't go there," Gu Ning said. The woman felt relieved and kindly reminded Gu Ning to go home early. After the woman was gone, Gu Ning continued to walk downstream. Ordinary people might be scared of a place where a person was just killed, but Gu Ning didn't mind it at all. She let the Jiao out once there was nobody around her. The Jiao swam into the river without delay, and Gu Ning went to have a seat by the river. However, the Jiao emerged from the river after a short while and said to Gu Ning, "My master, there is a female ghost under the river, but she was scared away by me." Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. The female ghost could be the innocent girl's ghost. It was just Gu Ning's guess, and it could be other people's ghosts. However, since there was a female ghost in the river, Gu Ning decided to check it herself. As time went by, Gu Ning began to take it as her duty to wipe out all kinds of monsters and ghosts. It was kind of her destiny. She always ran into monsters and ghosts, and they were bad for ordinary human beings. In addition, she found that there was a strong energy inside her body that increased every time she eliminated a monster or a ghost. She couldn't figure it out but felt that it was beneficial. "I'll put you into the telepathic eye space now, and then let you out again when I find the female ghost," Gu Ning said. "No problem," the Jiao said. After that, Gu Ning put on a wetsuit and dived into the river. Since the female ghost was already scared away by the Jiao, she wouldn't be nearby, but she wouldn't be far away either. Gu Ning released her magical power at once to attract the female ghost. Smelling the magical power, the female ghost went to Gu Ning without hesitation. The female ghost was about 20, dressed in a white summer dress with her hair tied into a ponytail. It was filled with negative feelings, but the een she was covered in wasn't dark, which meant that she had only been dead for a short time. The een was produced by her hatred after her death. Gu Ning was now sure that this girl was the innocent victim that the woman told her about. The female ghost stopped when it was 3 meters away from Gu Ning. It stopped, not because it knew Gu Ning was very powerful, but because it didn't want to hurt human beings. The female ghost was surprised that the magical power came from a human, instead of an object. It thought that the object with magical power might be on Gu Ning's body. Gu Ning knew what the female ghost was thinking, and she thought that it was very kind. "Are you the girl who was raped and killed not long ago?" Gu Ning asked. Gu Ning understood that it might hurt this girl if she was so straightforward, but she needed to do that to get the answer. The female ghost was surprised that Gu Ning could see her and talk to her. It wondered how Gu Ning was able to speak in the water. The female ghost became alert and asked, "Who are you? How can you see me and talk to me in the water?" "It's not important, but you can tell me what happened to you because I can help you," Gu Ning said. "Can you really help me?" Maybe because it ached to take revenge, it didn't ask Gu Ning why she wanted to help it, but only felt excited. "Yeah, but I need you to tell me the story behind your death," Gu Ning said. "No problem." The female ghost didn't think too much and decided to tell Gu Ning everything. "It wasn't an accident that I was raped and killed, but a scheme made by my boyfriend because I caught him taking and selling drugs. I wanted to break up with him, but he disagreed, so I threatened to call the police. He agreed at the beginning and let me go, but then arranged for someone to rape and kill me in case I called the police. Knowing that, Gu Ning was annoyed. Tell me some basic information about your boyfriend. His name's Wan Chao, he is 28. I met him in a bar and fell in love with him at first glance because he's very tall and handsome. My friend told me that Wan Chao also had a good impression of me and that he works in a big company with a good salary. I don't care that much about money actually. Anyway, we got together afterwards. We often hung out in a bar with our mutual friends, but then I suddenly found out that he had always been lying to me. He doesn't work in a big company at all, but is a member of the Qing gang, the female ghost said with hatred in her voice.
Gu Ning squinted.
If the man was a member of the Qing gang, it would be much easier for her to deal with it. What bar is it? Gu Ning asked. Wind bar, the female ghost said. How do you want to punish him? Gu Ning asked. The female ghost clenched its teeth. I want him to be tortured for the rest of his life. Sure, as you wish. Gu Ning agreed. I can take you to see him. Really? The female ghost was excited, because it wanted to witness what would happen to Wan Chao. It would only feel pleased when it saw the punishment handed out to Wan Chao with its own eyes. Yeah, Gu Ning said. Let's go now, the female ghost said. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Gu Ning asked. My name's Lin Xiaoyu, the female ghost said. After that, Gu Ning put the female ghost into the telepathic eye space and left. She couldn't let the Jiao out again today, and planned to let it out tomorrow when she was in City B. Gu Ning changed her clothes and called Siti Yi. Although it wasn't necessary to call Siti Yi, who was too important, to deal with an unimportant member in the gang, Gu Ning still thought that she should let Siti Yi know first before she went to punish his people. Hi, it's rare to receive your call. Do you need my help? Siti Yi asked. He felt honored that Gu Ning needed him.
Yeah, Gu Ning sighed.
Well, the thing is that a friend of my friend was raped and killed a few days ago. The mastermind is a man called Wan Chao. I heard that Wan Chao is a member of the Qing gang and he works in Wind Bar. Wait a minute, I'll find this person and give him to you, Siti Yi said at once. Even though the Qing gang was an illegal gang, personal crimes weren't acceptable. In addition, Gu Ning personally called Siti Yi for help, so Siti Yi wouldn't hesitate to help her. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I have to punish him, Gu Ning said. She apologized to Siti Yi because she really felt bad about it. Siti Yi was her friend, but he had no relationship with Lin Xiaoyu. Wan Chao was Siti Yi's people after all, and Siti Yi was doing her a big favor by being willing to help her. You don't need to say that. Personal crimes aren't allowed in my gang, so he should take responsibility if he really has done something wrong, Siti Yi said. Thanks, Gu Ning said. After that, they hung up. With the man's name and the place he worked in, Siti Yi soon found and captured Wan Chao. Then he called Gu Ning back. Gu Ning, I got him. Do you want to deal with it in the Wind Bar or somewhere else? Siti Yi asked. I'll go to Wind Bar myself, Gu Ning said. Sure, I need to deal with something else, so I have to leave it to you. You can turn to the bar manager for help. I already called him, Siti Yi said. Great, thanks, Gu Ning said. After that, Gu Ning took a taxi and went straight to Wind Bar. Wind Bar was a nightclub and it was very noisy and crowded at night. It was 9 p.m., and it would be full of frantic activity after 10 p.m. Because Wind Bar was too popular, guests had to make reservations in advance. Gu Ning walked inside and directly told a waiter that she came here to meet their manager. The waiter nodded and was about to guide the way for Gu Ning. However, just as they moved, a woman stopped them. Wait, didn't you say that your manager is very busy? Why can she see him? The woman questioned in anger. She was scantily clad and wearing heavy makeup, and looked younger than 30. Most of the women who came to a nightclub dressed like that, so it wasn't strange. It was obvious that this woman wanted to meet the manager of Wind Bar too. Miss Ma, I'm sorry, our manager is really busy, but this miss has an appointment with our manager. The waiter explained with patience, even though he disliked this woman. Hearing that, Miss Ma's sight fell on Gu Ning. She got jealous when she saw that Gu Ning was younger and prettier than her. and she believed that the manager of Wind Bar was willing to see Gu Ning because of Gu Ning's outstanding appearance. "What's your relationship with Wu San?" the woman questioned Gu Ning, as if Gu Ning was the vixen who seduced her man. Wu San was the manager of Wind Bar, and the person Gu Ning was going to meet. "It's none of your business," Gu Ning said. She had a bad impression of this rude woman. "You?" Miss Ma was mad. She regarded herself as Wu San's girlfriend, so Gu Ning was an enemy in her eyes. "Wu San is my man," Miss Ma said with arrogance. Nevertheless, a touch of disdain flashed on the waiter's face. Obviously it wasn't the truth. Miss Ma had only slept with Wu San once, and she was unwilling to leave him. Wu San was a playboy, but he only played around with women who didn't care about a serious relationship. Miss Ma agreed at the beginning, but regretted it afterwards and kept annoying Wu San. Wu San had slept with countless women, and Miss Ma was just one of them. They disliked Miss Ma's behavior, but they could understand why she did this, because Wu San was very handsome and humorous. Many of the waitresses who worked here admired him too. However, those waitresses didn't have the courage to only have sex with Wu San, because they were afraid that they might fall in love with him. "Miss Ma, please stop saying that. Our manager doesn't think that he's your man, and Miss Gu is our manager's distinguished guest. Please show some respect or we have to chase you out," the waiter said politely. Their manager had told them to treat Miss Gu with great respect, so they believed that Gu Ning must be a very important figure. "You!" Miss Ma was furious, but she didn't dare to argue with the waiter again. She was unwilling to be chased out after all. If she was put on the blacklist, she wouldn't be able to see Wu San again. The waiter then turned to Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Please follow me this way." "Thanks." Gu Ning left with the waiter. Miss Ma watched Gu Ning leaving in anger, but she didn't dare to follow them. Since she couldn't see Wu San right now, she decided to have some fun in the bar herself. Wind Bar was very large and there were some private rooms with great insulation. Wan Chao was being kept in one of these private rooms, and Wu San was inside as well. Only the two of them were in it. Wu San was a handsome and tall 27-year-old man. It was no wonder that girls and women all fell in love with him at first glance. Actually, many women came to Wind Bar every day in order to see him. However, although Wu San was a playboy, he was very picky. He only had sex with sexy women. Chu Xianfeng was the person who called Wu San and gave the order to capture Wan Chao. He told Wu San that a girl called Miss Gu would come later, and that she was allowed to do anything she wanted. Wu San was very curious, but he didn't ask any questions. He only knew that this girl called Miss Gu was very important. It seemed Wan Chao was in big trouble. Wu San understood what he could and couldn't ask, so he didn't ask Wan Chao whether he had offended someone recently. Wan Chao, on the other hand, was in a panic because he had no idea what had happened. He asked Wu San, but Wu San only told him that a girl called Miss Gu would come later. Wan Chao knew that it couldn't be good news, because Wu San took his phone away and personally guarded him here. However, Wan Chao thought that he behaved normally, and he hadn't annoyed anyone lately. No matter how he reflected, he didn't connect it with Lin Xiaoyu, because he believed that no one could find out what he had done to her. After all, it wasn't the first time that he had done such a thing. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Wu San guessed that Gu Ning came, so he stood up at once to open the door. "Hi, Manager Wu, Miss Gu is here," the waiter said. The second Wu San saw Gu Ning, he was impressed by her beauty, but he didn't dare to flirt with her. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Please come in," he said. Although Wu San didn't know Gu Ning, Chu Xianfeng had told him that Gu Ning was a very beautiful young girl who was about 19 years old. "Nice to meet you, Manager Wu," Gu Ning said and walked inside. "Miss Gu, I'll stay outside. Please feel free to tell me if you need any help," Wu San said. He knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to stay in the room, in case he saw something he shouldn't see. "Thanks," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning also had no intention to let Wu San stay in the room, so it was better that he left by himself. After that, Wu San walked out and closed the door. Wan Chao was surprised by Gu Ning's flawless face too, but he became nervous the next second. He didn't know Gu Ning at all, and felt that it was very strange that Gu Ning wanted to see him alone. Miss Gu, may I know why you want to see me? Wan Chao asked. Gu Ning didn't bother to waste time and said, were you involved in Lin Xiaoyu's death? Even though Lin Xiaoyu blamed Wan Chao for everything, Gu Ning wanted to check it first to see whether it was the truth. Even a criminal should have the right to defend himself. Hearing the name of Lin Xiaoyu, Wan Chao trembled in fear. Gu Ning noticed his reaction, and she was sure now that Wan Chao was really involved in it. To Wan Chao's astonishment, Gu Ning came here because of Lin Xiaoyu, but he didn't understand how Gu Ning found out about it. Miss Gu, why do you think that I'm involved in Xiaoyu's death? Wan Chao argued. He was unwilling to admit it right away. Am I wrong? Gu Ning asked. Xiaoyu was my girlfriend and we were in love. Why should I hurt her like that? Wan Chao said and acted heartbroken.
Gu Ning sneered.
Because she caught you using and selling drugs. She wanted to break up with you but you refused. You didn't let her go until she threatened to call the police. In case she really called the police, you arranged for someone to rape and kill her before throwing her body into a river. Wan Chao was stunned. He believed that it was a secret between him and his close brothers. So how did Gu Ning manage to find out? Because Wan Chao was too surprised, it was impossible for him to hide his reaction anymore. You! He wanted to say something to defend himself, but didn't know what to say. Am I right? Gu Ning asked.
No.
It never happened. Wan Chao retorted. He still believed that it was simply Gu Ning's guess and Gu Ning didn't have any proof. If not, why are you so nervous? Gu Ning asked. I'm not, Wan Chao said, although he was already sweating. Tell me, who did it for you? Gu Ning put on a serious expression. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. Wan Chao refused to tell the truth. He clearly knew that he would be put in jail if he admitted it. Do you think that you can get away with it? Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. If you tell me who did it for you, they could probably share some punishment for you, and you'll be lightly punished or… Gu Ning didn't finish the sentence, but her tone said everything. Wan Chao lost control of his body and kept shaking in fear. His face already turned pale and looked frightened. He understood that Gu Ning wasn't just threatening him, and that it was very likely to happen. He was a member of the Qing gang, and there were many ways to punish a person in an illegal gang. The punishment could be very cruel and he wouldn't be protected by the law. It was very easy for an illegal gang to kill an unimportant member without leaving any traces. Although Wan Chao didn't know Gu Ning's identity, he knew that she couldn't be simple since Wu San treated her so politely. He was scared of death and gave in at the end. Well, 3 of my closest brothers did it for me, and they're in the bar right now. When he betrayed his brothers, Wan Chao didn't feel guilty but felt a little relaxed, because he thought that he might survive today. This was human nature. Very good. Gu Ning nodded with satisfaction. Since they were all in the bar right now, there was no need for her to search for them. Which table are they sitting by? Gu Ning asked. V05, Wan Chao said. And their names? Gu Ning asked again. Wan Chao told her the 3 men's names. Then Gu Ning turned around and opened the door. Wu Sun straightened up at once. Misguam. Gu Ning told Wu San to find the 3 men and said that Wan Chao needed to see them. Wu San agreed and left without delay. Wan Chao's friends often came here, so he knew them as well. At this time, Wan Chao's friends were a little displeased because they failed to get through to him, and they wanted drugs. Wu San went to see them in person and told them that Wan Chao was waiting for them in private room number 6. They felt flattered that Wu San came in person, so they went to the room in a hurry. Miss Ma focused on the direction of the private rooms the entire time, so she saw Wu San the second he appeared. Wu San. Miss Ma, I'm busy now. Wu San turned around and walked back at once. Hey! Miss Ma wanted to stop him, but it was too late. And it seemed like Wu San was indeed very busy, so she had to give up. Gu Ning let Lin Xiaoyu out when Wu San left. Once Lin Xiaoyu's ghost was out, it lost control of itself and ran to attack Wan Chao. However, it couldn't touch Wan Chao at all because it was a ghost, not a human being. Therefore, when it threw itself to Wan Chao, it directly moved through his body. Wan Chao felt icy when Lin Xiaoyu's ghost moved through his body, which was very uncomfortable. He didn't understand what happened, nor did he think further about it. He thought that he was too scared and so felt cold. If a ghost stayed by an ordinary human being's sides for a long time, the person's body would be damaged by Yin. Why? Lin Xiaoyu's ghost was looking at itself with surprise. It then turned to glance at Wan Chao. It couldn't believe that it just moved through his body. After thinking for a while, it realized that it was a ghost now and couldn't touch an ordinary human. Knowing that, Lin Xiaoyu's ghost stopped doing anything, but glared at Wan Chao with hatred. Lin Xiaoyu had fallen in love with the wrong person, so this tragedy happened. Nevertheless, even though Lin Xiaoyu's ghost hated Wan Chao deeply, it still had no intention to kill him. Because it kept glaring at Wan Chao felt uncomfortable and strange. A while later, Wu Sen came back with the three men. The moment Lin Xiaoyu's ghost saw them, it couldn't wait to tear them to pieces, but it knew that it couldn't touch them. The three men were attracted by Gu Ning's beautiful face and ignored Wan Chao's unusual expression. "Oh, what a beauty! No wonder you were absent for so long. Hey Chao! What's your name, beauty? Come on and join us." The three men got excited when they saw Gu Ning, who was a great beauty, but they didn't know that this beauty was going to kill them. Wan Chao could barely protect himself now, so he didn't dare to say a word. Afterwards, they sat down on the sofa at ease. Wu Sung closed the door when they were all in the room. They wanted to drink with Gu Ning but suddenly found there were no drinks on the table. One of them asked, "Haven't you ordered any drinks? Let's talk about business first," Gu Ning said. The three of them were struck dumb for a second. Gu Ning continued, "Did you rape and kill Lin Xiaoyu, and even throw her body into a river?" Hearing that, the three men were shocked. They couldn't believe that Gu Ning was aware of it. The next second, they turned to look at Wan Chao with one accord. Except for them, only Wan Chao knew the secret. However, Wan Chao was the mastermind behind the scheme, so they didn't believe that he would expose this secret himself. Wan Chao lowered his head and didn't dare to meet their eyes. It was obvious that he had betrayed them. The three men were furious in an instant. They regarded Wan Chao as their closest brother, but Wan Chao easily betrayed them. They didn't know what Gu Ning was going to do, but they were almost sure that Gu Ning came here today to get revenge for Lin Xiaoyu. "Since you aren't denying it, I'll take it as an admission," Gu Ning said. Normally, a person would do his best to defend himself if he believed that he was innocent, but the three men stayed silent. "Oh, by the way, Wan Chao already admitted it," Gu Ning added. The three men were annoyed. They knew that it was useless for them to deny it right now, and a man asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Although they knew they were guilty, they still tried to get away with it. If Gu Ning didn't have proof, they might survive. "Lin Xiaoyu was a friend of my friend, and I'm going to avenge her death," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the three men were scared. "It's all Wan Chao." A man opened his mouth and planned to blame Wan Chao for everything. However, the second he opened his mouth, another man interrupted him. "Do you have any proof? Why do you believe Wan Chao's words?" There were no surveillance cameras along the road, and Lin Xiaoyu was already dead. Her body was also thrown into the river. It was impossible for Gu Ning to put them in jail without solid proof. Although Wan Chao admitted that they committed the crime together, it wasn't enough to sentence them to prison. Lin Xiaoyu's ghost was anxious. "It's them. It's them." Unfortunately, only Gu Ning could hear her. Even though Gu Ning didn't have proof, it was still easy for her to punish him. Therefore, Gu Ning said airily, "I don't have proof, but I know you're guilty. It's meaningless to deny it." Gu Ning respected the law, but she couldn't tolerate crimes. She never thought that she was a kind person, but she wasn't a bad person either. "You." The three men were astonished because Gu Ning didn't care about the law. Since Wu San didn't stop her from coming here, it meant she was an important figure. Besides, Wan Chao was a member of the Qin gang, but he didn't dare fight back. "It was all Wan Chao's idea, so you should punish him," a man said. "They couldn't get away with it, so they pushed Wan Chao out to take the blame. Right, it's Wan Chao's fault. He's the killer. The other two men agreed at once. Wan Chao remained silent. He didn't argue nor criticize his friends, because he knew that it was meaningless to struggle now. You're also guilty for raping and killing Miss Lin, so none of you can get away with it, Gu Ning said. Do you want to kill us? It's illegal. Illegal. Gu Ning thought that it was ridiculous. You raping and killing Lin Xiaoyu is also illegal. Well, the three men didn't know what to say. Relax, I won't kill you because I don't like doing that, but you must pay for what you've done, Gu Ning said, as if it wasn't a big deal. Hearing that, they were relieved. What should we pay for it? They asked next. They felt scared facing unknown punishment. Only one of you won't be put in jail, the other three of you will be put in prison. Whoever can leave this private room first can survive, Gu Ning said with a smile. It was obvious that Gu Ning planned to let them kill each other. Do you understand? They absolutely understood it, but they were willing to do that to avoid being thrown in jail. Really? The three men were ready to run away from here. None of them wanted to be put in jail. Sure, Gu Ning said. The second she said that, the three men dashed forward and began to fight against each other. Wan Chao was also in the fight. They all wanted to get out of this room, but none of them were able to get rid of the other three people. Lin Xiaoyu witnessed the scene and felt satisfied. It wasn't necessary for Gu Ning to kill them with her hands, because they could kill each other. As time went by, the fight became increasingly violent, and they had to kill one another in order to leave the room in the end. Wu Sun heard some noises outside the door, so he knew that they were fighting, but he said nothing. He only opened the door to check whether Gu Ning was fine, and soon closed it again. Gu Ning didn't blame him for doing that, because she knew that he was worried about her safety. Chu Xianfeng gave him a call in person, so it was his duty to protect Gu Ning properly. Because of the good insulation, nobody outside could hear any noise from inside the room. At the beginning, Lin Xiaoyu's ghost thought that the punishment wasn't severe enough, but they gradually became more violent, so it was satisfied. There were no bottles of drinks, but there were 2 ashtrays in the private room, so the 4 men began to use an ashtray to hit each other. 2 of them took control of the fight, and the other 2 men were beaten down on the ground. When there were only 2 men left standing in the room, they started to fight against each other. Wan Chao was out of strength, lying on the floor now, but he was still breathing. At this moment, Gu Ning walked over and heavily stepped on his knee. With a clear sound, Wan Chao's leg was broken and he passed out at once. Gu Ning used her magical power when she stepped on Wan Chao's knee, so his knee was frozen. She had done the same thing before when she went to rescue Master Zhang's grandson last time in the capital. Once Wan Chao's knee was injured by her magical power, it was impossible for it to be cured again. She also put a little magical power into his brain to keep him alive. Lin Xiaoyu's ghost had said that it hoped that they could all be disabled one day and live the rest of their lives in torture. Another man was also hit in the head by an ashtray, but the injury wasn't as serious as the one on Wan Chao's head, so Gu Ning didn't bother to help him with her magical power. She then did the same thing to break the man's leg. Maybe it was too cruel, but Lin Xiaoyu had suffered more than that. After a short while there was finally a winner and he ran to the door at once. However, Gu Ning stopped him. "What are you doing?" The man was confused. "You'll ruin the business of this bar if you ran outside like this." "Relax, I won't put you in jail," Gu Ning said. None of them would be put in jail, but they would be handicapped. The man exhaled deeply. The next second, to his astonishment, Gu Ning kicked his lap with great force and froze the injury with her magical power. The man shouted in pain and fell on the ground. He didn't expect that Gu Ning would attack him all of a sudden, then shouted at her in anger. "You broke your promise. I just said that I won't put you in jail, but I didn't promise not to hurt you," Gu Ning said. "You!" The man clenched his teeth. He realized that Gu Ning just played a trick with them, but he had to swallow his anger. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his leg couldn't be cured. Without hesitation, Gu Ning did the same thing to the last man. After that, she called Wu San to come inside. Wu Sun was slightly surprised by the scene, but said nothing. Manager Wu, I need you to do something for me, Gu Ning said. Sure, Wu Sun said. Please treat these people and keep them alive before throwing them to another city. Let them be beggars for a month and forbid them to call the police, Gu Ning said. She didn't care what happened to them after a month. No problem, Miss Gu, Wu Sun said. When Gu Ning turned to look at Lin Xiaoyu's ghost, she saw that it became transparent and the Yin gradually dispersed. Gu Ning felt comforted seeing that. Thank you so much, Miss Gu, Lin Xiaoyu's ghost said to Gu Ning with sincerity. It already got its revenge, so there was no need for it to stay in the world. Gu Ning smiled at it and said nothing. The next second, Lin Xiaoyu's ghost disappeared in the air. At the same time, Gu Ning felt the energy inside her body grew a little, but she still didn't know what it was. She left later and met Miss Ma in the hall. Miss Ma glared at Gu Ning with hatred, but she didn't dare to stand in Gu Ning's way. The waiter had already warned her to stay away from Gu Ning because Gu Ning was a distinguished guest. Miss Ma didn't know why Wu San had to meet Gu Ning in a private room alone, so she was worried that they might be doing something bad inside. Gu Ning ignored her and left Wind Bar. She called Sitiyi at once and thanked him for his help. She told Sitiyi that she was leaving for City B tomorrow, and they could dine together again next time. Sitiyi agreed. Sitiyi wouldn't turn down a girl he liked. Wu San called Chu Xianfeng as well and told him what had happened. Although Gu Ning already gave Sitiyi a call, Chu Xianfeng still reported it to Sitiyi again because it was his job. Gu Ning called Tang Qingyang next, because she had missed his call earlier. Hi, what's up? Gu Ning asked. Hi, I just received a call from the Tang organization this afternoon, and I need to go back to work at its headquarters in a few days, Tang Qingyang said.
Gu Ning smiled.
They got nervous because you're developing towards a better direction. You're a threat in their eyes now. Well, it's not a bad thing anyway. The National College entrance examination is only half a month away, and I'll be going to the capital afterwards to start our plan. During this time, you should keep a low profile to protect yourself. Don't worry, I don't think Tang Bingsen wants to hurt you for the time being. Gu Ning was aware of Tang Qingyang's will, so she knew that Tang Bingsen wouldn't hurt Tang Qingyang now. If Tang Qingyang was dead, he couldn't get the shares which belonged to Tang Qingyang. As long as Tang Qingyang was alive, the will could be changed at any moment. I'm going back to City B tomorrow so we can have a meeting at 3 p.m., Gu Ning said. Sure, Tang Qingyang said. He was Gu Ning's partner now, so he should talk with her first before taking action. The next morning, Gao Yi and Xiaoye came to pick Gu Ning up before they went to the airport. After arriving at City B, they took a taxi to Huafu Hills. It was about lunchtime, so they went to do grocery shopping in a supermarket before they went back home. Xiaoye cooked when they got home while Gu Ning went to have a shower. Gu Ning planned to visit her family at the Tang family's house later that afternoon. When it was 2 p.m., Gu Ning left home with Gao Yi and Xiaoye to go meet Tang Qingyang. Because only her Lamborghini was left in her garage, they had to take it even though Gu Ning thought that it was too noticeable. Gao Yi drove with Xiaoye sitting in the front passenger's seat, and Gu Ning sitting in the rear seats. A luxury car was always the focus of people's attention, so Gu Ning could hear people's exclamations once in a while. Even though City B was an affluent city with many luxury cars, it was still rare to see a luxury car which cost over 10 million yuan, because the amount of super luxury cars was limited. Therefore, it took more than just money to get one. Gu Ning soon arrived at the appointed cafe. The car was parked outside the cafe, and it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Gu Ning got out of it first and told Gao Yi and Xiaoye to park it in the parking lot. Many of the girls there were envious of Gu Ning the second she showed up. Most of them wanted to marry into a super-rich family, but only few of them could actualize this dream. Super-rich families would usually only marry people from families of equal social status. Therefore, it wasn't easy to live a relaxed and happy life in a super-rich family. It's just a luxury car. I don't think that such a young girl can afford it herself. There is nothing to show off. A woman who was dressed in all kinds of designer brands said. However, it was just sour grapes. The woman didn't know that the car was actually Gu Ning's. Gu Ning heard her comment, but didn't bother to waste time arguing with the woman, so she walked inside alone. There were two other women beside the woman who was jealous of Gu Ning. Woman A said, "Do you know her? Why do you think the car isn't hers?" It was obvious that woman A disliked that woman. The woman frowned and said with obvious disdain, "Who is she then?" "She's the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, Gu Ning. She's also a billionaire. And a sports car is nothing in her eyes," Woman A said. Woman A recognized Gu Ning, and she admired Gu Ning's ability to. "What? She's the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm." The woman was surprised and felt embarrassed. She gave Woman A glare and closed her mouth. Woman A pulled her lips and looked away. "All right, let's go inside now." Woman B wore a resigned look. She didn't want them to argue again, so she immediately stopped them. They never got along with each other and argued every time they met one another, but Woman B could do nothing about it. Woman A didn't care much about it and went ahead first. After that, they went into the same cafe that Gu Ning just entered. Tang Qingyang was already there when Gu Ning came because he lived nearby. "Hi Gu Ning, have a seat." Tang Qingyang greeted her with a broad smile. Gu Ning sat down and a waitress handed her a menu. Then she ordered a cup of coffee. The three women followed Gu Ning inside. They saw Gu Ning and Tang Qingyang. The woman who was jealous of Gu Ning was displeased when she saw Gu Ning again. She hated Gu Ning for no reason. Maybe because Woman A had embarrassed her. She blamed Gu Ning for it. Although she was shocked by Gu Ning's identity, she didn't admire Gu Ning. Instead, she was even more jealous of Gu Ning now because Gu Ning owned so many companies at such a young age. Gu Ning sensed the woman's glare, and she was annoyed. She was unwilling to argue with the woman, but she couldn't tolerate the woman's unreasonable behavior. Therefore, she gave the woman a harsh look, which frightened the woman, causing the woman to move her eyes away at once. She was scared by Gu Ning. Tang Qingyang followed the direction of Gu Ning's look and noticed the woman's expression. He cocked his eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a strange woman," Gu Ning said and shrugged. Tang Qingyang didn't ask further and kept on talking about the business. The woman, however, was reluctant to give in. She felt like she had to do something to release her anger. After thinking for a while, she took out her phone and signed up a new Weibo account which was named Shui Feifei before she posted something. Shui Feifei. "I saw Gu Ning, the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, walking out of a hotel along with an old man today. They behaved like a couple. I was shocked by her abnormal relationship with that man." She also mentioned many influential Weibo entertainment accounts. The woman's real name was Li Xiaoxiao. Because she had no proof attached to this post, nobody believed it. Some people didn't want to annoy Gu Ning, so they directly ignored this post, but some still planned to attract public attention by using Gu Ning's fame. Gu Ning was already a famous person on the internet, and her name could help them get more attention. However, because they were afraid of Gu Ning's influence, they didn't leave any comments but simply reposted the message. Once they reposted it, more and more internet users noticed it. Even though Gu Ning was very famous, not everyone was aware of her achievements, so many internet users jumped to conclusions from insignificant evidence. Within a short while, Gu Ning's fans read this post and immediately criticized the original Weibo account that sent the message out. Gu Ning's fans were loyal to Gu Ning without doubt, and they knew her very well too, so they trusted Gu Ning and believed that it was a piece of fake news. Li Xiaoxiao's Weibo account was amid criticisms afterwards. As Gu Ning's fans continued to defend her, more people began to believe that the message wasn't true. Li Xiaoxiao felt much better when many internet users criticized Gu Ning, so she was surprised when the situation soon made a U-turn. As time went by, some aggressive internet users started to curse her and her family. Li Xiaoxiao trembled in anger and suddenly hit her phone against the table. It caused a loud sound which scared Woman A and Woman B. "Xiaoxiao, what are you doing?" Woman B asked in an unhappy tone. "I need to use the ladies' room," Li Xiaoxiao said and stood up at once. After that, she left for the washroom. Other people in the cafe frowned with annoyance but said nothing. Well, I think you should pay more attention to your own safety during this time. Although he might not hurt you behind your back again. Your bodyguards are too weak, and I can recommend someone to you if you don't mind, Gu Ning said. It was some kind advice from Gu Ning, and she wouldn't force him to follow it. She had no intention to take advantage of Tang Qingyang, but Tang Qingyang wasn't very familiar with her right now. Sure, thanks. Tang Qingyang accepted Gu Ning's advice. He thought that it was reasonable and he trusted Gu Ning as well. Even if Gu Ning wanted someone to spy on him, he didn't mind it, as long as it wasn't a threat to his life. He wasn't ambitious to take over the Tang organization, he simply wanted to take revenge. Even if Gu Ning took over the Tang organization, he wouldn't disagree with it because Gu Ning had done a lot for their plan, and he already had 20% shares. Given his own ability, it was very hard for him to obtain the whole Tang organization. He just wanted to find evidence that Tang Bingsin had caused his father's death, so that Tang Bingsin could be punished according to the law. If he could punish Tang Bings more severely, it would be better. That was Tang Qingyang's aim. If Gu Ning kept her promise and let him take over the Tang organization, he would accept it too and manage it well. Great, I'll give you his number, and you can call him when you go to the capital tomorrow. I'll talk to him about it later, Gu Ning said. Thanks, Tang Qingyang said. After dining with Tang Qingyang, Gu Ning called Ba Tianyang from her car and told him what he should do next. Gu Ning planned to send Ba Tianyang to protect Tang Qingyang. Although she wouldn't charge Tang Qingyang any fees, her company would still pay Ba Tianyang. After that, Gu Ning called Tang Haifeng because Tang Haifeng was the most respected figure in the Tang family. Tang Haifeng was very happy when Gu Ning said that she would be having dinner with them that afternoon in the Tang family's house. Gu Ning also asked Tang Haifeng whether Gu Man was home. Tang Haifeng then told her that Gu Man was in the beauty salon. Gu Ning then told Gao Yi to drive towards Fengshang shopping mall. She wanted to have a look at Kamei beauty salon and pick Gu Man up on the way. Gu Ning got out at Fengshang shopping mall while Gao Yi and Xiao Ye left together. There was nothing else for them to do, so Gu Ning allowed them to enjoy some private time. They were a couple after all. Gu Ning walked to Kamei beauty salon by herself later. At the beginning, Kamei beauty salon was only relatively popular, but it had become super popular now. Because of Gu Man's wedding with Tang Yunfan, more and more super rich ladies came to make friends with Gu Man in order to have a good relationship with the Tang family. In addition, it was also undeniable that the skincare products that Kamei Beauty Salon used were quite effective, and they truly liked to spend money in Kamei. Most of the customers became VIP members of Kamei because of the skincare products it used. However, although Gu Ning rented a large store, it was still too crowded sometimes. Other branches of Kamei were still under decoration and furnishing, so its VIP members all gathered in the flagship store. So, for now, everyone had to make a reservation several days in advance. No matter how rich you were, you had to obey this rule. Because Kamei Beauty Salon treated its customers fairly. Because Kamei Beauty Salon was too popular, there were only 2 receptionists left at the front desk when Gu Ning arrived. In the lounge, several rich ladies were waiting for their facial treatment. Normally, they needed to wait for 10 minutes for their turn. If they were absent, other people might take their places. Gu Ning was the person who bought this store, so all the staff members had a deep impression of her. Once she showed up, the 2 receptionists greeted her politely. "Nice to see you, Miss Gu." They were excited to see Gu Ning because Gu Ning had changed their lives. Given Kamei's popularity, their salaries increased rapidly. They could only get 7,000 yuan a month in the past, but now they could have nearly 20,000 yuan. And the beauticians in Kamei could have even higher salaries than them. With such a decent pay, they were able to live a good life in a first-tier city. "Hi, where is my mom?" Gu Ning asked them with a smile. "She's in the office now," a receptionist replied. "Thanks," Gu Ning said. Afterwards, she walked towards Gu Man's office. She heard Gu Man talking with someone about business in the office, so she waited outside the door. Because Kamei developed so well within a short time, many people sought cooperation. Most of them wanted to open franchises, but Gu Man turned them down. Although Gu Man wasn't experienced in business, She knew that she should build and develop her brand properly first. She could make more money in the future, but it was very important to gain a good reputation now. If she allowed other people to open franchises, she wouldn't be able to manage them. As a result, the quality of their products and service couldn't be guaranteed. Many franchises only wanted to make as much money as possible, so they might sell fake products under the name of real products. In that case, customers could have a bad impression of the skincare brand, which would affect the business. It wasn't a secret that Kamei Beauty Salon only used Cozy. Therefore, once the reputation of Cozy was damaged, Kamei Beauty Salon would be affected too. In addition, Guman could make enough money by herself and she didn't rely on the fees of the franchises to make a living. Because Guman remained adamant, the conversation ended in the office after a short while, and Guman walked several people out. Ningning, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Guman's face lit up the second she saw Guning. Guning hugged Guman's arm and said, I wanted to give you a surprise. Are you surprised? She only behaved like a little girl in front of Guman.
Ah, e é uma surpresa.
Guman laughed a little with happiness. Manager Ding, please help me walk our guests out, Guman said to Manager Ding. Guman was the boss after all, and there was no need for her to walk the guests out to the door. As time went by, Guman had gradually become a strong woman. When Guning was just reborn, Guman was a weak woman. At that time, Guning had promised to give Guman an affluent life and she achieved that now. Sure, Manager Ding said, then walked out with their guests. Guman and Guning walked into the office afterwards. The National College entrance examination is around the corner now. When do you plan to go back to your school? Guman asked. As Guning's mother, she was worried about Guning's studies. In a couple of days, Guning said. Your Aunt Qing has a key to our home, and I'll tell her to hire a cleaner to clean the house for you tomorrow. We haven't lived there for a long time, so there must be a thick layer of dust, Guman said. Great, Guning said. When it was about 5 p.m., Guning and Guman left together. Before they left, Guman said, Oh, I need to call your dad first to tell him not to pick me up today. Guman didn't drive, and Tang Yunfan would come to pick her up once he was free even though she had a personal chauffeur. Guning beamed at Guman and Guman flushed a little. She turned her head and went to call Tang Yunfan at once. Man, are you off work now? Tang Yunfan said in a very gentle voice, which surprised a director sitting in front of him. Chairman Tang was always wearing a serious face at work, but he looked totally different when talking to his wife. Ningning's back and she's with me now. I'll go back home with her so you don't need to pick me up today, Guman said. Sure, see you then, Tang Yunfan said. After that, Guman went back with Guning. However, when they were walking out of this shopping mall, they heard a loud noise not far from them. Guning and Guman looked over and found a group of people surrounding a sportswear shop. Guning had no intention to watch the drama, but she suddenly heard a familiar name. Ningning. Guman wanted to stop Guning. Mom, it's fine. We can have a look, Guning said. Guman had to follow Guning up. Feng Pinghui, how could you divorce me for this woman? Do you want to raise another man's son? He's a bastard. Lu Qiuting yelled at Feng Pinghui. Once Feng Pinghui found out that Wang Zixing was his biological son, he divorced Lu Qiuting. He told her that he knew that she had set Wang Yunping up, but didn't tell her that Wang Zixing was his biological son in order to protect Wang Zixing. After the divorce, Lu Qiuting was in a very bad mood, and she wanted to relax by shopping at this shopping mall. Accidentally, she ran into Feng Pinghui and Wang Yunping. Wang Yunping's son even called Feng Pinghui father. She didn't know that Wang Zixing was Feng Pinghui's biological son, so she thought that Wang Zixing called Feng Pinghui his father because of Wang Yunping. Feng Pinghui seemed to be in a very good mood, which she had never seen before in their marriage. So Lu Qiuting got jealous. Lu Qiuting, watch your language. Zixing isn't a bastard. He's my son and he's older than your son. He is the heir of the Feng family. Feng Pinghui argued in anger. He cared a lot about Wang Zixing, even though Wang Zixing just accepted him, because he loved Wang Yunping. He thought that their son was more important than his son with Lu Qiuting. Moreover, Wang Zixing was more academically inclined and reasonable than Lu Qiuting's son. Although Wang Yunping was still unwilling to marry Feng Pinghui, Wang Yunping already agreed to let Wang Zixing join the Feng family. Once Wang Zixing joined the Feng family, his family name would be changed to Feng, and he would become the heir of the Feng family. What? He's your son? Lu Qiuting rounded her eyes in shock. Wang Yunping was already pregnant with Feng Pinghui's son when she left him? How is it possible? If this boy is really Feng Pinghui's son, he'll replace my son as the heir of the Feng family. No, I can't allow it to happen. Impossible. Pingjie is the sole heir of the Feng family, and this boy is simply a bastard. Lu Qiuting shouted. In fact, it was quite obvious that Wang Zixing closely resembled Feng Pinghui, but Lu Qiuting refused to admit it. Enough! Before Lu Qiuting could finish, Feng Pinghui interrupted her, because he was afraid that Wang Yunping would feel embarrassed. Wang Yunping indeed felt quite embarrassed as it was in public. After all, it wasn't easy for her to move on after being through so much during the past years. She didn't know whether it was a good thing that Feng Pinghui appeared all of a sudden. If she was alone, she wouldn't agree to meet him again. But she already had his son. She agreed to let Wang Zixing acknowledge his roots and ancestors, so he could receive better education. However, it was unavoidable for her son to have conflict with Lu Qiuting's son. Even though Feng Pinghui promised to take good care of Wang Zixing, it was difficult for him to do that all the time. Feng Pinghui's father also wanted Wang Zixing to join the Feng family, but Feng Pinghui's father was too old to take care of Wang Zixing. Therefore, Wang Yunping hesitated over whether she should go to the Feng family along with Wang Zixing. Lu Qiuting, I divorced you because of your own bad behavior, not because of Yunping. If it hadn't been for you, Yunping wouldn't have suffered so much during the past few years. You should disappear now, or I'll turn to the law for help. Feng Pinghui threatened. At the beginning, onlookers had sympathy for Lu Qiuting, but then began to side with Feng Pinghui. Everyone looked at Lu Qiuting with hatred. You? Lu Qiuting was astonished and closed her mouth at once. She had indeed broken the law by setting Wang Yunping up that year. Feng Pinghui wasn't kind, she could have been put in jail. If she didn't want to end up in prison, she couldn't annoy Feng Pinghui. However, she was reluctant to accept reality. Pinghui, please, I'm begging you. Pingjie grew up in the Feng family, and he should be its heir. Lu Qiuting almost cried. She only wanted her son to take over the Feng family's wealth. You're an outsider now, and you have no say in the Feng family's family affairs, Feng Pinghui said. In his eyes, Wang Zixing was the sole heir of the Feng family. He would do his best to train Wang Zixing too. Pinghui. Lu Qiuting was unwilling to leave. Disappear now. Feng Pinghui lost his patience. Wang Yunping didn't want to see Lu Qiuting again because of what Lu Qiuting had done to her. But she still tolerated it. Actually, Lu Qiuting wasn't put in jail partially because Wang Yunping was very kind. Although she hated Lu Qiuting, so many years had passed, and it would damage the Feng family's reputation if the dirty secret was exposed. Qiuting, let's go now. A woman beside Lu Qiuting pulled her. Lu Qiuting already divorced Feng Pinghui, and Feng Pinghui also had ammunition against her, so she shouldn't offend Feng Pinghui again. Lu Qiuting was afraid of Feng Pinghui now, so she had to leave with her friend. Once the drama was over, the onlookers all dispersed. Because of Lu Qiuting's sudden appearance, Feng Pinghui lost interest in shopping, but he still needed to comfort Wang Yunping and Wang Zixing. On the way back home, Guman said, I heard some of my customers talking about Feng Pinghui these days. They said Feng Pinghui got a divorce all of a sudden, and they saw him hanging out with another woman and a boy. They all believed that he had betrayed his wife, but unexpectedly it was Lu Qiuting's fault. The Feng family was a rich family in this city, and news about it went abroad soon. Gu Ning didn't know much about it, because she had only focused on dealing with Feng Shuoqin back then. If I guess correctly, the woman who stood by Feng Pinghui's side must be his ex-girlfriend. Lu Qiuting schemed against her before marrying Feng Pinghui. However, Feng Pinghui still loves his ex-girlfriend. He treats their son so well precisely because he still loves his ex-girlfriend. The same thing goes for my father. Mom, my father loves you deeply, so he's willing to accept me, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Gu Man flushed again. We're talking about them. Why did you suddenly mention this? Gu Man said. Gu Ning put on a broad smile. She knew that her mother felt a little shy. Even though Gu Man felt shy, Gu Ning was going to talk about something that might make her feel more nervous. Mom, you and my dad are still young. Why don't you seize this time and have another child?
Gu Ning sighed.
She didn't mind having a younger brother or sister who was 20 years younger than her at all. I'm going to the capital soon, and I'll be busy dealing with my business in the future, so I don't have much time to stay by your side. In addition, Gu Ning's body was still Gu Man and Tang Yunfan's daughter, but her soul wasn't. Although Gu Ning treated them as her own parents, she still hoped that they could have a child which completely belonged to them. Gu Man flushed red at once. We already have you, and we don't want to have another child at such an old age. Gu Man cared about Gu Ning's feelings very much. Although they were able to have another child, Gu Ning was already 19, and the age gap between two children was too large. Gu Man was worried that Gu Ning might dislike a younger brother or sister who was too much younger than her. Gu Ning understood Gu Man's worries. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. You and Dad aren't old at all, and you're taking my special medicine to improve your body condition too. I think you're even stronger and healthier than people in their 20s, Gu Ning said. Gu Man hesitated for a while. Well, Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I don't care, and I really want you and Dad to have another child, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said that, Gu Man couldn't reject. All right, I'll talk about it with your dad later, Gu Man said in the end. Gu Ning smiled and decided to talk about it with Tang Yunfan later too. Gu Man needed Tang Yunfan's support as well. When Gu Ning and Gu Man got back to the Tang family's house, all the young people were out for work, and Tang Haifeng was alone inside. Master Lei had invited Tang Haifeng to visit the Lei family, but Gu Ning was coming back today, so Tang Haifeng decided to stay home. Once Gu Ning's car drove in, Tang Haifeng saw it from the living room. He stood up and walked out without delay. Hi, father, Gu Man greeted him. Welcome home.
Tang Haifeng be met?
Grandpa.
Gu Ning greeted Tang Haifeng.
Ning, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you so busy every day?
Tang Haifeng kom lai.
In fact, he cared about his granddaughter's health, and he also wanted to spend more time with his granddaughter, who just joined his family. He was old now, and all of his grandchildren had grown up and left him. Even though he complained, he still felt very proud of Gu Ning. Well, Grandpa, don't you know your granddaughter is too outstanding to waste time on playing? I'm busy every day in order to actualize my dream, Gu Ning said with a smile. Haha, you're right.
Tang Haifeng nodded.
Grandpa, if you really feel bored at home, I have a good idea to solve this problem, Gu Ning said and approached Tang Haifeng's ears. Tang Haifeng was curious. What is it? You can tell my parents to have another child for you to play with, Gu Ning said. Gu Man wasn't around them, so she didn't hear it. Tang Haifeng's eyes lit up at once. He actually had that idea too, but was worried about Gu Ning's feelings. To his surprise, Gu Ning proposed it herself. Do you really think your parents can have another child? Tang Haifeng asked.
Gu Ning smiled.
She understood that her grandfather wanted another grandchild as well. Sure, and I just talked about it with my mother, Gu Ning said. After that, Gu Ning told Tang Haifeng what she had said to Gu Man. Great, very well. Tang Haifeng was pleased. Before long, Jiang Lihua got home, and she was happy to see Gu Ning too. Ning. Nice to see you, Aunt Lihua, Gu Ning said. Tang Yunfan came back a while later. But Tang Yunhang was busy that night, so he wouldn't join them for dinner. Tang Zhiyang had also already gone back to Country Y. Hi everyone, I'm back. Tang Jiakai's voice suddenly sounded. It wasn't a weekend today, so they were surprised that Tang Jiakai was back home. Why did you come back home today? Jiang Lihua asked with confusion. I heard that Ning would be home, so I came back too, Tang Jiakai said. How did you know? Gu Ning asked. Grandpa told me, Tang Jiakai replied. If I didn't tell him Ningning will be home today, he wouldn't agree to come back. Tang Haifeng said. Tang Haifeng called Tang Jiakai today and told him to dine at home tonight, but Tang Jiakai made an excuse and rejected it at first. Afterwards, Tang Haifeng told him that Gu Ning would be home for dinner, and Tang Jiakai agreed at once. Tang Haifeng was a little displeased because of that. Jiang Lihua turned to look at Tang Jiakai and blamed him for doing that. Tang Jiakai then explained with a serious face. I did have an appointment with my friends, but I need to talk to Ningning about something, so I came back. It's very important. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng asked, What do you want to talk to Ningning about? The others also looked at Tang Jiakai for the answer. One of my close friends broke his leg when he played basketball, but their team is going to attend the final round next week. If they can win the game, they can go abroad and take part in the international basketball competition for college students. It's a great chance for them to get into the national team. My friend is a key member of their team, and I hope that Ningning could help him, Tang Jiakai said. Well, since he's a close friend of yours, I'm willing to help. We can go visit him after dinner, Gu Ning said. Tang Jiakai was a member of the Tang family too, so she would definitely help him. Thanks. Tang Jiakai was thrilled. The Tang family was supportive, especially because the person was Tang Jiakai's close friend. During the meal, Tang Jiakai seemed impatient, because he ached to visit his friend, but he didn't urge Gu Ning. Gu Ning noticed his behavior, so she sped up eating. After dinner, Gu Ning left with Tang Jiakai. She stopped at the door all of a sudden and turned around, then said to Tang Yunfan, Oh Dad, I really want a younger brother or sister, so you and Mom can work on it without any worries. Tang Yunfan was shocked when he heard that. Gu Ning walked out before he could say anything. Gu Man flushed crimson again. Did I hear correctly? Tang Yunfan still couldn't believe his ears. Of course, Ningning just told me that she wants you and Man to have another child when she's absent from beside you, Tang Haifeng said. She's going to study in the capital after all, and she's afraid that you'll feel lonely. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan was happier. He actually wanted another child too, but was afraid that Gu Ning might disagree. Since Gu Ning said it herself, he wouldn't be worried any longer. I think it's a good idea. Both Jiayang and Jiakai have grown up and left us. Our home has been too quiet for too long. We need a baby to break the silence, Jiang Lihua said with excitement. The Tang family valued familial relationships above anything else. Because Gu Ning needed to go to Huafu Hills later, she drove her own car. Tang Jiakai asked Gu Ning the moment they were in the car, Do you really want a brother and sister who is so much younger than you? It wasn't easy for two children to get along with each other if there was a huge age gap. Moreover, the Tang family was a super-rich family. If Gu Ning had a younger brother or sister, her family wealth would be divided into several parts. Tang Jiakai would dislike having a brother or sister who was much younger than him. He thought that it was irresponsible for parents to have another child at an old age without their first child's agreement. Luckily, both Tang Yunfan and Gu Man weren't very old, and Gu Ning was super rich, so she didn't mind sharing the family wealth with her brother or sister. She cared more about her parents' happiness. She didn't think her parents would ignore her just because they had another child. Tang Jiakai cared about Gu Ning's feelings, which is why he asked her that question. I do want them to have another child because I think they aren't very old and they're very healthy. I'm going to study in the capital and I'll be busy dealing with my businesses too, so they won't be lonely if they have another child by their side, Gu Ning said.
Tang Jiakai note that.
Since Gu Ning didn't mind, he would love to see the Tang family had another member. Oh, can you tell me more details about what happened to your friend? I don't think it's as simple as you said, Gu Ning asked. Tang Jiakai put on a serious expression at once. You're right. It's not simple at all, he said. His close friend's name was Teng Xiaoyu. It wasn't an accident that Teng Xiaoyu was injured, it was a trap. There was a large-scale college basketball competition being held recently, and it was the selection of college basketball teams across the country. The finals would be held the next week, and there were 6 basketball teams competing for the champion. Tung Xiaoyu's team would represent City B. Their team gained this chance out of hundreds of basketball teams in City B, so it was obvious that they were very outstanding. However, they had a traitor in their team and he knocked Tung Xiaoyu down during their training, causing Tung Xiaoyu to break his leg. Although Tung Xiaoyu wasn't disabled, it would take a long time for him to recover. They didn't have enough time for it. Luckily, they caught the traitor and forced him to tell them the truth. It turned out that the traitor was threatened by someone from another basketball team. Tung Xiaoyu was the most noticeable member in their team, so he became the target. Even though Tung Xiaoyu was injured, he still let the traitor go, because they had been teammates for years. The traitor was kicked off the team afterwards, but unfortunately they didn't have solid proof to punish the mastermind. Because of this, Tung Xiaoyu's team was badly affected, but they didn't give up training. Instead, they trained themselves even harder in order to get revenge for Tung Xiaoyu. Ningning, actually I need your help for another thing, Tang Jiakai said a while later. What is it? Guning asked. We can't swallow the anger and the humiliation. Can you help us teach them a lesson? We don't want to be involved in big trouble, and I think that you can probably handle it well. If you think it's too troublesome, you can say no, Tang Jiakai said. He turned to Guning for help because he thought that Guning was able to solve this problem. It's easy and I can help you. Guning agreed at once. Where are they training? Guning asked. All 6 teams are training in the Universiade Center, but every team has its own basketball room, and they're in basketball room number 3, Tang Jiakai said. There were 10 indoor basketball rooms in the Universiade Center, which were used for secret training. Do they train every day? Guning asked again. Yeah, they train every day from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. They also dine in the dining hall inside it, Tang Jiakai replied. Strangers aren't allowed to enter the basketball rooms, so I'll go to the Universiade Center during their break, Guning said. I'll try to have a game with them to teach them a lesson. Do you want to play basketball with them? Tang Jiakai was shocked. Why not? I'm strong and good at kung fu. It's easy for me to play basketball. There is no way that they could grab the ball away from me. Guning glauket. She planned to make them suffer some minor injuries. That'll be great. Thank you so much for your help, Ningning, Tang Jiakai said. Tung Xiaoyu was in the hospital now, so they were going to visit him there. Except for Tung Xiaoyu, there were 8 men in the ward as well. They were members of the same basketball team. There were 10 people in their team and only 9 were left now that the traitor was chased out. Because Tung Xiaoyu was injured, only 8 of them could go on the court. 5 basketball players were enough in the competition, but some of them might be injured or break the rules during the fierce game, so they needed substitutes. Jiakai. Hey, man. The second Tang Jiakai opened the door. They turned to look at him with one accord. Tang Jiakai was Tung Xiaoyu's close friend, so they hung out often. Is this goddess Gu? When they saw Guning behind Tang Jiakai, they were all surprised. They recognized Guning because Tang Jiakai frequently showed off his relationship with Guning. Guning was willing to help Tung Xiaoyu without asking for anything in return, which was enough to prove her kindness. Although she said that she came here just because of Tang Jiakai, it was still undeniable that she was helpful. Oh, by the way, Ningning is going to punish those guys for us tomorrow, Tang Jiakai said with excitement and anticipation. Hearing that, they turned to look at Guning with surprise. They didn't doubt Guning's ability this time. However, they thought that Guning was going to beat those people. Even though they also hoped that those bad people could learn a lesson, they were worried that Guning might get in trouble. Well, I don't think it's a good idea. What if Miss Gu is caught and gets in trouble? Right, Miss Gu is a celebrity now. It might affect her reputation. They weren't selfish people, and they cared about Guning's reputation. Guning felt touched by their argument, and was more than willing to help them punish those people now. You don't need to worry about that. Ningning isn't going to punch them, but... Tang Jiakai then told them Guning's plan. Afterwards, they all agreed with it. Guning stayed in the ward for a while, then left with Tang Jiakai. Because Tung Xiaoyu didn't live in City B and his family wasn't here, 2 of his teammates stayed to take care of him. When they left for training during the days, a nurse would come to replace them. They went to the parking lot together, but they all had their own cars. However, they were stunned by Gu Ning's limited edition Lamborghini when they saw her getting in it. They weren't surprised by its price, because they knew that Gu Ning was super rich. They were surprised because it was hard to buy this car. There were only a dozen of them in the world, so only a few people could get one. Boys all loved cars, so they were attracted to it at once. Wow, this is so amazing. Miss Gu, you're so awesome to be able to get this car. I didn't get it myself, it was a gift from my uncle and aunt, Gu Ning said with a smile. They nodded and realized that Chao Wenxin's parents were Gu Ning's uncle and aunt. They had seen Chao Wenxin's Lamborghini before, so they weren't surprised by Gu Ning's answer. After appreciating the car for a long while, they unwillingly walked away and let Gu Ning drive away in it. They were going back to their school, so Tang Jiakai left with them. Gu Ning, on the other hand, went back to Huafu Hills by herself. She went to take a bath once she was home. As she was walking out of the bathroom, she received Lung Xiaoting's message. She called him back and chatted with him for nearly an hour on the phone. The next day, Gu Ning went for a run in the morning before she came back home and put on sportswear. When it was almost 11 a.m., Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoye to do their own things because she needed to go out. Xiaoye got curious seeing Gu Ning's sportswear. Lady Ning, where are you going in this sportswear? I'm going to play basketball with my friends today, Gu Ning said. It was nearly 12 p.m. when Gu Ning arrived, and she bought a basketball halfway. Tang Jiakai was already waiting for her at the gate. He ran forward once Gu Ning's car showed up. The car stopped in front of him and Gu Ning got out of it. Hi Ning Ning, have you eaten? Tang Jiakai asked. Yeah, how about you? Gu Ning asked. Me too, Tang Jiakai said. After that, they walked inside together. There was a basketball court that was open for the public. We still have 10 minutes. How do you plan to persuade them to have a game with you? Tang Jiakai asked with curiosity. I don't know. If I can't persuade them to do it, I'll directly challenge them, Gu Ning said and shrugged. Well, Tang Jiakai was surprised and felt nervous. We can play on the basketball court near the exit, which is too noticeable to be ignored. You can have a round with me, and I'll beat you by a wide margin to attract their attention, then I'll challenge them, Gu Ning said. People who were in the stadium were all basketball lovers, and they would stop to watch if the game was exciting. Tang Jiakai, however, was a little scared because he knew that he was no match for Gu Ning. However, in order to take revenge, he had to work with Gu Ning. A while later, Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai began to play against each other on the court. Tang Jiakai played basketball in his daily life because it was good for him to grow taller, so he wasn't bad at it. Nevertheless, Gu Ning moved too fast, and it was impossible for Tang Jiakai to keep the ball in his hands for more than a few seconds. Once Gu Ning grabbed the ball away from him, she directly threw it into the hoop. Tang Jiakai tried to stop Gu Ning from getting points, but he failed every time. Gu Ning easily passed Tang Jiakai, but she didn't throw the ball until she stood by the three-point line. The basketball was thrown, then accurately fell into the hoop. After Gu Ning scored several continuous three-point field goals, she started to get people's attention. More and more people surrounded the basketball court they were on. In the following minutes, Gu Ning continued to easily avoid Tang Jiakai and throw the basketball into the hoop. OMG, she's so awesome. Is she a professional basketball player? Some people thought that Gu Ning was very skillful, but some didn't think so. I think the boy is too weak. She's short and slim. I don't think she's a professional. I agree. It was true that Gu Ning was too short to be a professional basketball player. Normally, a female professional basketball player couldn't be shorter than 1.75 m. However, although Gu Ning was only 1.65 m, the national team probably would invite her to join them given her outstanding skills. Therefore, rules were only set for ordinary people, and Gu Ning was an exception. Tang Jiakai felt sad after being overshadowed by Gu Ning on the basketball court. Hey beauty, he's too weak for you. Can I help him? Someone shouted at Gu Ning all of a sudden. Sure. I don't care how many of you want to help him, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, 2 other men walked forward. Tang Jukai was already exhausted, so he left at once and let the 3 young men compete against Gu Ning. Are 3 of you going to play together against the girl? It's not fair, someone said. It's fine. I don't think they can win, Gu Ning said with confidence. Even though the 3 young men were displeased by Gu Ning's attitude, they could see that she wasn't an ordinary girl. All right, I can be the judge, a man said. He had a whistle hanging on his neck. No problem. Gu Ning agreed. The next second the basketball game began, and other people all began to take a video of it. Gu Ning was alone, so she held the ball at the beginning of the game. The 3 young men were confident to win against a girl, but they soon found out that they couldn't grab the ball away nor stop Gu Ning from getting points. The spectators were all surprised. In the second round, the 3 young men held the ball, and they directly passed it among them. However, Gu Ning suddenly jumped and stole the ball away. The moment she got the ball, she ran away fast. No matter how the 3 young men tried to catch her and stop her, she was still able to throw the ball into the hoop with unerring accuracy. Within a short while, Gu Ning successively threw 6 balls into the hoop, with the 3 young men failing to touch the ball even once. In the end, they failed without doubt. Right at this moment, it was 12 p.m. and many professional basketball players walked out. Oh look! There are 3 men playing against a girl. Jesus, the girl just scored a 3-point field goal. It's just a 3-point field goal. Nothing impressive, someone said with disdain. He was a member of the basketball team that Gu Ning was going to punish today. The team was named the Bulls. It's not impressive that she just scored a 3-point field goal, but she's competing against the 3 young men, another member said. I think she's good. That's because the 3 young men are too weak. Well, I don't think any of us can easily defeat her alone, Tung Xiaoyu's teammate said. Their team was called the Warriors. She's just a girl. She can't be better than us at playing basketball. I agree. She's no match for us. The members of the Bulls took Gu Ning lightly. They were as arrogant as usual. In fact, only the Warriors were better than them in the basketball matches this time, and they ranked second, so they decided to scheme against Tung Xiaoyu. Since Tung Xiaoyu was injured now, they believed that they would be the champions. Really? Do you dare to have a try? I don't think any 3 of you can defeat the girl. A member of the Warriors challenged them. It was just a trap. Why should we listen to you? A member of the Bulls said. You're just a bunch of cowards. A member of the Warriors said. What did you just say? That's insane. Any of us can easily defeat the girl by themselves, but what can we get if we win? The Bulls were annoyed by the Warriors. If you win, 2 of us will quit the game and only 7 of us will play the finals. If you lose, you should do the same thing, a member of the Warriors said. No problem. The Bulls agreed because it was exactly what they wanted. Although Tung Xiaoyu was the most important member of the Warriors, the rest of its members were highly skilled too. Other basketball teams were very interested in the competition between the Bulls and the Warriors, because it was beneficial for them no matter which one won. As long as there were fewer competitors, they were more likely to be in the top 3 teams. Although people only paid most attention to the champions, they could still have a bright future as the 2nd or the 3rd on the list. Without further ado, a group of them went to the basketball court together. Gu Ning noticed them when they had just walked out. Because of the distance, she couldn't hear their conversation, but she knew that the Bulls were attracted by the trap from their expressions. It was easier to get them into the trap than Gu Ning thought. When they reached the basketball court, Gu Ning was still playing the game, and they had to admit that Gu Ning was indeed very skillful. However, even though Gu Ning's performance on the court was quite impressive, the Bulls still didn't think that she was a threat. Hey, would you please stop for a while? A member of the Warriors shouted. Gu Ning smiled and stopped at once, so did the 3 young men. The 3 young men felt utterly embarrassed now. However, they didn't hate Gu Ning because of that, but admired her very much. May I help? Gu Ning asked and pretended that she knew nothing. Well, we've noticed your skills on the court, and we think that you're very good at playing basketball. Would you mind having a round with us? A member of the Warriors asked. Sure, I haven't enjoyed myself yet. Gu Ning agreed with alacrity. How do you want to play the game? She asked. 1 versus 1, the leader of the bulls said with obvious disdain. He didn't think that Gu Ning was a strong competitor. Are you sure? Gu Ning asked. It was also obvious that she didn't think that he was a match for her. Members of the bulls were annoyed and glared at Gu Ning, but Gu Ning didn't care at all. The leader of the bulls said, any of us is enough to defeat you. It sounded as if it was true. Tang Jiakai and the members of the warriors sneered. They thought that Gu Ning could easily defeat the bulls by herself. Well, I don't think so. Why don't you send out a member to play a match with me first? Whoever scores 3 baskets wins. If I win, I'll pick 5 of your team to play another round with me. If you win, you can ask me to do anything as long as it's acceptable, Gu Ning said. No problem. The leader of the bulls agreed. He hated hesitating and he was arrogant too. He didn't think that he would lose, so he thought that it wasn't a big deal to accept Gu Ning's challenge. Do you need to rest for a while since you just had a round with them? We don't want to take advantage of you, the leader of the bulls said. He said that not because Gu Ning was a girl, but because he cared about the reputation of his team. No thanks, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning's confidence annoyed the bulls. All right, don't regret then, the leader of the bulls said. I won't.
Gu Ning smiled.
Great, Lauer, you can go to play a match with her. The leader of the bulls gave an order. Lauer's age and skills ranked second in their team, and he was good at stealing and throwing balls. The most skilled member of the bulls was obviously its leader, but the leader didn't think that it was necessary for him to play against the girl. Sure, Lauer said and stood out. After that, everybody else stepped back and left the court to Gu Ning and Lauer. Everyone was excited to watch the game, so they began to discuss it. Who do you think will win? Although I do hope the girl can win, I think Lauer is better than her. Lauer is a professional basketball player after all. Right, the girl doesn't seem to be a professional. I agree. I think the girl might win because she looks very confident. I'm so excited. Some people thought that Gu Ning would win, while some believed that Lauer would be the winner. A bunch of idiots. Ningning will certainly win. Tang Jiakai was displeased when he heard others saying something negative about Gu Ning. Haha, they'll soon be disappointed, a member of the warriors said. The judge was still the same person. He stood in the middle with a whistle in his mouth. The ball was in his hand, and Gu Ning along with Lauer stood at his sides. As the judge blew the whistle, he threw the ball up. Gu Ning and Lauer jumped at the same time to grab it. Many people believed that Lauer could get the ball without doubt because Gu Ning was much shorter than Lauer. Nevertheless, Tang Jiakai and members of the warriors had the opposite idea. Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, and height wasn't a problem for her. She could easily jump much higher than Lauer, and got the ball the next second. The scene shocked everyone. Because Tang Jiakai and the members of the warriors already knew that Gu Ning would get the ball, they weren't surprised. Although the game just began, Gu Ning proved her ability by getting the ball first. Lauer was very confident at the beginning, but soon found out that Gu Ning was much better than he thought. He went to chase Gu Ning at once, but it was too late and Gu Ning moved faster than him. Within seconds, Gu Ning accurately threw the ball into the hoop. Wow! People standing by the court applauded loudly, but members of the bulls were mad. Even though Gu Ning just got a point, they still refused to admit that she could play basketball better than them. Lauer glared at Gu Ning, but Gu Ning gave him a smile of disdain. She ignored him, then walked away, which annoyed Lauer and he almost wanted to beat her. They would decide who was the winner after 3 baskets were scored, and Gu Ning already won the first one. Lauer cheered himself up and was determined to win the next one. The second round began. Because Lauer lost first, he had the ball this time. Once the whistle sounded, Lauer avoided Gu Ning and ran to find a good position to throw the ball. He could only throw the ball after taking 3 steps, but Gu Ning stole the ball away when he had only taken 2 steps ahead. Lauer was struck dumb by Gu Ning's speed. Gu Ning moved too fast so nobody could clearly see how she stole the ball, and they just saw the ball appear in her hands the next second.
Jesus.
She moves like lightning. How did she manage to do that?
Oh.
Everyone was astonished and more people began to believe that Guning could be the winner. Lao Er soon got his mind back and ran towards Guning to stop her. However, the same thing happened again. Before he could catch her, she already threw the ball into the hoop. No way. Wow. People applauded and cheered. This girl is so unbelievable. She already scored 2 baskets. It can't be a coincidence that she can score again and again. Exactly.
Oh.
Damn it. The members of the Bulls were furious now, especially its leader, but he didn't blame Lao Er for it. Instead, he thought that it was Guning's fault. Other members of the Bulls were getting worried that Lao Er might really lose, which would be super embarrassing. The leader of the Bulls hadn't thought that it would be necessary for 5 of them to play a match against Guning, but now he had to accept it, because he wanted to win. If they lost, they had to do what they had said they would when they bet with the Warriors. Lao Er could do nothing about it, but gave Guning another glare. Guning snorted. Is this all you can do? I thought that you are somebody since you have the courage to play the match against me by yourself. You haven't scored 3 points yet. Lao Er said in anger. He was arrogant but wasn't dumb, and he knew that he was in a very dangerous situation now. Nevertheless, it was still hard for him to believe that a young and slim girl like Guning could easily defeat him. After all, he was a professional basketball player who trained every day. Let's see. Guning said, then directly started the 3rd round. Lao Er had the ball again this time. Guning didn't stop him from reaching the hoop this time, but she suddenly stole the ball from him when he wanted to throw it into the hoop. Everyone was shocked by the scene. OMG. I thought that he finally had a chance to score a point. The girl jumped so high. I can't believe my eyes.
Oh.
They kept complimenting Guning, but it was totally unacceptable in Lao Er's eyes. Given his ability, he should have thrown the ball into the hoop, but Guning stole the ball halfway. The members of the Bulls were stunned and didn't know what to say. Tang Jiakai and the members of the Warriors, on the contrary, felt satisfied. They were looking forward to watching the game when Guning played against 5 members of the Bulls later. The moment Guning stole the ball away, she ran backwards to the other hoop, and Lao Er tried to catch her once more. He failed without doubt. Guning stopped near the 3-point line and threw it to the hoop without hesitation. Lao Er couldn't stop her, and the ball smoothly went into the hoop. It was a 3-point field goal. People were amazed and Guning got another round of loud applause. The members of the Bulls and members of the Warriors were in completely different moods right now. Lao Er clenched his fists in anger, glaring at Guning.
Guning disliked Lao Er's glare.
He always glared at her when he lost. Guning pulled her lips and ignored him. Then she turned to the leader of the Bulls. Hey, your teammate just lost. Do 5 of you want to play against me? Guning's expression and tone were full of provocation. Sure, 5 of us will play together against you, the leader of the Bulls said in anger. All he wanted to do now was to defeat Guning. Those who trusted Guning still believed that she could win, but some were worried about her. Can she still win the game? I don't think she can. It's not a fair game at all. The 5 of them are all professional basketball players. I think she'll lose this time. Well, the girl looks confident. Maybe she can win.
Oh.
Ningning will win, Tang Jiakai said in a low voice, because he couldn't let others know that he was Guning's friend. How to judge the competition? The leader of the Bulls asked. We can judge on the amount of baskets we score within 15 minutes, Guning said. No problem. The leader of the Bulls agreed. After that, the leader and 4 other members of the Bulls stepped on the court. Although the leader of the Bulls still refused to believe that Guning was better than them, he joined the game in case any accidents happened. The judge stood in the middle line of the court, and Guning along with 5 members of the Bulls stood by his sides. Guning seemed to be too short and weak when she stood across from the 5 tall and strong men. At this moment, several basketball coaches walked out. They were attracted by the scene and walked over. Once they approached, the judge whistled and threw the ball up in the air. The leader of the Bulls jumped at once, trying to hit the ball into his teammates' hands. Gu Ning was playing alone so she could directly grab the ball away. Because of what had happened to Lao Er, the leader of the Bulls didn't dare to take Gu Ning lightly. However, Gu Ning still moved a second earlier than him and grabbed the ball away. Those basketball coaches were greatly surprised by the scene. They had never seen a girl who could move so swiftly and jump so high before. The leader of the Bulls was nearly 1.9 m tall, and Gu Ning was only 1.65 m. There was a huge height gap between them. The members of the Bulls were mad, and they began to surround Gu Ning to stop her from scoring again. It wasn't easy for Gu Ning to successfully throw a ball into the hoop facing 5 professional basketball players on the court, but her aim wasn't to score this time. Instead, she planned to injure them without anyone knowing. Therefore, Gu Ning wasn't eager to throw the ball, nor did she avoid them right away. She was very knowledgeable about a person's acupoints, and she also knew how to hurt them by hitting these acupoints. Within a short time, Gu Ning hurt 2 members of the Bulls by secretly hitting their acupoints. The 2 members of the Bulls felt sudden pain and stopped at once, but they had no idea what had happened. It was unavoidable to touch or knock into another person's body in a basketball game, so the audience didn't think too much about it. Afterwards, Gu Ning seized the chance and threw the ball into the hoop. The Bulls failed to stop her. The audience loudly cheered and applauded. Those basketball coaches were amazed too. Did the girl just score a basket when she was surrounded by 5 professional male basketball players? Right, and the Bulls rank second in this year's basketball competition. But it can't defeat a young girl. The coach of the Bulls was displeased and argued, "I don't think other basketball teams can defeat this girl either. It's obvious that this girl isn't simple at all." Although he agreed that it was very embarrassing that 5 members of the Bulls failed to win the match against a young girl, he didn't think other professional basketball players could defeat Gu Ning either. They were basketball coaches and they could see Gu Ning's unbelievable skills. At the same time, they were also curious about the reason why Gu Ning could so easily score a basket. "Is this girl a member of the women's national basketball team?" a coach guessed. Although Gu Ning wasn't tall enough, her skills mattered most. Since she could easily score a basket when she was surrounded by 5 professional male basketball players, she couldn't just be a basketball lover. "I think this girl might be excellent at kung fu, so she's able to move so quickly," another coach said. "If she was a kung fu master, it would be reasonable for her to be able to win the game." Even if Gu Ning was a kung fu master, they didn't think that it was an unfair game because it was Gu Ning's own skill. The 5 members of the Bulls felt humiliated and angry. They didn't expect that Gu Ning could really score a basket when she was surrounded by them. Therefore, they all glared at her. If Gu Ning was a man, they would probably directly beat her. Gu Ning didn't care about their glare, and instead gave them a look of disdain, which irritated them. "She's so arrogant. If she was a man, I'd beat her up. She just hit me with her elbow, and my chest is still hurting now." "Me too. She's much stronger than I thought." They still thought that Gu Ning knocked into them by accident. "Hey, if we lose the game, we can deny the agreement we made with them. It's already super embarrassing, so we don't need to care about the result. By the way, we can secretly hurt her to stop her from winning as well," the leader of the Bulls said in a low voice. "Sure," his teammates all agreed. After that, the game continued. Because the Bulls lost the ball in the first round, they had the chance to start the second round. The 5 members of the Bulls tightly surrounded Gu Ning again to stop her from touching the ball. The onlookers were annoyed because they thought that it wasn't fair. "Go for it, my goddess!" a person among the crowd suddenly shouted to support Gu Ning. He didn't know Gu Ning's name, so he directly called her his goddess. Actually, it was a very suitable word to describe Gu Ning because she was very pretty and good at playing basketball. "Go for it, my goddess." Other people began to encourage Gu Ning as well. Nearly 2/3 of the audience were Gu Ning's supporters. The 5 members of the Bulls were mad, and they turned to vent their anger at Gu Ning. They glared at her as if they were going to swallow her raw and whole. As the whistle sounded, a member of the Bulls started the second round. Gu Ning didn't grab the ball right away this time, and let the Bulls have it. She had no intention to grab the ball this time. But to the audience it seemed like she couldn't do it because she was surrounded by the 5 men. The other members of the Bulls didn't move away from Gu Ning, but still surrounded her as usual. However, it wasn't allowed to surround a person too tightly for more than 3 seconds on the court, so they didn't stand in Gu Ning's way, but kept stopping her when she wanted to chase their teammate who had the ball. However, it was difficult for them to stop Gu Ning by doing that. Gu Ning swiftly got rid of them and it looked as if she disappeared out of their arms all of a sudden, which shocked the 3 men who surrounded her. Even the audience was surprised by Gu Ning's speed. At this time, the leader of the Bulls was about to throw the basketball. Right at this moment, Gu Ning jumped up high and stole the ball halfway in the air. It had happened once before, but it still shocked everyone when it happened again. Those basketball coaches were stunned this time. Wow, my goddess is so amazing. She's perfect. The audience got extremely excited. The leader of the Bulls was shocked when the ball was stolen away by Gu Ning, and the next second he got furious and began to attack Gu Ning. His teammates ran over at once. They were prepared to secretly hurt Gu Ning. Because all of them were tall and strong, other people outside the court couldn't see their movements clearly, which gave them a great chance to do whatever they wanted. Nevertheless, facing their aggressive movements, Gu Ning didn't panic. She stayed calm and filled her arms with magical power to make them as stiff and cold as ice blocks. As a result, once they knocked Gu Ning's arms, they were the ones who felt hurt and pain. They were surprised but were unwilling to give up. In the following minutes they kept trying to hurt Gu Ning, but Gu Ning did the same thing to fight them back. "What have you done to me?" One of them finally sensed that something wasn't right. The other members didn't understand what had happened, and they continued to compete for the ball against Gu Ning, but they all failed. "You just heavily knocked against my arm, so you should ask yourself what you've done," Gu Ning sneered. "You!" The person was mad but didn't know what to say. He had to stop attacking Gu Ning and tried to do his best to get the ball. Gu Ning got rid of them once more and ran ahead alone. When she was near the 3-point line, she threw the ball out without hesitation. The audience was shocked, because nobody believed that she would be able to score a basket from such a long distance. She was several meters away from the 3-point line after all. Even Tang Jiakai and the members of the Warriors were slightly worried. However, even if the ball couldn't go into the hoop, Gu Ning wouldn't lose. The members of the Bulls thought that it was impossible for Gu Ning to get a 3-point field goal like that, so they ran forward trying to get the ball when it fell down. However, the basketball didn't fall down without touching the hoop as they thought, but directly went into it. The audience was stunned, then burst into thunderous applause. "OMG, I can't believe my eyes. It's so unbelievable. She's my goddess now. I truly admire her." Many people, including those basketball coaches, were excited. "This girl is really outstanding. I don't think we could do the same thing." "No, I can't." "Well, I need to talk with her later. It would be a shame if the women's national basketball team doesn't have her in it." "Right. She's much better than the current members of the women's national basketball team." Those basketball coaches kept complimenting Gu Ning. The coach of the Bulls felt utterly embarrassed, but he had to admit that Gu Ning was indeed unbelievably good at playing basketball. "Wow, Ning Ning is so incredible." Tang Jiakai cheered with excitement. "Jiakai, I'm a fan of your younger cousin right now. I think she can do anything." "Jiakai, your younger cousin's skills are beyond my imagination." Tang Jiakai's friends were all impressed by Gu Ning's performance. "Haha, I'm so proud of her."
Tang Jiakai bị mét.
The members of the Bulls, instead, hated Gu Ning more than ever. Gu Ning frowned when they glared at her. The game continued, but they still couldn't have the ball for long, because Gu Ning always stole it away and threw it into the hoop. During this time, Gu Ning secretly injured them with her magical power to punish them. As time went by, they gradually felt weaker and tired, which affected their movement on the court. They got angrier and became more aggressive. What are they doing? It seems that they want to hurt the girl. How shameless are they? It's unacceptable. The audience soon noticed the inappropriate behavior of the members of the Bulls. Tang Jiakai and members of the Warriors were mad at them, But they could do nothing now. Fortunately, Gu Ning looked fine when they bumped her. On the contrary, they seemed to be hurt afterwards. Those basketball coaches saw it as well and they were confused. Why did Gu Ning look fine when those tall strong men bumped her? Was her body as tough as an iron wall? At the end, the 5 members of the Bulls were all injured by Gu Ning, and they could barely continue to play the game. The leader of the Bulls lost patience and raised his fist to punch Gu Ning's forehead. Everyone was shocked by the scene because it happened too fast and sudden. Before the audience could shout out, the leader's fist stopped 30 centimeters away from Gu Ning's face. He didn't stop it himself, Gu Ning caught it. Right after Gu Ning caught his fist, she used a lot of strength and broke his wrist. The leader immediately screamed in pain and his face turned pale. Gu Ning simply dislocated his wrist, so it wouldn't affect his future career as long as it was put back later. The audience was shocked again, because Gu Ning was strong enough to break the leader's wrist. Are you all right? The leader's teammates surrounded him in an instant. If their leader was injured, they would fail in the finals. Those basketball coaches ran over in a hurry as well, especially the coach of the Bulls. Tang Jiakai and the members of the Warriors, on the other hand, felt satisfied. They knew that the leader of the Bulls was the mastermind behind the scheme which was designed to hurt Teng Xiaoyu. And although the leader was already injured, Tang Jiakai was still mad at his sudden movement to hurt Gu Ning, so he went over together with the members of the Warriors to support Gu Ning. Many people around the court also ran over to have a look. How dare you hurt our leader? The members of the Bulls glared at Gu Ning. It seemed that they would punch her at any moment. They forgot one thing, which was that their leader actually asked for it himself. They were a bunch of self-centered people, and they didn't think that what their leader had done was wrong. Instead, they blamed Gu Ning for everything. Nobody is blind here. He suddenly attacked me and I simply protected myself from his punch. He's much taller and stronger than me. If I didn't learn some kung fu skills, I would have been punched by him, Gu Ning said. You! The members of the Bulls panicked. In fact, all of them had tried to hurt Gu Ning, but they all failed. At the same time, they realized that Gu Ning had learned some kung fu skills. No wonder they couldn't hurt her. Bai Rui, are you a man or not? How could you attack a girl? Tang Jiakai criticized the leader of the Bulls once he came. Bai Rui was the leader of the Bulls. If Gu Ning was really injured by him, Tang Jiakai would directly punch him. Gu Ning was very important in the Tang family, and he cared about her as well. It was impossible that he would stand aside and do nothing when Gu Ning was bullied by others. Bai Rui, you can't do that to hurt a girl. Don't you know that it's unacceptable on the court? The coach of the Bulls also scolded Bai Rui. Even though the coach was anxious seeing Bai Rui injured, he knew that it was Bai Rui's fault. There was no reason for him to criticize Gu Ning. Let's send him to the hospital right now. He's injured. What if he can't play basketball in the future? A member of the Bulls said. The upcoming basketball finals were more important in their eyes. He's injured because of his rude and aggressive behavior. He asked for it himself. He should apologize to me, Gu Ning said in anger. Right, you should apologize to this girl for your inappropriate behavior. A person in the crowd supported Gu Ning. Bai Rui is the one who's injured now. A member of the Bulls argued. His argument annoyed many people and someone retorted. He asked for it himself. What if the girl didn't catch his fist? How could a tall strong man attack a girl all of a sudden? People were all criticizing Bai Rui. Bai Rui, you should apologize, the coach of the Bulls said with an annoyed expression. He didn't want the reputation of the Bulls to be ruined. My hand is already injured. Isn't it enough? Bai Rui was reluctant to apologize, because he didn't think that he had done anything wrong. It was obvious that Bai Rui didn't listen to their criticisms. The other coaches couldn't stand it any longer. Bai Rui, your hand is injured because of your sudden and rude behavior, and you should apologize to this girl, the coach of the Warriors said. Actually, the coach of the Warriors was aware of what Bai Rui had done to his team, but he didn't have solid proof. As a result, the coach of the Warriors hated the Bulls, and he felt pleased when Gu Ning defeated them on the court. Bai Rui, it's your fault. and you should take responsibility for your own behavior. We just want you to apologize for your inappropriate behavior. If you refuse to do so, your own career will be affected. The other coaches persuaded Bai Rui. Hearing that, Bai Rui had to give in even though he was unwilling to do so. Fine, I'm sorry, he said in a low voice to Gu Ning. However, his voice was too low and not many people could hear it. Although Gu Ning heard it, she wasn't satisfied. Could you raise your voice? I don't see your sincerity. You! Bai Rui was mad. He thought that Gu Ning said it on purpose, but he had to tolerate it. Bai Rui took a long breath in and said louder, I'm sorry. He apologized without sincerity again, but Gu Ning didn't mind. She made him apologize again in order to humiliate him. All right, you can go to the hospital now, but the game must continue, Gu Ning said. She had no intention to end this game just because Bai Rui was injured. Why? Bai Rui was furious. What? Do you think that you'll lose, so you are trying to deny the agreement?
Gu Ning retorted.
You? Bai Rui didn't know what to say because Gu Ning told the truth. Would you be willing to stop this game if you knew that you'd win? Tang Jiakai asked. In fact, even if the Bulls lost, they couldn't force any of its members to quit the competition, because it wasn't up to them to make this decision. Besides, as long as the Bulls denied the result and refused to keep their promise, they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't write the agreement down on paper after all, and it had no restrictions on them. However, they still wanted the game to continue, because they felt very pleased when the Bulls couldn't score a basket at all. All right, Bai Rui should go to the hospital right now. The rest of you continue to play the game, the coach of the Bulls said. Why? The members of the Bulls were anxious. If the game stopped halfway, they still could keep their good reputation. If they lost at the end of the game, their reputation would be damaged. As for the agreement they had with the Warriors, none of them took it seriously. Didn't you want to compete with the girl? The coach of the Bulls was annoyed. Yes, but... The members of the Bulls couldn't deny it, but they still tried to explain something. Nevertheless, their coach stopped them. Since you proposed it yourself, you should finish this game. It's not embarrassing if you lose, but it's embarrassing if you refuse to finish it. Although he knew that the Bulls were doomed to fail, he thought that they had to accept the result. Since their coach remained adamant, the members of the Bulls could do nothing about it. They had to finish the game. Bai Rui, however, was taken to the hospital. In the remainder of the game, the Bulls lost, which wasn't a surprising result. Within 15 minutes, Gu Ning scored nearly 30 goals, and 20 of them were three-point field goals, while the Bulls scored 0. The Bulls felt utterly embarrassed, because even 5 of them couldn't defeat a young girl. The other basketball teams didn't dare to laugh at the Bulls, because they knew that they weren't better than the Bulls. As for those who wanted to secretly hurt Gu Ning, they were all hurt by Gu Ning in the end. Gu Ning had a pair of unusually tough arms, and they felt a lot of pain once she bumped them with her arms. They hated Gu Ning deeply, but didn't dare to criticize her. Wow, Ningning, you're so unbelievable. Tang Jiakai jumped with excitement like a kid. Miss Gu, we're all amazed by your performance. I'm your fan right now. Me too. Can I take a photo with you? Oh. Members of the Warriors surrounded Gu Ning and kept complimenting her. Although they were aware of Gu Ning's impressive skills, they still thought that today's result was too good to be true. They were excited and shocked by it. The members of the Bulls realized that the Warriors were familiar with Gu Ning from their conversation. Since they were familiar with each other, it was likely that having them play a match with Gu Ning was a trap. The members of the Bulls thought they must have done this to take revenge for Tang Xiaoyu. The more they thought about it, the more likely they believed it could be. Even though not many people knew that they had something to do with the accident which happened to Tang Xiaoyu, they believed that the members of the Warriors had to be aware of it. Because ever since Tang Xiaoyu was injured, members of the Warriors would glare at them when they saw one another. Nevertheless, they couldn't do anything about it. If they wanted to expose this secret, what had happened to Tang Xiaoyu would be revealed as well. In that case, they might be disqualified from taking part in the finals. Therefore, they had to tolerate it even though they were full of anger. Unfortunately, Not every member of the Bulls could stay calm and reasonable. Since you're familiar with each other, was this game a trap set for us? A member of the Bulls questioned the Warriors at once. However, although he asked that question, he already had the answer. The members of the Warriors was struck dumb for a second. They were surprised that this secret was exposed so soon. However, they didn't care about it at all. Onlookers fell into silence after hearing the question, and they looked confused. They didn't understand why the Warriors would lay a trap for the Bulls. What exactly is going on here? The coach of the Warriors cocked his eyebrow. In fact, he was also aware of what had happened to Tung Xiaoyu not too long ago, so he knew that the Warriors did it for Tung Xiaoyu. He felt sorry for Tung Xiaoyu because he was still lying in a hospital bed. What do you mean? We just know each other, but it doesn't mean that this game was a trap. A member of the Warriors argued at once. The other members of the Warriors all put on a calm face. They were mentally prepared, so they didn't seem guilty at all. If this game wasn't a trap, why would you make that bet with us? The Bulls were mad. Because you disdained Miss Gu first. That was witnessed by everyone here. You can't deny it. Besides, 5 members of your team failed to defeat Miss Gu on the court. It's enough to show your ability. The Warriors mocked the Bulls. Yeah, we witnessed that. They challenged Miss Gu first. Other members of other basketball teams all agreed because most of them disliked the Bulls. The Bulls were notorious for their arrogance, and nobody liked their behavior. The members of the Bulls didn't know what to say now. All right, stop arguing with them. Another member of the Bulls stopped him without delay. Since you lost the game, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? A member of the Warriors said. Promise? What promise? The members of the Bulls played dumb all of a sudden. They had agreed not to admit it earlier, so they pretended that it never happened. Hearing that, everyone knew that the Bulls decided to deny it. Are you going to deny it? The members of the Warriors weren't surprised, because they knew that the Bulls was a shameless team. Although the Bulls refused to fulfill their promise, the Warriors still wanted to embarrass them in public. We're not. But you can't force us to do something we never promised to do. The Bulls argued. What promise? The coaches of the other basketball teams were curious. It never existed. The Bulls denied it at once. Well, the thing is, other people who were aware of the agreement between the Bulls and the Warriors explained the whole story to those who weren't aware of it without hesitation. After knowing the whole story, everyone thought that the Bulls was a shameless team. Since the Bulls were arrogant and took Guning lightly, which caused their failure, they should do what they had promised to do. Bullshit. The Bulls still refused to admit it. They thought that nobody could punish them as long as they kept on denying it. How could you be so shameless? The members of the Warriors were annoyed. So what? Do you have any proof? The members of the Bulls wanted to leave. Stop there. We have a voice recording to prove it. A member of the Warriors suddenly took out his phone. The members of the Bulls panicked, and 2 of them ran to grab the phone at once. However, the members of the Warriors dashed to stop them without delay. Didn't you say the promise never existed? Why did you try to grab the phone away? Members of the Warriors sneered. There was no need for them to show the proof right now, because the reaction of the members of the Bulls already proved everything. Unfortunately, the leader and coach of the Bulls were absent, and the rest of the members of the Bulls didn't know how to handle it. Haha, actually we don't have a recording, and we have no intention to force you to fulfill your promise either, but you've embarrassed yourselves in front of everyone. A member of the Warriors said. The Warriors didn't have the power to punish the Bulls, so it was useless even if they had a voice recording. How dare you trick us? The members of the Bulls were furious. So what? We only did it because you refused to admit it, the members of the Warriors said. The members of the Bulls were struck dumb. All right, let's go now.
I'm starving.
Why don't we dine together to celebrate the great success today? A member of the Warriors said. Good idea. After that, they walked together to the outside. The coach of the Warriors joined them as well. Although Guning won the game with the help of her kung fu skills, he still admired her. Oh, Xiaoyu is supposed to pay the bill today, but he couldn't come because he's injured. He already told me to do it for him. Miss Gu has done us a great favor and we should thank her, a member of the warriors said. They normally ate in the canteen because the food there was very cheap. And when they dined outside, they tended to split the bill. Even though they weren't poor, they were already used to it. Miss Gu, thank you so much for treating Xiaoyu's leg. He's very important in our team, another member of the warriors said. What? She treated Xiaoyu's leg? Their coach was very surprised hearing that. Yeah, Miss Gu just treated Xiaoyu's leg yesterday, and Xiaoyu told me that he feels much better today. He can walk now, but it will still take time for him to make a full recovery, a member of the warriors said with excitement. They were confident that Tang Xiaoyu would be well again in a few days. Really? Their coach couldn't believe his ears. After all, the doctor said it would take at least half a month for Tang Xiaoyu to recover, but Gu Ning was able to cure him within several days. Gu Ning didn't seem to be an experienced doctor in his eyes. Although he knew that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl after watching the game, he still couldn't believe that she could easily cure Tang Xiaoyu. It is true. The members of the warriors confirmed it. Miss Gu, thank you so much. Their coach turned to thank Gu Ning at once. Tang Xiaoyu was indeed very important to the warriors, so it was good news for them if he could recover soon. The coach was curious about how Gu Ning was able to cure Tang Xiaoyu, but he didn't ask further about it. He knew that he shouldn't ask for more details if Gu Ning didn't tell them of her own accord. It's not a big deal. Xiaoyu is a close friend of my older cousin, so I'm more than willing to help, Gu Ning said with a smile. If it hadn't been for Tang Jiakai, Tang Xiaoyu wouldn't have been treated by Gu Ning. Your older cousin? The coach was curious. Miss Gu's older cousin is Tang Jiakai, a member of the warriors said. Their coach was aware of Tang Jiakai's family background, but he didn't know much about the Tang family's family affairs. In addition, Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai didn't share the same family name, so the coach didn't know that they were relatives. Oh, thank you so much, Jiakai. The coach thanked Tang Jiakai at once. My pleasure. Xiaoyu is a close friend of mine, so I must do something to help him if I can. By the way, the bulls are really hateful, and we should teach them a lesson, Tang Jiakai said. Tang Jiakai hated people who played dirty tricks, especially when the victim was his close friend. After that, they began to casually chat with each other. Although the coach didn't ask for details about how Gu Ning cured Tang Xiaoyu, he was curious about Gu Ning's medical level. Therefore, he asked Gu Ning whether she was a medical student. Gu Ning knew nothing about medicine, and she was very honest. However, she could see that the coach wanted to ask her something about illnesses. Accordingly, Gu Ning told the coach to ask her anything he wanted to know, and she was willing to give him some advice if he needed it. The coach told Gu Ning that his wife had always been short of energy for the last 2 years, and her face was always pale too. They had done many checks in different hospitals, but his wife's condition didn't improve at all. Gu Ning then told him to visit Colaine to buy some medicine for his wife's condition. Yeah, Colaine is really famous for its effective medicines, Tang Jiakai said, in case the coach didn't believe her. The coach thanked Gu Ning at once and decided to buy some Colaine medicines later. He didn't ask Gu Ning for her background, so he missed the chance to know her real identity. Actually, he still had doubts about Colaine because his wife had already taken so many different kinds of medicines. However, he still had hope. Since Gu Ning was able to cure Tang Xiaoyu, it was possible that she could help his wife too. When they were leaving for the restaurant, some onlookers uploaded videos of Gu Ning playing the basketball match against several professional basketball players to the internet. They didn't know Gu Ning's name, so the videos spread out slowly. After a short time, however, someone recognized Gu Ning and soon reposted the videos to Weibo, and mentioned many entertainment influencers. Followers of those entertainment influencers noticed this news at once. Within minutes, the videos went viral and Gu Ning's name gained a lot of attention once more. Some haters were jealous of Gu Ning and criticized her for continuously attracting public attention. Some also said that as a high school student, she should study hard for the National College Entrance Examination. Nevertheless, Gu Ning's fans defended her without hesitation. Because Gu Ning was already super popular and famous, there was no need for her to deliberately attract public attention. Besides, the title made it very clear that someone challenged Gu Ning, so Gu Ning had the match against them. In addition, Gu Ning was well known to be an excellent student in her school, and she could easily pass the National College Entrance Examination with high scores. At the same time, the Bulls were amid criticisms. The National College Basketball Competition was an important game and it was held by the government, so there was a lot of news about it on TV and newspapers. As a result, many people weren't unfamiliar with the names of those basketball teams. The finals were divided into 3 levels: the preliminary finals, semifinals, and finals. For now, the semifinals had just ended, and it was only 5 days away from the finals. The finals actually gained a lot of attention from a lot of people, especially from college students and those who were involved in the sports industry. Because all the basketball teams were selected from major universities, most college students were aware of this competition. The schoolmates of the teams that successfully entered the finals also paid special attention to this game, because it was related to the honor of their school. Some of them who knew a lot about Gu Ning blamed the Bulls for its stupid aggressive behavior. In their eyes, Gu Ning was someone they couldn't mess with. The Bulls soon heard this news, and its members finally figured out who Gu Ning was. They were surprised by Gu Ning's influence, but hated her more, because they believed that it was Gu Ning who damaged the reputation of their team. Therefore, they began to attack Gu Ning on the internet, but were attacked back by Gu Ning's fans. They were annoyed and didn't understand why Gu Ning had so many loyal fans to defend her. They thought that Gu Ning was only a beautiful girl who had several profitable stores. In fact, they didn't know much about Gu Ning, and now they were full of hatred against her as well. Nevertheless, even though they were furious, they could do nothing to hurt Gu Ning. All in all, the Bulls lost the game and its reputation was damaged too. Gu Ning didn't pay much attention to the news, and she left after having a meal with her new friends. Tang Jiakai also had to go back to his school, so Gu Ning drove him there. Tang Jiakai normally didn't drive, unless he needed to go home on weekends by himself. Tang Jiakai lived in his school, because he wanted to make friends with his schoolmates. Moreover, the Tang family's house was a little far from Tang Jiakai's school. Although he was born in a super-rich family, he still kept a very low profile. He was studying in a highly prestigious university, so his schoolmates all had a bright future. When the members of the Warriors got back, someone asked them whether they had noticed the latest trending news on the internet. They shook their heads, then read the news at once. After reading the news, the members of the Warriors were only surprised that it caused a great sensation on the internet. Their coach, on the other hand, was shocked by Gu Ning's influence and real identity. He had heard a little about Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, and he knew that their founder was a very important figure. However, to his astonishment, their founder turned out to be Gu Ning. When Gu Ning drove Tang Jiakai back to his school, it was nearly 2:30 p.m. and some students were walking into it as well. Many of them were stunned by Gu Ning's car, and several students even shouted out in excitement. "Wow, isn't it Lamborghini? It looks so cool." "Yeah, it's the limited edition of last year. I heard it's super hard to get one." There weren't many super rich kids in this university, and a luxury car was definitely something rare in their eyes. "Is there a handsome man in it?" Some girls wondered, full of anticipation. If there was really a handsome man in the luxury car, they had to show their best side to him. Some girls were snobbish and dreamed that they could be picked by a handsome rich man so that they could live a luxurious life. Even though it wasn't very likely to happen, they refused to give up. The car stopped at the gate of their school. Then Tang Jiakai opened the car door and got out of it. The second those girls saw Tang Jiakai, they screamed out loud, "Oh, it's him! He's one of the most handsome men in our school." Not many people knew Tang Jiakai's family background in their school. However, although Tang Jiakai's family background was a secret, his schoolmates were aware that his family had to be either rich or powerful. Because most of the students in this university came from cities around this country, they weren't familiar with the dominant families in the high society of City B. In fact, only people from the high society were clear about the dominant families in City B. The richest Tang family was famous in City B. but Tang Jiakai's schoolmates didn't connect him with it right away. However, Tang Jiakai showed up in a luxury car this time, which made his schoolmates believe that his family must be very rich. Tang Jiakai was already used to their reaction, so he directly ignored them and walked into the school. Gu Ning was amused and drove away. Because of Tang Jiakai, many people didn't pay attention to Gu Ning. When they turned around to see the driver, the car was already gone, so nobody knew that the driver was actually Gu Ning.
Hey, Tang Jiakai.
Tang Jiakai didn't walk far and was stopped by a female voice, which sounded a little displeased. Tang Jiakai stopped and looked at the person who called him. It was a stunning girl, who was the most beautiful girl in their university, Zhuang Zixuan. Nevertheless, Zhuang Zixuan seemed to be in a bad mood. Hi, Tang Jiakai called her but kept a distance from her. Zhuang Zixuan walked up to him and questioned him. Who's the girl in the car? Tang Jiakai was confused. How could she question him like that? It had nothing to do with her after all. Just my friend, Tang Jiakai said with a frown. What kind of friend? Zhuang Zixuan asked again. Zhuang Zixuan, what's wrong with you? Tang Jiakai lost patience. Zhuang Zixuan was struck dumb for a second. Tang Jiakai had chased Zhuang Zixuan before, but Zhuang Zixuan chose another handsome man in their school because she knew that the man was from a rich family in City B. Zhuang Zixuan's family was rich too, but wasn't famous at all in City B. She was arrogant because of her family and beauty, and she believed that only rich heirs could match her. As a result, she rejected Tang Jiakai and became the other man's girlfriend. Because of that, Tang Jiakai clearly understood what kind of person Zhuang Zixuan was, and he lost interest in her. Zhuang Zixuan broke up with Zhou Haoyan, which was the man's name, so she thought of Tang Jiakai now. Despite his family background, Zhuang Zixuan liked Tang Jiakai more, because Tang Jiakai was a real gentleman. I've gotta go. Tang Jiakai was unwilling to waste time on Zhuang Zixuan, so he turned around and walked away without delay. Wait a second. Zhuang Zixuan stopped him again. What? Tang Jiakai was annoyed.
Zhuang Zixuan stammered. I'm sorry.
If you don't have anything else to say to me, I really need to go now. My class is about to begin, Tang Jiakai said. Zhuang Zixuan was anxious and blurted it out. I just broke up with Zhou Haoyan. Zhou Haoyan was another of the most handsome men in their university. I don't care. Tang Jiakai continued to walk away. He had heard of it earlier on and he knew that Zhou Haoyan was a playboy. Zhuang Zixuan broke up with Zhou Haoyan because she found out that he slept with another woman behind her back, and she couldn't accept it. Actually, Zhou Haoyan had no intention to be in a serious relationship with Zhuang Zixuan for long, so he agreed to break up with her with alacrity. He only felt a little shame that their relationship didn't last longer than he thought it would, because Zhuang Zixuan was very beautiful and sexy. Although she looked arrogant on the surface, she was totally different in bed, which greatly satisfied Zhou Haoyan. Zhou Haoyan could easily satisfy his sexual needs without making much effort, but Zhuang Zixuan was still a virgin when he was with her. Tang Jiakai had some friends who were also Zhou Haoyan's friends, so he heard about it from some of them. Tang Jiakai took it as gossip and soon forgot it. Seeing Tang Jiakai staying so calm, Zhuang Zixuan was angry. Don't you have anything to say to me? What do you expect me to say?
Tang Jiakai's no.
It has nothing to do with me. Tang Jiakai wasn't dumb, and he clearly knew why Zhuang Zixuan said that to him. She simply wanted him to accept her. However, he was reluctant to do that. He didn't mind whether his girlfriend was a virgin as long as he loved her and she was loyal to him. In addition, the girl couldn't be the ex-girlfriend of someone he knew. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. Zhuang Zixuan obviously didn't satisfy any of the above requests. She had rejected him because she was snobbish, so she already lost the qualification to gain his affection. Besides, she already had sex with Zhou Haoyan, who was a well-known playboy in Tang Jiakai's friend circle. Tang Jiakai only felt disgusted when seeing her face now. You! Zhuang Zixuan was annoyed, and she could see that Tang Jiakai was unwilling to talk to her now. However, she didn't realize that Tang Jiakai hated her now. She thought that Tang Jiakai was still mad at her because she had rejected him before. Therefore, Zhuang Zixuan softened her voice and said, Jiakai, I'm sorry for what I did to you before. I know it's my fault. Could you please forgive me? She tried to persuade Tang Jiakai to accept her. Tang Jiakai only showed disdain on his face. Zhuang Zixuan, I know what you want to do, but it's impossible. I have no interest in you now, so please take me as a stranger if you see me next time, Tang Jiakai said, then walked away from Zhuang Zixuan without giving her a glance. Zhuang Zixuan was struck dumb this time. She only rejected him 3 months ago. Could he give her up within just 3 months? In fact, Tang Jiakai gave her up within 3 days. Once Tang Jiakai knew the real reason why she rejected him, he decided to give her up and felt lucky that she didn't become his girlfriend. Zhuang Zixuan had a robust self-esteem. Since Tang Jiakai had made it very clear, she didn't stop him again, otherwise she would humiliate herself. She was disappointed and sad because she really liked Tang Jiakai in her heart. However, Tang Jiakai's family background was still unknown to Zhuang Zixuan at that moment. When Tang Jiakai was gone, an acerbic female voice interrupted Zhuang Zixuan's thought. Your family isn't very rich in City B, so you should give up the idea of bothering Lord Tang. Hearing that, Zhuang Zixuan turned to look at the person with confusion. The person was a girl who was born in a super-rich family in City B, and she came with another girl whose father was an important official. They were staring at Zhuang Zixuan with a mocking smile on their faces. Miss Pan, what do you mean? Zhuang Zixuan asked. She wasn't in the mood to be mad at the girl, but ached to figure out why the girl said that. Miss Pan was Pan Jiqi, and she was from the Pan family of City B. The Pan family was precisely Pan Zirwei's family, and Pan Jiqi was Pan Zirwei's younger cousin. Pan Jiqi's parents passed away early on because of a car accident, so she became the Pan family's adopted daughter. And although Pan Jiqi was only Pan Zirwei's younger cousin, she had 10% shares of the Pan family's business, which used to be her father's, so nobody dared to take her lightly. In addition, the Pan family took Pan Jiqi as its own daughter and treated her very well. Pan Jiqi also called Pan Zirwei's parents her father and mother. What do I mean? I mean the literal meaning. Pan Jiqi laughed at Zhuang Zixuan. Oh, don't you know Lord Tang's family background yet? I bet you don't know it. Or you wouldn't have rejected him and become Zhou Haoyan's girlfriend. Zhou Haoyan is simply a playboy and he changes girlfriends faster than he changes his t-shirt. You're lucky though that you could be his girlfriend for 3 months. Well, you're the most beautiful girl in our school after all, and you have a great body. You must be good in bed too. Pan Jiqi was humiliating Zhuang Zixuan in public, but unfortunately every word she just said was true. She wasn't familiar with Zhou Haoyan, but was a close friend of his younger cousin, so she heard about his behavior. Girls loved gossiping when they were together. Not many people knew that Zhuang Zixuan had rejected Tang Jiakai, but it wasn't a secret in their friend circle. Pan Jiqi disdained Zhuang Zixuan more than ever because Zhuang Zixuan rejected Lord Tang for Zhou Haoyan. However, she wasn't Zhuang Zixuan's friend, so she didn't tell her about Tang Jiakai's family background. When Zhuang Zixuan broke up with Zhou Haoyan and turned to bother Tang Jiakai, she couldn't tolerate it anymore and jumped out to mock Zhuang Zixuan. What? Do you mean Tang Jiakai's family and the famous Tang family in City B? Zhuang Zixuan was shocked, because in City B people only called male members of the Tang family Lord Tang. If Tang Jiakai was really born in the famous Tang family in City B, Zhou Haoyan's family would be barely comparable to his. Zhuang Zixuan regretted at once because she had made a stupid choice back then. Although she couldn't believe that Tang Jiakai was really a member of the famous Tang family in City B, she realized it was highly possible now. She didn't want to accept it, but it was the truth. Zhuang Zixuan opened her mouth again, but couldn't utter a word because of the shock. Guess for yourself. Pan Jiqi wore an evil smile. Zhuang Zixuan frowned with dissatisfaction, but she couldn't criticize Pan Jiqi, because Pan Jiqi's family was richer than hers. However, Zhuang Zixuan hesitated for a long while to say a word, because she was reluctant to accept the truth. Seeing that, Pan Jiqi said, You know that there is only one Tang family on the list of the richest families in City B. The only Tang family on the list was precisely Tang Jiakai's family. Zhuang Zixuan rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe her ears. It turned out that Tang Jiakai was really born in the famous Tang family in City B. Do you mean Tang Jiakai's family is the richest family in City B? Zhuang Zixuan said, but failed to compose her features. Yeah, Tang Jiakai is indeed a member of the famous Tang family in City B. It's said that the men in the Tang family are all loyal to their partners. What a shame that you rejected him and missed the chance to marry into the Tang family, Panjiqi said, and felt satisfied seeing Zhuang Zixuan's shocked face. Zhuang Zixuan didn't know what to say now and felt like crying. She had rejected Lord Tang. How could she miss the great chance to marry into the famous Tang family? If she had agreed to become Tang Jiakai's girlfriend, she could have become the luckiest girl in her friend circle now. Panjiqi didn't stay to mock Zhuang Zixuan, and she left with her friend without hesitation. Gu Ning was ready to go back to Huafu Hills, but suddenly received Qi Tianlin's call halfway. Qi Tianlin hadn't contacted her in a long time, and she seldom called him too. As the head of the Kirin gang, Qi Tianlin was busy dealing with his own things and he didn't have time to contact Gu Ning. Hey, where are you now? Qi Tianlin said in an urgent tone once Gu Ning answered his call. Gu Ning heard and realized that it had to be something important. I'm in City B now. Hearing that, Qi Tianlin was relieved a little. Come to the Earth nightclub now. I need your help. Qi Tianlin ordered as usual, and it didn't sound polite at all, but he didn't mean to hurt Gu Ning's feelings. Gu Ning didn't mind it either. She thought that someone was probably injured so he needed her pills. Half an hour later, Gu Ning arrived at the Earth nightclub. Yu Hao was waiting for her outside, because they were going somewhere hidden from other people. Is it an emergency? Gu Ning asked Yu Hao. Yes. Miss Gu, please follow me this way, Yu Hao said. After that, Gu Ning followed Yu Hao inside. They went to an exclusive elevator which only Qi Tianlin and his henchmen knew the password of. This elevator could only reach 2 floors. One was the top floor and the other was the underground floor. Yu Hao brought Gu Ning to the underground floor. It was a floor lower than the underground parking lot. The elevator opened within seconds, revealing a room about 20 square meters large with piles of sundries. Gu Ning glanced around and saw a door. There were people talking behind the door. Although Gu Ning couldn't hear their conversation clearly, she heard Qi Tianlin's voice. It was obvious that Qi Tianlin was doing something that he didn't want other people to know about. Gu Ning didn't fully trust Qi Tianlin, so she stayed alert and used her jade eyes to see what was behind the door. Behind the door there were 2 rooms. One was like a living room with only a sofa, a coffee table and an air conditioner. There was only a glass of water on the coffee table. Qi Tianlin was sitting on the sofa with his bodyguard, Chang Hua, standing behind him. The other room was a bedroom, and there was another door between the living room and this bedroom. In the bedroom there was just a bed, a cabinet, and an air conditioner too. On the bed in the bedroom, a man was tied up by thick ropes. He looked to be in his early 20s, but was twitching the entire time with a pale face. His mouth was wide open and Gu Ning was shocked to see a pair of fangs in it. The man's eyes were also strange and frightening. His eyeballs were shiny green with a weird light. His fingernails were as long as 3 or 4 centimeters, and were very sharp. He didn't look like a human being at all, but a wolf. Before Gu Ning couldn't think further, Yu Hao entered the password and opened the door. The sound of the opening door attracted Qi Tianlin and Chang Hua's attention. Qi Tianlin stood up at once. Hi, is everything all right? Gu Ning asked, pretending that she knew nothing about what was in the bedroom. Unfortunately, no, Qi Tianlin said. Come on, I need to show you something. Gu Ning then followed Qi Tianlin into the bedroom, while Yu Hao and Chang Hua were left in the living room. Gu Ning walked to the bed and saw the man lying on it from a short distance. Although she already had seen him with the help of her jade eyes, she still pretended to be shocked. What the hell? He has fangs and his eyeballs were green. He's like a wolf. I don't know why either. At 1 o'clock this morning I went back to the Earth nightclub from outside. But I was attacked by this man in the parking lot. He was unusually good at fighting, and it wasn't easy for the three of us to get control of him. Now he is under anesthetic, but strangely the anesthetics fail within a few minutes. We have to inject a large amount of anesthetic into his body every 5 minutes, Chi Tianlin said. Because he's always in a crazy condition, I don't know how to find out why he's like this. Will your medicine be effective on him? Have you done any research on the internet? Gu Ning asked. Yeah, but I only found some ridiculous answers like he could be a werewolf, a mutant, or something like that. I don't believe those things exist in this world, Chi Tianlin said. Chi Tianlin only felt that those answers were ridiculous, but actually it was quite possible for those answers to be true. The man couldn't be a normal human being after all. Gu Ning, on the contrary, believed in those unbelievable creatures. A werewolf or a mutant were merely the same. No matter what, they had to figure out what kind of creature this man was as soon as possible for the safety of their society. I need to have a look first, Gu Ning said and went closer to size him up. There were dense pinholes on the man's neck, which were obviously left by frequent injections, and it made Gu Ning think of mutants. Gu Ning had watched movies about mutants. Although it couldn't be true in other people's eyes, it could be used as a useful reference for Gu Ning. The mutated person in the movie was a result of long-term injections of certain drugs, and the blood of a certain murderous animal, who then slowly mutated in a special radiation environment for a long time. After the mutation was successful, the appearance of the person would have the features of that animal. Moreover, the mutants not only surpassed ordinary people in physical strength, but also in self-healing ability, because their bodies would form a cuticle under the pustule on the skin after radiation, which greatly increased its defensibility. Even if they were injured, they would soon recover. However, their brains were also damaged by radiation, so their IQ wasn't high and they felt no pain at all. They weren't afraid of death, and only knew to obey commands. These hadn't been confirmed yet, and they were all guesses, so Gu Ning needed further verification to determine them. She then took out a Snickers nail from her backpack. Chi Tianlin didn't feel strange at all when she did that. Gu Ning had a gun with her, so it wasn't surprising that she had a Snickers nail too. The next second, Gu Ning cut the man's arm with it and gray-black blood flowed out at once. Nevertheless, within 10 seconds, the blood stopped flowing and the wound healed quickly, which was even faster than what Gu Ning's magical power could do. Gu Ning was sure now that this man was a mutant. Although she believed in those unusual creatures, she was still astonished when she saw it in real life. She had a feeling that this world was getting increasingly dangerous. Chi Tianlin, however, rounded his eyes in shock. What? Maybe it's hard for you to believe it, but I still need to tell you that this man is a mutant, Gu Ning said with a serious expression. Chi Tianlin already saw this mutant, so it was impossible to hide this secret from him. Seriously? Chi Tianlin couldn't believe his ears. He was shocked that mutants really existed. Are you sure? Chi Tianlin asked. Why do you think he's a mutant? Mutants are different from ordinary human beings, and they're better than us in both physical strength and self-healing ability. I just cut his skin deeply, but it healed within seconds, Gu Ning said. Well, if you doubt that, I don't know what else I can say. Chi Tianlin still thought that it was unbelievable, but he chose to trust Gu Ning. I'm surprised that mutants really exist, he said. There are all kinds of creatures in this world, and you'll probably meet more of them in the future, Gu Ning said. All of a sudden, Chi Tianlin thought of something and asked Gu Ning, have you always believed in such creatures? Why aren't you surprised at all? If I tell you that I've met ghosts before, will you believe it? Gu Ning asked Chi Tianlin, half joking. Even though Gu Ning was half joking, Chi Tianlin felt that she meant it and his body stiffened a little. He had never seen ghosts before. Well, I didn't believe it, and would have thought that it was ridiculous if someone told me that, but now I think I should change my mind, Chi Tianlin said. Chi Tianlin still had doubts, but tended to believe that it was possible that ghosts and monsters really existed in this world. What should we do now? He asked later. They had to figure out a good way to deal with this mutant. Chi Tianlin had no idea what they should do, so he could only ask Gu Ning. The moment Chi Tianlin finished that, The mutant suddenly broke all the ropes and the anesthetic wasn't working, so he got his strength back. The next second, the mutant jumped up and attacked Qi Tianlin without delay. It was obvious that his target was Qi Tianlin. No wonder he appeared out of the blue and attacked Qi Tianlin in the underground parking lot. Before the mutant could touch Qi Tianlin, Gu Ning stopped him and began to fight against him. Because Qi Tianlin was no match for the mutant, there was no need for him to fight against the mutant. It would be a total waste of time. Go out now and close the door. Nobody can enter this room without my permission, Gu Ning shouted to Qi Tianlin. Hearing that, Qi Tianlin was surprised and said, "No, I can't leave you alone here. It's too dangerous." Although he knew that Gu Ning was good at martial arts and that she was better than him, he thought that the mutant was unusually aggressive. "It's fine. I can handle him, but I need to do it alone," Gu Ning said. Qi Tianlin remained silent for a while, then agreed. "Fine, but you must come out safely." "I will," Gu Ning said with confidence. After that, Qi Tianlin had a long glance at Gu Ning before he walked out and closed the door. Yu Hao and Changhua heard the noises of fighting from the room when Qi Tianlin walked out, and they were confused. "Qi is Miss Gu." The anesthetic lost efficacy, and Gu Ning said that she could handle him alone, Qi Tianlin said worriedly. Qi Tianlin didn't tell them that the man was a mutant, because it was too strange and he didn't know how to say it. In addition, the fewer people who knew about it, the better it would be. In the bedroom, Gu Ning let the Jiao out once Qi Tianlin was gone, and told the Jiao to deal with the mutant. The sudden appearance of the Jiao didn't surprise the mutant at all. He wore an expressionless face the entire time. His brain was already damaged, so he only knew to attack and wasn't afraid of anything. "Control it first." Gu Ning gave an order to the Jiao. Without delay, the Jiao attacked the mutant. The Jiao was very strong, but the mutant also had great defensive capability, so it wasn't easy for the Jiao to control the mutant within a short time. However, it was harder for the mutant to hurt the Jiao, because their fighting skills were at totally different levels. After all, the Jiao was a monster with over 1,000 years of firm inner discipline. The mutant, however, mutated from an ordinary human being, and Qi Tianlin along with his 2 bodyguards could control it by working together. After 2 minutes, the Jiao wrapped the mutant with its body, and the mutant couldn't move at all. "Do you know how to eliminate him?" Gu Ning asked the Jiao. "He doesn't have yin or inner discipline, but is quite aggressive and good at healing himself. He isn't a normal person, so I don't know how to eliminate him either," the Jiao said. The Jiao didn't belong to this world, so it had no idea how to deal with a mutant. Besides, mutants were rare and strange. It couldn't be easily eliminated. Afterwards, Gu Ning told the Jiao how the mutant came into being. "Well, in that case, I can only remove all his blood from his body, but it can be very difficult given his unbelievable self-healing ability," the Jiao said. It wasn't sure whether this way could work, but it was the only way it could think of right now. "All right, have a try," Gu Ning said. The Jiao bit the mutant's neck, then began to suck his blood. It indeed took a lot of effort to remove all the mutant's blood, because his blood never stopped flowing, and he only looked a little pale after over 10 minutes. As the blood was gradually sucked out by the Jiao, the mutant's face became increasingly pale. However, it was still hard to remove all his blood. About half an hour later, 2/3 of the mutant's blood was removed and the mutant lost the ability to fight back. Qi Tianlin was anxious when Gu Ning had stayed in the bedroom for a long time. He was afraid that she might be injured. However, whether he wanted to go inside to have a look or not, he couldn't get inside because Gu Ning locked the door from the inside in case Qi Tianlin saw the Jiao. Luckily, another 10 minutes later, the Jiao sucked all the mutant's blood, and the mutant let out its last breath. "Oh my, it was really hard to remove all his blood," the Jiao complained. "Thank you so much, but I still need to put you into my telepathic eye space now. I'll let you enjoy yourself in the river in a few days," Gu Ning said to comfort it. "Great." The Jiao was cheered up. After that, Gu Ning put it back into the telepathic eye space before she went to open the door. Qi Tianlin heard the sound of opening a door and stopped at once outside. He focused on the door and held his breath. "Are you all right?" He asked Gu Ning in a hurry the moment Gu Ning showed up. Yeah, I'm fine and the man is dead, Gu Ning said. Are you sure you're fine? Qi Tianlin asked Gu Ning again. Gu Ning understood that Qi Tianlin was worried about her, so she said again, I'm really fine, and you don't need to worry about me. Look at my face. I'm fine and safe. Qi Tianlin felt relieved and smiled. He remembered that Gu Ning had her magical pills so she should be fine. Oh, I'll leave the mutant to you, but this mutant was controlled by someone else, and the controller must be somewhere nearby or right in the Earth nightclub. I'm going to City F in 2 days, so you must take care of yourself, Gu Ning said. Nobody knew whether there was another mutant, so Qi Tianlin's life was still in danger. Thanks, I will, Qi Tianlin said. He wasn't sure whether he was able to defeat another mutant. Even though he could tie the mutant up for a while, it was troublesome if the mutant stayed beside him. Since the mutant came to kill him but failed, it was very likely that he was still the target. Qi Tianlin didn't know who the mastermind behind this was, because he had too many enemies. Countless people had tried to murder him before, but this was the first time that he had been attacked by a mutant. Anyway, a mutant was indeed much stronger than a normal killer. How about you? Will you be safe after you helped me out this time? Qi Tianlin asked all of a sudden. If Gu Ning's life was in danger because of him, he would feel guilty. It wasn't easy to make Qi Tianlin feel guilty, but he was truly worried about Gu Ning. It's fine, I can handle it and protect myself well, Gu Ning said. With the help of the Jiao, Gu Ning had nothing to be worried about. Even if she didn't have the Jiao's help, she wasn't weak either. Qi Tianlin nodded, then dropped this topic. Why don't we dine together this afternoon? Qi Tianlin said. Thanks, but I need to deal with something else today, Gu Ning said. All right. Qi Tianlin was a little disappointed, but didn't insist. He knew that Gu Ning was very busy. After that, Qi Tianlin told you how to walk Gu Ning outside. Once they walked out of the elevator, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to glance around to see whether she could find anyone who could be guilty. However, she found nobody who could be guilty till she drove away. Although she failed to do that, she didn't think that the controller of the mutant didn't exist. Since the person could control a mutant, he couldn't be simple at all. In addition, the person probably hid himself away very well so that Gu Ning couldn't find him. No matter what, Gu Ning believed that she had to be more careful from now on. In fact, the controller of the mutant had already watched Gu Ning walking into the Earth nightclub. And he also had noticed Yu Hao, who was Qi Tianlin's bodyguard. He knew that Yu Hao waited outside for Gu Ning. Therefore, it was obvious that Gu Ning came here for the mutant. Nevertheless, he didn't think that they would know how to handle the mutant, because a mutant was beyond ordinary people's imagination. Although the mutant was under the control of Qi Tianlin now, he believed that the mutant would be fine because the mutant was unbelievably strong. The controller of the mutant simply wanted the mutant to listen to his orders, so he actually didn't know that the mutant was already dead. When Gu Ning was gone, Qi Tianlin left the underground floor to the top floor. They needed to deal with the mutant's body, but not right now. They could only do it at night. Even though he was the head of an illegal gang and he had killed many people before, this club wasn't his place, so he had to be more cautious. Shortly after Gu Ning left the club, she noticed that someone was following her. When the traffic lights were red, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see who was in the car behind hers. There was only a man who was the driver. He was about 30 and looked handsome. Since the person came for her, Gu Ning decided to meet him. She checked the map and found a relatively remote place. After driving for a long while, Gu Ning reached the side of a river. She parked the car properly and got out of it. She pretended to be in a bad mood and went to have a walk along the river. The man also stopped his car not far from Gu Ning's. Then he walked straight towards Gu Ning. Hey beauty, are you having a walk alone here? The man struck up a conversation with Gu Ning. It seemed like he was kind and had no intention to hurt Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning sensed something different from his eyes, and she knew it was a complete act. Yeah, Gu Ning said and didn't pay much attention to him. Can we chat for a while? The man asked all of a sudden. What do you want to talk to me about? Gu Ning asked. Well, actually you noticed me following you early on, right? The man said. Gu Ning was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the man would say that. Since the man wasn't dumb, Gu Ning stopped pretending and put on a cold face. Why are you following me? I want to make a deal with you, the man said. What is it? Gu Ning asked. The man opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly attacked Gu Ning and wanted to knock her unconscious. Gu Ning was alert, so she defended herself at once and began to fight against the man. The man didn't seem surprised at all when Gu Ning fought back, but he was excited. The man wasn't weak, but Gu Ning still got control of the fight very soon and easily locked the man tight so that he couldn't move. The man was astonished by Gu Ning's skills, but he looked pleased at the same time. Gu Ning didn't miss his expressions and felt confused. She didn't understand why the man still seemed kind to her after following her and attacking her. Tell me, who sent you? Gu Ning coldly asked. Miss Gu, I have no intention to hurt you. I just read a lot of news about you and I know you're excellent at martial arts, so I simply want to have a competition with you for fun, the man said. He sounded sincere, but Gu Ning didn't believe him. Because Gu Ning thought that he had something to do with the controller of the mutant, she was unwilling to let him go. She wasn't afraid of the mastermind directly coming to her, but she was worried that her family or friends might be threatened. For fun? I don't think so, Gu Ning sneered. The man felt slightly embarrassed. In fact, he attacked Gu Ning of his own accord just to have a game with her, and he indeed had no intention to hurt her. He saw Gu Ning in the Earth nightclub just then and he recognized her, so he followed her. Miss Gu, I'm terribly sorry. It's my fault, but please trust me. I really have no intention to hurt you, and I actually need your help, the man said with sincerity again. Although Gu Ning still stayed suspicious, she gave him a chance after seeing his sincere attitude. She let him go later but fixed her eyes on him, in case he ran away. The man stretched his arms and hands to relax his muscles, then said to Gu Ning with a serious face, Miss Gu, please allow me to introduce myself first. My name's Li Zhongwei, and I'm a member of the SWAT team of City B. Saying that, he quickly took out his certificate from his inside pocket and handed it to Gu Ning. Gu Ning checked it and it said that he was a team leader. However, she wasn't sure whether the certificate was real or not. Is it real? Gu Ning asked. Li Zhongwei replied seriously. Of course it is. It's illegal for me to make this up. Gu Ning nodded and decided to trust Li Zhongwei. What do you want me to help you with? Gu Ning asked him. Li Zhongwei said, Our team is in the middle of a very important task, but we need a female to sneak into the enemy camp and get close to the enemy. This female must be extremely powerful, or else it'll be very dangerous. There are female SWAT members in our team, but they couldn't even beat me, so I am worried that they can't complete the task. After all, our opponents are very strong. I saw you in the Earth nightclub by chance, and I think that maybe you can help because I've heard a lot about what you've done before. Well, it is the best if you're willing to help us, but we won't force you to do so. It's very dangerous after all. Li Zhongwei believed that only Gu Ning could help them right now. Gu Ning knew that it had to be an emergency, and they did their job to protect this country and its people, so she didn't have the heart to turn him down. May I know why you need a female to approach your target? Gu Ning asked. Li Zhongwei hesitated for a short while, then said, Because the person we are going to catch will hold a private drug party on a cruise, but only those who receive the invitation letter can enter it. It isn't allowed for any guest to bring extra people into it. Luckily, they asked for 10 prostitutes from a certain club to accompany them, so we can send an undercover agent to join them. We simply want the undercover agent to control our target. There is no need for her to kill him, she just needs to threaten him to sail back to the shore so that we can take further action. Li Zhongwei told Gu Ning everything, but he wasn't worried that Gu Ning would leak the information. Gu Ning was a girl who had a strong sense of justice, so he chose to believe her. Anyway, he needed her help. Well, aren't you afraid that I'll leak this important information? Gu Ning asked. Miss Gu, I trust you and I don't think that you're a bad person. By the way, you better not leak any information about this important task, or you'll be arrested by the police. No matter how powerful you are, you would probably have to spend the rest of your life in jail, Li Zhongwei said. What if I fail to finish this task? Gu Ning asked. She didn't mind Li Zhongwei's threat. Miss Gu, I need to be honest with you about it. If you fail, it won't cause great damage to us, but your life might be in great danger, so I hope that you can carefully think about it before you make your decision, Li Zhongwei said. We don't want you to be hurt. No problem, I'm willing to help, Gu Ning said without hesitation. She didn't bother to think about it because she thought that this task was meaningful to their country. If Li Zhongwei forced her to do it, Gu Ning wouldn't agree, but she was more than willing to help since he cared about her life too. Really? Li Zhongwei's eyes lit up at once. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. You don't need to thank me. I'm willing to do something that is helpful to our country, Gu Ning said. Action spoke louder than words. Li Zhongwei admired Gu Ning more than ever now. Oh, Miss Gu, are you free this afternoon? Can we share a meal together? Li Zhongwei said. Sure. Gu Ning understood that Li Zhongwei was going to bring her to meet his teammates, so she agreed. It was past 4 p.m. now, and it was almost time for dinner. Afterwards, Gu Ning drove her car and followed Li Zhongwei. They were going to meet the SWAT team, and wouldn't go to the wharf until 7 p.m. that night. When it was about 5:30 p.m., Gu Ning and Li Zhongwei arrived. They normally got off work after 6 p.m., so Li Zhongwei's teammates were still at work. They didn't need to sit in the office all day, and they could walk around in the yard if there was nothing to deal with. Therefore, at this time there were many people chatting in the yard. The second a white Lamborghini drove into the yard, it attracted a lot of attention from the people in the yard. The next second a black Land Rover, which was Li Zhongwei's car, drove in too. They got curious and walked to the Lamborghini. When Gu Ning got out of it, they were amazed by her beauty and greeted her at once. Hi, beauty. Nice to meet you. Gu Ning smiled at them. Hey, what's your name? Someone asked Gu Ning. My name's Gu Ning, Gu Ning said.
Gu Ning.
It sounds familiar, Sweta said. I think it sounds familiar too, but I can't remember where I've heard it before, Swetby said. Oh. Many of them were familiar with Gu Ning's name. That's such an ancient pickup line. Swetsi mocked them.
Swat de lauga outlaut.
I mean it. Swet argued. Fine, I believe you, Swetsi said. What? Do you want a fight? Sweta was annoyed. They were used to joking and playing with each other like that, and they practiced their fighting skills frequently in this way. They weren't really going to beat one another. Ignore them. Let's go inside now, Li Zhongwei said to Gu Ning. Although they wanted to talk more with Gu Ning, they knew that Gu Ning came there for something serious, so they didn't stop her.
Gu Ning.
After Gu Ning and Li Zhongwei were gone, Sweta was still repeating Gu Ning's name, trying to remember something. Hey Qin, what are you mumbling? Are you too amazed by the beautiful girl? Sweta hit Sweta's shoulder all of a sudden. Sweta was scared and raised his head. I'm not. He argued. I need to check her name on the internet, Swetby said. He also wanted to figure out why he thought Gu Ning's name sounded familiar. The others were confused by their reaction. They thought that maybe Gu Ning was a famous person. Oh, no wonder her name sounds so familiar. Swetby suddenly shouted with excitement. It's her, he said after reading several pieces of news about Gu Ning. Other people were surprised by Swetby's reaction. They ran to have a look at his phone, but Sweta grabbed it away. Sweta realized he was right after reading the news about Gu Ning. Hey, how can you grab the phone away? Fine, I'll check it myself, Swetsi said and took out his phone at once. Several other SWATs did the same thing. When they found out what Gu Ning had done with the help of the internet, they were all shocked. Jesus, are these pieces of news real? Swetsi couldn't believe his eyes. Of course they're real, Sweta said. She's only 19, but she's unbelievably successful. She's still a high school student. Wow, she's so amazing that she can beat so many people up in such a short time. All of them got excited and kept on reading more news about Gu Ning. She is a goddess. She is. Every internet user calls her Goddess Gu. She's my goddess too now. At that moment a group of strong men became Gu Ning's fans. "I want to compete against her in fighting," Aswat said with anticipation. However, his colleagues looked at him with disdain. "Forget it, I don't think you can beat a bunch of security guards up alone. Can you?" While they were arguing with each other, Gu Ning and Li Zhongwei went to the office of Team Number 1. In their organization, every team consisted of 7 or 8 people. If it was a normal task, it required fewer people, so they only took action together when it was necessary and important. This time it was a very important task, so many SWATs worked together in order to catch their target. Team Number 1 was on the front line, so its members knew the situation better than others. However, people who supported Team Number 1 all had to listen to Li Zhongwei's orders. Team Number 1 was the best team among SWAT teams, and it normally went to the front line when it was needed. Other than Li Zhongwei, who was the team leader, there were 5 men and a woman in the team. In the office room, all 5 male teammates were present, but the female teammate was absent. When they saw Gu Ning, they were surprised by her beautiful appearance. "Where is Du?" Li Zhongwei asked. Du was the only female member in their team. "I don't know. She just left," Aswat replied. Li Zhongwei didn't ask further and introduced Gu Ning to them. "This is Gu Ning, Miss Gu, and she'll be helping us sneak into the cruise." "What?" Everyone was surprised because Gu Ning was a stranger. Since Li Zhongwei found Gu Ning in person, they wouldn't doubt Gu Ning's ability, but, "Leader, isn't that Du's job?" Aswat said. He thought that it wasn't fair for Du. "Right." Other people agreed. Li Zhongwei turned to Gu Ning for help for a reason, but Du was very important in their team as well. Du isn't capable of completing the job properly, and Miss Gu is much better than her at martial arts. If Miss Gu does this for us, it raises the possibility that we can succeed to over 90%, Li Zhongwei said. He understood that the others were arguing for Du, but they had to make sure that the task would be successfully completed. Hearing Li Zhongwei's explanation, everyone was surprised again. In order to make them believe in Gu Ning, Li Zhongwei added, "I just had a fight against Miss Gu, and Miss Gu was able to control me within just 5 minutes. Du is excellent in our team, but she can't beat me. Do you think she can defeat Miss Gu?" "Really?" someone asked. If their team leader couldn't win the fight against Gu Ning must be much better than the rest of them. However, it wasn't easy for them to believe it because Gu Ning looked too young and she was slim. "Why don't you try yourself if you have doubts?" Li Zhongwei proposed. He had talked about it with Gu Ning before they came here, and Gu Ning agreed. "Let me have a try." All of a sudden, a female voice sounded at the door. That woman was precisely Du. Du's full name was Du Jingtong, and she was 27 this year. She was a cool girl with short hair wearing a SWAT uniform. Du Jingtong was born in a police family. Her father was a SWAT, and her mother was a civilian policewoman, so she had a special feeling for the police since childhood. She made up her mind to become a policewoman when she grew up. Du Jingtong's uncle was an important figure in a military region, so she grew up with all kinds of soldiers. She had also joined the army for 3 years, and she was always the most outstanding female soldier among her peers. After she was discharged, she was directly assigned to the SWAT unit and became a member of Team Number 1 within 2 years. Du Jingtong was admired by many people in the SWAT unit. She was also an ambitious person, and she was reluctant to be replaced by a stranger. Even though her team leader told her that Gu Ning was much better than her, she was unwilling to give up without having a try. This task was super dangerous and she wasn't fully confident that she could complete it without being hurt. But she wasn't afraid of danger as a SWAT. "No problem," Gu Ning said to Du Jingtong. Li Zhongwei also agreed. When Du Jingtong saw Gu Ning's face, she was stunned by her beauty and got jealous of her. Not only was Gu Ning beautiful, but Gu Ning was also good at martial arts. Gu Ning even stole her job, so she disliked Gu Ning. Seeing Du Jingtong's expression, Li Zhongwei understood that she didn't like Gu Ning, but he wasn't worried that she might hurt Gu Ning because she didn't have the ability to do that. "All right, let's go outside now," Li Zhongwei said. After that, they walked out together. Although the office room was large, it wasn't a good place to compete in fighting. Therefore they went to the playground and many SWATs surrounded them at once. It was a secret that Du Jingtong was going to be the undercover agent this time, but it was fine to let other people watch the competition.
God das Guam.
Sweta shouted with excitement. Hearing the way he called her, Gu Ning knew that he must have found out what she had done before from the internet. She kindly smiled at them and said nothing. Except for Du Jingtong, only Gu Ning was a female there, so other men understood that Sweta just greeted Gu Ning. However, he called her his goddess. Even though Gu Ning was very beautiful, there were a lot of more beautiful women in this world. Move a little, Li Zhongwei said to them and told them to walk away so that Gu Ning and Du Jingtong had enough space. Sweta didn't know what they were going to do, but he still stepped away with his colleagues. In the center of the crowd, Gu Ning stood across from Du Jingtong facing her. Sweta and his colleagues soon realized that Gu Ning and Du Jingtong were going to have a competition of fighting skills. Who do you think will win? Sweta asked. Goddess Gu will win, Sweta said with certainty. Du Jingtong was indeed very outstanding in the Sweta unit, but she couldn't be better than Gu Ning, who had beat a bunch of security guards up alone. Even they couldn't do what Gu Ning had done, let alone Du Jingtong. People who had read the news about Gu Ning all believed that she could win, while Du Jingtong's teammates held a totally different idea. They hoped that Du Jingtong could win. Because they were teammates, they sided with her without any doubt. Du Jingtong stared at Gu Ning with obvious dislike. She knew their task was more important than personal affairs, but she still hated Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't mind at all. Alright, the match begins. Li Zhongwei made the announcement and Gu Ning along with Du Jingtong started to attack each other. Although it was just a competition of fighting skills for fun, its result was related to tonight's task. So Gu Ning used her full strength. As soon as she made a move, Gu Ning directly threw Du Jingtong over her shoulder. Du Jingtong entirely fell down to the ground, but she was already used to it, so it wasn't very painful. However, the moment she fell on the ground, Gu Ning caught her hands and pressed them against her back. At the same time, Gu Ning forced her to stay still with knees pressed against her legs. After a series of quick movements, Gu Ning controlled Du Jingtong within seconds, shocking everyone who wanted to watch an exciting show. Even Li Zhongwei, who knew Gu Ning was excellent at fighting, was astonished. It looked super easy for Gu Ning to win the competition given her unbelievable speed and skills. Du Jingtong couldn't believe it either, and refused to accept that she lost the match within seconds. After being shocked for a short while, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes, Sweta said. Did she just force Du Jingtong onto the ground within seconds? Sweta exclaimed. Yes and yes. I told you Goddess Gu would win, Sweta said with pride. Maybe Du Jingtong isn't prepared yet, someone argued for Du Jingtong. Not prepared yet? Ridiculous. She could be killed if it were a real fight, another person said. She failed and that's the truth. Just admit it, another man said. Although Du Jingtong's teammates wanted to defend her, they weren't dumb. Du Jingtong wasn't unprepared. She was just no match for Gu Ning. No, I can't believe it. We should do this once again, Du Jingtong said in annoyance. She felt humiliated. Sure, I can give you another chance, Gu Ning said and let Du Jingtong go. Du Jingtong stood up at once. Although she was just thrown over Gu Ning's shoulder and fell to the ground, she protected herself well and didn't feel much pain. She patted her clothing to get rid of dirt, then glared at Gu Ning again. Gu Ning still didn't mind. For Li Zhongwei's sake, she didn't bother to have conflict with Du Jingtong. Gu Ning wasn't someone Du Jingtong could mess with after all. Even though Du Jingtong indeed lost the job because of her, it wasn't her fault because it was Li Zhongwei who turned to her for help. She agreed to help them out of kindness, and she didn't know that the job was assigned to Du Jingtong before her. Therefore, it was unreasonable for Du Jingtong to blame her for it. If Li Zhongwei didn't need her help, she would withdraw without delay. After a long while, Li Zhongwei asked, Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready, Du Jingtong said. This time she reminded herself to be fully cautious. The second round begins.
Li Zhongwei Shouta.
Du Jingtong and Gu Ning began to attack each other once more. Although Du Jingtong stayed very alert this time, she was still beaten by Gu Ning within seconds. Nobody doubted Gu Ning's ability after the second round, and they admired Gu Ning more now. Du Jingtong was disappointed, but had to accept the result. It was embarrassing that she lost again, but it would be more humiliating if she continued. However, she held a grudge against Gu Ning from then on. Wow, Goddess Gu is so cool. I'm her fan now. People kept complimenting Gu Ning. Why do you call her Goddess Gu? Someone was curious. Hard to explain. You can search her name on the internet yourself, Sweta said. Other people heard and took out their phones at once. Their attitude towards Gu Ning changed in an instant after reading the news about her. Du Jingtong didn't search Gu Ning's name, but heard their discussion about Gu Ning, and she was quite displeased. Gu Ning was much prettier, stronger, and even richer than her. She felt like there was a huge gap between her and Gu Ning. It seemed she wasn't even qualified to be jealous of Gu Ning. Why could Gu Ning be so outstanding at such an early age? Du Jingtong enjoyed the feeling of always being the most noticeable one among her peers, but Gu Ning's appearance ruined everything. She felt like she wasn't worth mentioning before Gu Ning. Alright, we should go back to the office now, Li Zhongwei said. They were going to talk about something serious. After that, they went back to the office together, followed by Gu Ning. Sweta wanted to talk with Gu Ning for a while longer, but it wasn't appropriate to stop her right now, so he gave up. Li Zhongwei walked slower and said to Du Jingtong in a low voice, I know you're in a terrible mood now because I turned to Gu Ning for help, but this task is very important. We must make sure that we succeed. Leader, are you doubting my ability?
Du Jingtong asked.
I know she's far better than me at martial arts, but it doesn't mean she can fulfill this task better than me. I understand, but Gu Ning is a better choice than you. You just had a competition with her, and you should know it as well, Li Zhongwei said. Du Jingtong closed her mouth, because she couldn't deny it. Besides, it was their team leader's decision, so she could only accept it. I know you don't like Gu Ning, but she isn't someone you can mess with. No matter how annoyed you are, you must control your temper and don't cause her any trouble, Li Zhongwei said. I won't, Du Jingtong replied. When they were back in the office, Li Zhongwei said, It's 5 p.m. now, so we should put on our casual clothes for dinner first, my treat this time. Gu Ning will wear her clothing later and I'll contact the clubhouse. Once the cruise ship is parked at the wharf, we'll set off. Sure. Everyone agreed, then went to prepare. Miss Gu, please go to buy a dress and a pair of high heels with me in the shopping mall. You also need to put on some makeup. Don't worry, I'll pay the bills. Remember to wear tight short pants under your dress because you need to fight, Li Zhongwei said. It's fine, I have clothes and shoes of my own, and I can do the makeup on my own too, Gu Ning said. Are you sure? Li Zhongwei asked. Yeah, it's not a big deal, Gu Ning said. Great. Since she said that, Li Zhongwei didn't insist. When everyone was prepared, they left together. Miss Gu, do you want anything specific to eat? Li Zhongwei asked Gu Ning because Gu Ning was their guest. I'm not picky and you can decide, Gu Ning said. All right. Li Zhongwei didn't ask further. Since they had a guest today, Li Zhongwei thought that they should go to a fine restaurant tonight. Therefore, Li Zhongwei brought them to a famous fancy restaurant. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Gu. It's because of you that we can dine in such a fancy restaurant tonight. We only dined in street diners before. They kept joking about it. Stop joking about it, Li Zhongwei said and laughed. Aren't you afraid your wife will be displeased if she finds out? A sweat asked. Don't worry, my wife isn't mean at all, Li Zhongwei said. All right, we'll enjoy it tonight, another sweat said. All right, let's go now, Li Zhongwei said. There were 8 of them and also they drove 2 cars. Because Gu Ning needed to do her part tonight, she left her car at the sweat unit. Du Jingtong didn't sit in the same car as Li Zhongwei, so her teammates all comforted her knowing that she wasn't in a good mood. They didn't want Gu Ning to replace Du Jingtong before they knew about Gu Ning's ability, but now they thought that Gu Ning was indeed a better choice. If Gu Ning helped them complete the task, it was more likely for them to succeed and Du Jingtong would be safe too. They were worried about Gu Ning's safety as well, but Gu Ning was a stranger to them while they had worked together with Du Jingtong for years after all. As long as they could successfully finish the task, they thought that it was not a big deal for Gu Ning to replace Du Jingtong that once. Du Jingtong felt better afterwards and began to chat with her teammates in the car. The restaurant wasn't far away, and they arrived about 10 minutes later. They parked their cars and got out at once. The second Du Jingtong saw Gu Ning's face, she was displeased again. But she had to learn how to deal with her emotions during her work. No matter how unhappy she was, she had to tolerate it. Shortly after they walked into the hall, Gu Ning met an acquaintance. The person was a manager working for a company under Tang Huang, and he had seen Gu Ning several times before at some important events. "Oh, hi, Miss Gu, what a coincidence." He greeted Gu Ning with a smile. Although he knew Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, he knew that Gu Ning was unwilling to change her surname, so he still called her Miss Gu, instead of Miss Tang. "Hi, Manager Ma, nice to see you," Gu Ning politely said. "Did you come here for dinner?" "Miss Gu, if you don't mind, please allow me to pay the bill for you," Manager Ma said. He seized every chance to please Gu Ning. "Thanks, Manager Ma, but my friend will pay the bill. Maybe we can dine together next time," Gu Ning said with a smile. She couldn't directly turn him down, so she made an excuse.
All right.
"Miss Gu, please do give me a chance to dine with you next time," Manager Ma said. "See you," Gu Ning said. "See you then," Manager Ma said and walked away. Gu Ning and her new friends walked ahead afterwards. "Oh, I thought I could have a free meal tonight."
Li Zhongwei Zhuka.
Gu Ning smiled but said nothing because she knew that Li Zhongwei was joking. "Why? Leader, don't be so mean," a SWAT said. "You can't do that. You promised to pay the bill," another SWAT said. They were determined to make Li Zhongwei pay the bill. All right, I'm just joking," Li Zhongwei said. When the dishes were placed on the table, it was already 5:30 p.m. They had to finish the meal before 6 p.m. because Gu Ning needed some time to put on makeup before she went to the clubhouse. They had all served in the army, so they were able to eat fast and nobody talked during dinner. Before 6 p.m., they finished dinner and Gu Ning went to put on her makeup. Gu Ning already took out the clothes and makeup products she needed from the telepathic eye space, so that she could quickly wear them. She then went to the washroom of the private room where they dined because the mirror inside was big. Gu Ning was unwilling to show her real face later, so she slightly disguised herself as another woman. She put a clay mold on her chin and the tip of her nose to make the chin sharp and turn her oval face into a melon seed face. She also made her lips thicker. With heavy makeup and curly hair, she looked completely different and looked like a mature woman now. Those who were familiar with Gu Ning would probably think that they looked a little similar, but none of them would believe that they were exactly the same person. Her knee-length dress was black with a sleeveless top and a shallow V-neck. Although this dress didn't look very sexy, it became quite attractive on Gu Ning's body with the help of her face. When Gu Ning walked out of the washroom, she amazed everyone. They weren't very familiar with Gu Ning, so they looked at Gu Ning as if they were staring at another woman. After being shocked for a long while, they finally got their mind back. "Wow, I can't believe my eyes. You look totally different now," Li Zhongwei said with surprise. "Why do I think your face type also changed?" a SWAT said. "It indeed changed. Goddess Gu, how did you make it happen?" Another SWAT asked. Even Du Jingtong was impressed by Gu Ning's skills of using making up. As a result, Du Jingtong was getting increasingly jealous of Gu Ning. It seemed Gu Ning was able to do everything better than her. Gu Ning smiled and said, "Well, I don't want other people to recognize me, so I disguised myself as another woman with makeup and the help of molding prosthetics." Men knew little about makeup, but they admired Gu Ning's skills. "Oh, this is the photo of our target tonight. You better remember his face." Li Zhongwei took out a photo and gave it to Gu Ning. Gu Ning simply glanced at it, then bore the man's face in her mind. He's one of the leaders of the drug gang, and he is holding this party today in order to threaten his guests to do something. but we don't know what it is yet. We aim to catch him instead of killing him because we need to find out who his partners are. It's fine if you injure or even disable him as long as he stays alive, Li Zhongwei said. After a second he added, you have to do the security check before you get on the cruise, so you can't bring any weapons or electronic equipment with you. We'll lose touch with you once you're aboard, so we can only make the judgment that you've succeeded when the cruise goes back to the shore. They weren't sure where their target would show up, and they didn't know whether they would be able to spot him right away. Since they couldn't see him, there was no way for them to catch him. You can give me a miniature camera that is connected to you. I can bring it in, Gu Ning said with confidence. Seriously? Everyone was surprised. Can you bring a miniature camera inside? Du Jingtong didn't believe it. During the security check, anything that wasn't allowed to be brought inside could easily be detected, even if it was hidden in someone's mouth. It was impossible for Gu Ning to swallow a miniature camera. The others also couldn't believe it. Are you sure? Li Zhongwei asked with doubts. I'm sure, Gu Ning said. In order to persuade Li Zhongwei to believe it, Gu Ning made a promise. If it causes any problems, I'll take responsibility. They have guns. Do you think you can survive if they find you have a camera? If you're caught, our task will be ruined and will be punished too. Can you take responsibility for that as well?
Du Jingtong criticized.
Jingtong. Li Zhongwei stopped her at once. Although Du Jingtong said nothing wrong, her tone was too unkind. It was true that Li Zhongwei and his teammates would be in trouble if Gu Ning failed this time. Li Zhongwei might lose his job because he was the one who turned to Gu Ning for help. Gu Ning was a little displeased, but she stayed calm. She understood that they had to be very cautious. They were ordinary people, so it was understandable that they didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to bring a camera inside without being caught. However, Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary person, and she had telepathic eye space. She could bring anything inside as long as the telepathic eye space could accommodate it. I'm afraid I can't tell you more details, but I can promise that I'm able to bring it in as long as you trust me, Gu Ning said, staring at Li Zhongwei. If I'm really caught by them, I'll directly dash inside to catch the target person. If I fail, you can do whatever you want to punish me. Li Zhongwei didn't say anything, but thought about Gu Ning's words carefully. Leader, do you really think she can do that?
Du Jingtong was annoyed.
If Li Zhongwei wasn't married, she would be suspicious of his behavior and attitude towards Gu Ning. She didn't understand why he indulged Gu Ning. Du Jingtong disliked Gu Ning, so she tended to think badly about Gu Ning. Leader, I think you should consider it seriously. If Miss Gu fails, her life could be in danger. Even though they admired Gu Ning, they couldn't side with her this time. Gu Ning wasn't mad and didn't bother to explain it again. If they disagreed, she wouldn't force them to agree with her. She could figure out another way by then. I choose to trust Miss Gu. Li Zhongwei made his decision in the end. He thought that Gu Ning wasn't a naive girl, and her success was equal to her ability. He believed that Gu Ning must have a good way to bring a camera inside. Leader. Everyone was surprised that their leader really agreed with Gu Ning. All right, I'll take responsibility for the result no matter what happens. You will be fine, Li Zhongwei said. Leader, They weren't afraid to be involved in the trouble, but they were unwilling to get in trouble because of Gu Ning. Li Zhongwei ignored them and looked to Gu Ning. Miss Gu, my career relies on you now. I hope that you can succeed. Although Li Zhongwei felt quite stressed, he pretended to be relaxed because he didn't want to put too much pressure on Gu Ning. Don't worry, I never do something that I'm not confident to do well, Gu Ning said to comfort him. Li Zhongwei nodded and felt better. Other people still found it hard to believe Gu Ning because they had just spent a short time with her, so they all began to look at Gu Ning with dissatisfaction. Du Jingtong hated Gu Ning to death now, and she hoped that Gu Ning wouldn't survive today. All right, let's go now, Li Zhongwei said and stood up. It was enough for Li Zhongwei to take Gu Ning into the clubhouse alone. They didn't want to attract too much attention. As for the rest of the people, they needed to wait for Li Zhongwei's order. Once they were in the car, Li Zhongwei gave Gu Ning the miniature camera and the car started. Gu Ning and Li Zhongwei arrived at the underground parking lot before 7 p.m. Then Li Zhongwei called a manager. After having the call with the manager, Li Zhongwei said to Gu Ning, "He's reliable to some extent, but you still need to be careful." The manager of this clubhouse was one of Li Zhongwei's friends. "I will," Gu Ning said. They waited for 3 minutes, and then the manager showed up. He was a man in his early 30s. They already had an agreement about today's task, so they didn't talk about it now, and the manager brought Gu Ning away without delay. When the manager received the message to get onto the cruise ship later, he would text Li Zhongwei. All 9 prostitutes were ready in the lounge, and they were chatting with each other and laughed loudly. Actually, they didn't know what kind of party they were going to join. They only knew that it was a private sex party held by rich people, and they could earn a lot of money after today's work, so they were very excited. It wasn't easy for them to make much money in their daily work. However, they could earn as much money as they would from a month's work after today's party. If their guests were satisfied with their service, they could get more money. "I feel so sorry for Luoluo. Her period came today, so she missed such a great chance," a prostitute said and seemed sad, but she actually was gloating. These prostitutes seemed to get along well with each other on the surface, but they were competitors. All of them wanted to sleep with a generous rich man in order to get a large tip. Therefore, they were all scantily clad today in order to attract the rich men's attention. They knew Luoluo wouldn't show up today, and that she would be replaced by another prostitute. As long as the new girl wasn't too noticeable, they wouldn't mind. Because Luoluo was normally more popular than them, Luoluo would always have the highest pay among them. Therefore, they actually didn't want Luoluo to join them. "I'm curious about the new girl's appearance," a prostitute said all of a sudden. "She's no different from us," another prostitute said. They all hoped the new girl would be uglier than them, but it wasn't very likely that the new girl would be too ugly. At this moment, the door of the lounge was pushed open. The prostitutes stopped chatting at once and turned to look at the door. The manager walked inside first, and a woman followed him. The second those prostitutes saw the women, they got jealous. This woman was even prettier than Luoluo. Her body was also the best among them. They didn't understand why the manager found such a beautiful woman to replace Luoluo. "This is AI Li, and she'll replace Luoluo at the party with you later," the manager said to them. AI Li was Gu Ning's new name in this operation. The manager noticed the prostitutes' jealousy towards Gu Ning, so he warned them. "Today's party is very important, and you have to obey the rules. Don't cause me any trouble." "Yes, manager," those prostitutes said. Although they disliked AI Li, they didn't dare to cause trouble today.